Chapter 2579. Ah. Yang Kai was startled when he heard this. The consequences were quite serious. He just didn't want to tire the little wood spirit out, but who would have thought that he would implicate her and cause her to be ostracized by the entire clan? He quickly retracted his outstretched hand in embarrassment and smiled apologetically at the little wood spirit, saying warmly, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Only then did the little wood spirit continue to hold the wine jar and fill the stone cup in front of him before quietly flying to the side. The elder raised his cup and said in a clear voice, "The bright moon is high in the sky and the noble guest is like jade. On behalf of the stone spirit and wood spirit clans, this old man proposes a toast to the guest. Guest, please drink." The group of stone spirits also raised their stone cups and motioned to Yang Kai along with the elder. Yang Kai hurriedly got up, held the wine cup in his hand, and drank the wine in one gulp before turning the stone cup upside down, indicating that he had finished it. The stone spirits also drank the wine in their cups in one gulp, each of them shaking their heads with ecstasy, as if the wine tasted wonderful to them. "Guest, please take a seat." After drinking the wine, the elder gestured to Yang Kai, and only then did Yang Kai sit down again. The wine in his stomach tasted really good. After 1,000 twists and turns, the aftertaste was endless. Even he, who was not a good drinker, felt refreshed after drinking it. He wondered what kind of winemaking skills the Wood Spirit clan had. After drinking the wine, Patriarch Muna, who had been standing next to the elder, suddenly clapped her hands lightly. In an instant, more than 20 wood spirits flew to the center of the field. Half of them were holding exquisite and small musical instruments in their hands, and no one was directing them. In an instant, the sound of flutes and zither filled the air, accompanied by the strange sound of wooden drums. It was like the tinkling of a mountain stream. The sound was extremely pleasing to the ears. As the wood spirits played and sang, the beautiful melody echoed in the beautiful forest. The other half of the wood spirits stretched their waists and arms, singing and dancing to the music in the center of the field. It was a very exotic scene. What they saw and what they heard. It was as if there was some kind of magical power that cleansed the hearts of the two guests, causing Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi, who were both outsiders, to suddenly calm down and stare intently. In particular, Ruoxi's eyes were shining. The more she looked at these wood spirits, the more she liked them. Elder Rock Spirit was also watching with a smile on his face. He stroked his beard and nodded slightly when he saw the beauty of the scene. Xiaomu Ling once again filled Yang Kai's cup with wine, but Yang Kai didn't notice at all. He felt as if his entire body and mind had been drawn in by the music and the song and dance. He felt a sense of tranquility that he had never felt before, and all the distracting thoughts in his heart had disappeared. After the dance, Yang Kai was still in a daze for a long time. However, the noise at the side woke him up. When he turned his head to look, the corner of his mouth twitched. There were 9 rock spirits, including Xiao Xiao. They were all engrossed in stuffing themselves with food. Like the reincarnation of hungry ghosts, all of them hugged their own wine jars and gulped down the wine. The rare wine flowed from the corners of their mouths to their chests, wasting a lot of it. After drinking a mouthful of wine, they grabbed the spirit fruit in front of them and stuffed it into their mouths, chewing madly. The 9 wood spirits who were serving wine at the side looked at them with disdain. When the two races of creatures gathered together, it was simply a combination of beauty and wildness. The visual conflict was quite strong. The elder and matriarch Muna, on the other hand, were used to this and just watched with a smile on their faces, not saying a word. Yang Kai also lowered his head and tasted the spirit fruit. These were spirit fruits planted by the Wood Spirit clan. Even the spirit wine they brewed was not only delicious, but also seemed to have a miraculous effect of cleansing the soul, which surprised Yang Kai. He secretly felt that if someone who had become the demon race could obtain such a thing, it might be able to alleviate the symptoms. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, the atmosphere suddenly became lively. 2 rock spirits who were swaying from drinking suddenly stood up from their seats. It wasn't clear whether they were rock spirits or rock spirits, but in any case they looked no different. They strode to the center of the field. The wood spirits who were playing music seemed to know what was going to happen, so they quickly avoided and flew out of the field. They all looked at the 2 rock spirits with a smile on their faces. Yang Kai and Ruoxi didn't know what these 2 were going to do, but they were also curious and watched. The 2 rock spirits in the center of the field looked at each other for a while, then suddenly roared in unison and rushed towards each other. With a loud bang, the 2 rock spirits collided with each other like 2 mountains. One rock spirit grabbed the other's neck with both hands, while the other rock spirit grabbed the other's waist with both hands. Both of them were fixed in place, their legs constantly curling towards each other's legs. It was as if they had an irreconcilable hatred and wanted to kill each other. Yang Kai watched with trepidation, fearing that these two would get too engrossed in their fight and accidentally hurt the little wood spirits next to them. However, those little wood spirits were also watching with relish, constantly shouting and cheering for the two rock spirits. After watching for a while, Yang Kai finally understood that these two rock spirits were wrestling. However, the rock spirit clan was extremely strong, and this kind of barbaric wrestling was not something that any other clan could play with. Every time they clashed, it would make people's eyelids twitch, but the clansmen of both clans were used to it. After struggling for a while, one of the rock spirits saw an opportunity and tripped his opponent with one foot. Using both hands, he threw his opponent to the ground, kicking up a lot of dust. Roar! The victorious rock spirit roared towards the sky, his fists hanging in front of his chest, looking extremely arrogant. Suddenly, a nearby rock spirit couldn't watch anymore and jumped into the center of the field to wrestle with him. More and more rock spirits were eliminated and more people left the field. The atmosphere became more and more lively, and even the wood spirits forgot where they were and flew to the center of the field, surrounding the two rock spirits and shouting non-stop. Yang Kai happily watched the show, his emotions stirred, and he also cheered for them. As he watched, he became enraged. The 8 adult rock spirits left the field one after another, and when the final rock spirit saw that there was no opponent left, he turned his head and hooked his finger at Yang Kai, as if he wanted him to come down and fight him. Me? Yang Kai pointed at his nose and hurriedly waved his hand. No, I'll just watch the show. What kind of joke was this? To wrestle with a rock spirit, wasn't that just asking for a beating? It wasn't that he hadn't experienced Xiao Zhao's powerful strength before, but in terms of pure strength, even 10 of him wouldn't be a match for her. But who would have thought that the rock spirit wouldn't give him any face at all, and instead recognized him as its opponent? Seeing that he wasn't willing to go up, it waved its hand. Wu La immediately flew over, and a dozen or so little wood spirits surrounded Yang Kai. Without any explanation, they directly lifted him up and sent him to the center of the field. You guys. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For the first time, he felt that these little wood spirits weren't cute at all. When they put him down in the center of the field, the little wood spirits all scattered, running outside to watch the show. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the elder and the wood spirit tribe leader, a pleading expression on his face. The elder laughed heartlessly, clearly not planning to help Yang Kai. Instead, it was Mu Na who said warmly, "Guest, you may use your full strength, there is no need to hold back." Yang Kai was also very helpless at this point. He secretly thought that if he used the dragon transformation secret technique, he might be able to fight it out with the rock spirit. Before he could finish this thought, the rock spirit roared and pounced forward, grabbing Yang Kai's arm and tripping him. Yang Kai was stunned. He felt the world spin around him as his body slammed into the ground. The rock spirit had succeeded and raised its arms high, wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf, as if it was invincible in this world. Who dared to challenge it? Yang Kai crawled up from the ground, covered his face and retreated, crestfallen back to his seat. This was too embarrassing. He was no match for the rock spirit at all. In terms of pure strength, there was probably no one in this world who was stronger than the rock spirit. The little wood spirit on the side looked at him sympathetically and silently poured him a cup of wine. Seeing Yang Kai suffer a loss, Xiao Xiao, who hadn't stepped onto the stage until now, flew into a rage. He rushed to the center of the stage, rubbing his palms together as if he wanted to avenge Yang Kai. But with his height, he was only the shortest among the rock spirits. Against the adult rock spirit, he only lasted 3 breaths of time before he was sent flying, crashing into the ground with a loud thud. The banquet was lively and lively. The two races got along harmoniously, enjoying each other's company. After the fall, the rock spirits began arm wrestling again, competing in physical strength. After suffering a loss, Yang Kai didn't want to compete with the rock spirits anymore. He just sat to the side and quietly watched. In the second half of the night, the rock spirits were still noisy. It seemed that they hadn't been so lively in a long time. Looking at their posture, they wouldn't give up easily until dawn. On the other hand, many of the wood spirits were listless, dozing off listlessly. The little wood spirit, who had been standing next to Yang Kai, suddenly flew to Yang Kai's side and whispered something in his ear. Yang Kai looked up and saw that Elder Rock Spirit and the Wood Spirit Patriarch had both gotten up and were walking towards a big tree not far away. Muna also looked back at him. Yang Kai understood and hurriedly stood up, quietly sending a message to Zhang Ruoxi, telling her to stay where she was and to follow. When he arrived at the tree, the elders were already gone. Only Muna was still waiting. When she saw Yang Kai, she stretched out her hand and said, "Please." Yang Kai didn't know why these two races were looking for him, but he didn't ask and walked into the treehouse. This treehouse seemed to be bigger and older than the others. The surrounding walls were mottled with vicissitudes. Elder rock spirit stood quietly in front of him. Yang Kai looked around before asking, "What is Elder's order?" The elder turned around and gestured for Yang Kai to sit down. After the host and guest were seated, the elder asked, "Is honored guest planning to take Ninth Stone away?" Ninth Stone was Xiao Zhao's name in the Rock Spirit clan because he was the youngest. So that's what he's asking. Yang Kai understood and smiled. "If he is willing to leave and your clan is willing to let him go, I can naturally take him away. To tell you the truth, Elder, I came to the ancient wild lands this time to look for him." The elder gently nodded, indicating that he understood. Yang Kai continued, "But if he is willing to stay, I won't force him. I also want to see him find his own clan and live with them." Chapter 2580. "Sir, you are so kind, but this old man has been too narrow-minded." The elder stroked his beard and smiled. Yang Kai said, "Actually, this is my original intention. I would rather have Xiao Xiao stay and live with you all. I am already satisfied that I was able to find him on this trip." Just as he said, Xiao Xiao being able to find his own tribe and live with his own people was better than being alone with him. No matter what kind of creature it was, they all had the characteristics of living in groups. Being alone would cause problems with one's mentality sooner or later. The elder and Muna looked at each other and nodded slightly as if agreeing with Yang Kai. Muna smiled and said, "I wonder if Sir has heard of the Blood Door?" Yang Kai frowned, not knowing why this topic had suddenly jumped to this, but he nodded and said, "I didn't know before coming to the ancient lands, but I happened to hear some legends about the Blood Door a few days ago." Muna's beautiful eyes lit up. "Since Sir knows, then this mistress won't have to explain." Yang Kai was stunned. "What does the Blood Door have to do with you?" Muna did not speak this time, instead turning to look at Elder Stone Spirit. The elder said in a deep voice, "The Blood Door has a great relationship with all living beings in the ancient lands. In the ancient lands there is a saying, 'Enter the Blood Door, obtain a new life, awaken your ancestral bloodline and transform into a divine spirit.'" Xie Wuwei had said this before, which was a few days ago, so Yang Kai naturally remembered it clearly. The elder said, "Although most living beings in the ancient lands have heard of this rumor, there is no way to verify it. Only a few people know about it." "This is true." Yang Kai was slightly moved. He said, "After entering the Blood Door, can one really awaken their ancestral bloodline and transform into a divine spirit?" The elder chuckled and said, "Not necessarily, it is just a chance." Yang Kai's interest was piqued and he said, "I'd like to hear the details." The elder pondered for a moment as if he was considering his words, and only after a while did he say, "Living beings in the ancient lands. Most of them are wild species, so they more or less have the bloodline and inheritance of the ancient divine spirit. Only those who inherit the bloodline of the ancient divine spirit can enter the Blood Door and transform into a divine spirit. Moreover, the process is extremely dangerous, and it can be said that there is a slim chance of survival." Muna continued, "Since guest dares to enter the savage desolate ancient lands, your cultivation must be extraordinary. You should have already come into contact with source energy, right?" Yang Kai nodded. Source strength was something he had never seen before. A cultivator of the Tao source realm had already made initial contact with it. He was already a venerable emperor, so how could he be unfamiliar with it? Muna said, "If you want to transform into a holy spirit and restore the glory of your ancestors, entering the Blood Door is only the first step. After entering the Blood Door is the true test." Most of the creatures in the ancient lands thought that they would have a chance to become a holy spirit after entering the Blood Door. Although it was not wrong. But this is too one-sided. They only know how it is, but they don't know why it is. "What's the test?" Yang Kai frowned and grasped the key point. The elder said in a deep voice, "Every holy spirit has its own holy spirit origin. Bloodline atavism is one thing, but the most important thing is to be recognized by the holy spirit origin. Only those who have obtained the holy spirit origin have the chance to become a true holy spirit." Although these words were a bit of a mouthful, Kai Yang immediately understood what she meant. The holy spirit origin was a very strange power. For example, the phoenix true fire was the holy spirit origin. Those who obtained the phoenix true fire had a high chance of becoming a fire phoenix. For example, Lu Yin had obtained this opportunity, but whether she could succeed or not depended on her own luck. If she could not obtain the recognition of the phoenix true fire, Lu Yen would be doomed. This was also a test for her. In other words, if one wanted to become a Holy Spirit, one's bloodline power and Holy Spirit origin were indispensable. Yang Kai was shocked and hesitated. Do you mean to say that inside the blood door, there is a Holy Spirit origin? The elder and Mu Na looked at each other in surprise. They seemed to feel that Yang Kai's mind was too sharp to even think of this. The elder nodded. Yes, there is indeed a Holy Spirit origin inside the blood door. If a creature is lucky enough to enter, they can try to fuse with it. Once they succeed, they can become a true Holy Spirit, but if they fail, they will die. How can there be a Holy Spirit origin inside the blood door? Yang Kai was stunned. The elder smiled bitterly, because the blood door is only an entrance. Inside the blood door is the Holy Spirit Palace, where many Holy Spirits' origins are hidden. It can be said that the Holy Spirit Palace contains almost all of the Holy Spirit's origins. Yang Kai was shocked. How can this be? He suddenly had a guess and asked in shock. Could it be that the Holy Spirit Palace is the same as the Myriad Spirit Tomb, where those Holy Spirits will take the initiative to enter before they die and leave behind their origins? If not, how could the Holy Spirit Palace inside the blood door contain the origins of countless Holy Spirits? That's not it. Mu Na shook her head and said, the heavenly Tao is unpredictable and the heavenly Tao is constant. The strength of the divine spirits is too strong, and it isn't something that can be resisted by humans. During the ancient times there were numerous divine spirits, and every single one of them possessed extraordinary ability. Moreover, every single one of them was cruel and violent, and they would attack at the slightest provocation, causing the heavens and the earth to be unable to be at peace. However, all things were born together, and yin and yang countered each other. One day, a peerless powerhouse was born from the human race, and that person's strength was extremely effective against the Holy Spirits. He could be said to be the natural enemy of many Holy Spirits. He spent countless years of the flowing time Great Emperor to kill countless evil Holy Spirits, took away their origins and sealed them in the Holy Spirit Palace. He then used his great powers to seal the Holy Spirit Palace and hide it inside the blood door, cutting off the inheritance of countless Holy Spirits and preventing them from continuing their evil deeds. The natural enemy of the Holy Spirits. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air, never having imagined that there would be such an existence in this world. Just how strong was such a person? Mu Na said solemnly, according to the rumors, although that person's strength was strong, it didn't surpass the experts of his generation by too much. However, his strength specialized in restraining saint spirits, and any saint spirits were unable to resist him. He had absolute control over their lives. That is why the Holy Spirit Palace contains so much origins of Holy Spirits. That person called himself Heaven's Punishment, meaning that he was enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. He wielded a Heaven's Punishment sword, and wherever he passed, Holy Spirits would retreat and tremble in fear. Heaven's Punishment. Yang Kai remembered this and nodded slightly but soon asked suspiciously, how do you know such ancient matters? Mu Na glanced at the elder, and the elder chuckled and said, in terms of longevity, I'm afraid there is no race in this world that can live longer than my Stone Spirit clan. These matters are passed down by word of mouth in my Stone Spirit clan, and they are only matters of the last 2 generations. 2 generations? Yang Kai's mouth twitched, realizing that this Stone Spirit elder was an old monster that had lived for more than 100,000 years. No wonder he looked so old. Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed the throbbing in his heart, asking suspiciously, Elder and Patriarch called me here and specifically told me these things, what do you want me to do? The elder's expression suddenly turned solemn, and he said in a deep voice, this old man wants to ask for guests' help, to help my Stone Spirit clan retrieve the Holy Spirit origin left behind by our ancestor. Yang Kai was stunned. Elder, your Stone Spirit clan's ancestor was also a Holy Spirit? The elder nodded. That's right, the Stone Spirit clan's ancestor was named Taiyu, but because he offended Heaven's Punishment he was killed by him, and his origins were sealed in the Holy Spirit Palace. Yang Kai's face twitched. Why did you think of asking for my help? I don't understand this at all, and the Blood Gate is currently a little strange. The 4 saint sovereigns of the monster race are all staring at that place, so it won't be easy to enter the Blood Gate. Mu Na said, we naturally know this, the strange changes in the Blood Gate are a sign from the heavens. If not for this, we wouldn't have thought of taking action at this time. The elder sighed, although the Stone Spirit clan is powerful, it is not easy for us to survive. And it is precisely because of the extraordinary strength we possess that the 4 saint sovereigns of the ancient lands have always wanted to subdue us. Some time ago the 4 saint sovereigns issued a final ultimatum, telling our clan that if we do not submit, they will destroy us completely. If our clan wants to resist, we can only have the strength to fight against them, and the Blood Gate is our last chance. Yang Kai frowned, knowing that the Stone Spirit clan probably had no other choice, which was why they had set their sights on the Blood Gate. They wanted to take back Tai Yu's origin energy and fight against the four Saint Sovereigns. Xiao Xiao was now a member of the Stone Spirit clan, and the survival of the Stone Spirit clan was related to his interests, so Yang Kai could not ignore it. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai said, "If Elder is willing, I can bring you all out of the savage wildland. Although the four Saint Sovereigns are powerful, as long as we leave this place, they will not be able to do anything." The Elder smiled bitterly and said, "It is difficult to leave one's homeland, please forgive us." This was a rejection. Muna said, "Elder, you want Ninth Stone to inherit Tai Yu's strength, and if he succeeds, Ninth Stone will be the new Tai Yu, and he will have the strength to protect the Stone Spirit clan. Ninth Stone was raised by you, so you also hope for him, right?" Why do I feel like this is a trap? Yang Kai couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, when he heard that the Elder wanted Xiao Xiao to inherit Tai Yu's strength, Yang Kai couldn't help but be a little tempted. If Xiao Xiao could inherit Tai Yu's strength, she would be the new Saint Spirit. Thinking about it, Xiao Xiao would become Tai Yu, and Lu Yen would become the Fire Phoenix. Although he was tempted, Yang Kai still said solemnly, "Why do you want Xiao Xiao to inherit Tai Yu's strength? Are there no other candidates?" The Elder smiled and said, "Ninth Stone is still young and he is very flexible. If he inherits it, the success rate is the highest." In other words, there is a possibility of failure? Yang Kai frowned. The Elder and Mu Na were silent, as this question was not easy to answer. Yang Kai's face darkened and he said, "Does Xiao Xiao know about this?" The Elder nodded and said, "I have already asked Ninth Stone about this and he has agreed." Yang Kai was unhappy and said, "In other words, even if I don't help, you will still go through the Blood Gate?" "Yes." The Elder replied with certainty. Yang Kai's face immediately became ugly. Since they had already decided, why did they still need to talk to him? Although the Stone Spirit clan and the Wood Spirit clan gave him a good impression, they didn't have much of a relationship. If they wanted to throw their lives away, Yang Kai couldn't do anything about it, but the key was that Xiao Xiao was also involved. Yang Kai thought to himself, "Should I find a chance to kidnap Xiao Xiao and run away so that I don't have to get involved in this mess?" Chapter 2581. Seeing the ugly expression on Yang Kai's face, the Elder and Mu Na exchanged a glance before bowing and pleading, "Honored guest, please lend our two clans a hand." Yang Kai stepped aside and said lightly, "The two of you are trying to make things difficult for me." The Elder shook his head and said, "That's not the case, we are simply following the will of the heavens." "Will of the heavens?" Yang Kai sneered, "What will of the heavens?" The Elder smiled lightly, stepped aside and pointed to the cave wall. "Honored guest, please take a look." Muna also waved her hand and a stream of light suddenly flew out, illuminating the entire cave wall. The stream of light stuck close to a certain spot on the cave wall and slowly lingered there. As the light shone, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that several extremely ancient paintings had appeared on the cave wall. In the first painting, there was a person sitting cross-legged with a stone placed on his knees. That person extended a finger, and blood dripped from the tip of his finger onto the stone. Strangely, the blood dripping from the fingertip of the person in the painting was not dark red in color. Instead, it was a strange golden color. Yang Kai was startled by this sight, but before he could see it clearly, his eyes involuntarily followed the stream of light to the second painting. In the second painting, the man was still sitting cross-legged, but there was a small figure nearby. This figure had a stooped waist and was on all fours, jumping around like a monkey as it chased after a fluttering butterfly. Both drawings were only sketched with the simplest lines. It was obvious that they were extremely rough, but they vividly displayed the meaning that was to be conveyed. Is this Xiao Xiao and me? Yang Kai's mind went blank, unable to believe his eyes. That small figure was clearly Xiao Xiao. As for the figure dripping golden blood, who else could it be but himself? However, this painting was clearly modeled by the Flowing Time Great Emperor and was extremely ancient, at least hundreds of thousands of years old, so how could he be recorded in it? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling that this was an extremely surreal scene. When he looked at the third image, Yang Kai's pupils couldn't help but constrict because it was the scene of him and Xiao Xiao fighting side by side. The image of Xiao Xiao wielding the heaven-shaking pillar was deeply engraved and lifelike. The fourth painting seemed to be in a passageway. Starlight lingered and space shattered. Xiao Xiao was sucked into a spatial rift, leaving only her hand outside as if she was trying to grab something. This was what he had encountered in the starlight corridor when he first entered the star boundary. The fifth painting. Around him there were 9 stone golems just like him. They were recuperating in the primitive and dense forest. Many smaller wood spirits were flying around them. In the 6th painting, the person who first appeared in the painting found the petite figure, reuniting after a long time. He was overjoyed. The bonfire was brightly lit, and many stone spirits and wood spirits were singing and dancing at the side, completely overlapping with the scene that had happened tonight. In the 7th image there was an oval-shaped gate that was as red as blood. Countless creatures of all shapes and sizes were fighting near this blood-red gate, and there were many casualties. In the 8th image, the petite figure flew through the air and rushed into the blood-red gate with the help of the human, disappearing from sight. In the 9th image, there was nothing left, only a blood-red gate. Besides this there was nothing else, leaving behind a great deal of suspense. There was a total of 9 brand images on this tree wall. Although they were simple outlines, they were vivid and lifelike. After Yang Kai finished looking at them, his mind raced. After a while, he raised his head and asked, "What does this mean?" The elder said, "Although the wood spirit race is not good at fighting, they have many strange abilities. The previous wood spirit race leader was proficient in the art of divination. Before she died, she sensed that our 2 races would face a calamity of extinction at some point in the future. She used the last of her life force as the price to perform a divination and find a way out for our 2 races. What she left behind are these 9 patterns." Muna sighed. "For more than 1,000 years the elder and I have been trying to comprehend the meaning of these 9 images, but we couldn't figure it out. It wasn't until 9th stone suddenly came from the outside world and allowed us to verify the contents of the 5th image that we realized the hope of our 2 races didn't lie with us, but with 9th stone, with you, guest." Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "Just based on these 9 images? You 2 want to risk the lives of everyone in our 2 races?" The elder shook his head. "This is the will of heaven, this is a revelation, not a risk. Guest, we have been waiting for you for a long time." Yang Kai was taken aback. He had heard the elder say this when he first met him today. At that time he thought it was because of Xiao Xiao, but he didn't expect the elder to have other intentions. Inside the tree hole, the elder and Muna looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes, their faces full of expectation. Yang Kai sighed. "Even if this is a revelation left behind by the previous generation's wood spirit patriarch at the end of her life, there is no guarantee that this matter will succeed." Pointing to the 9th image, Yang Kai continued, "There is nothing here." Muna solemnly said, "I believe the previous master wouldn't do something without a goal in mind. If this was a dead end, she wouldn't have left behind a revelation here. Since she left it behind, then what she showed us is the right path." "Guest." The elder spoke again. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai waved his hand and interrupted him. "This matter is too important, I need to think about it. You 2 don't need to say more." Having said that, Yang Kai turned around and walked out of the tree hole without caring about what the 2 of them meant. It was still noisy outside. Many wood spirits and stone spirits were singing and laughing. Ruashi was pulled down by a group of wood spirits and was dancing gracefully. Her posture was beautiful, causing a group of wood spirits to clap and praise her. A few stone spirits even had their eyes bulging out of their sockets. Xiao Xiao was also wriggling around like a madman, but his appearance was really unflattering. Yang Kai didn't disturb them. In a flash, he returned to the small treehouse and sat down cross-legged. Seeing him disappear, the elder sighed slightly, seemingly regretting that he couldn't persuade Yang Kai on the spot. Muna turned her head to look at the 9 diagrams. Suddenly she waved her hand and a stream of light flashed. The 9th diagram completely changed. The blood-red door was still there, but there was now a huge stone giant. The stone giant looked disdainful and arrogant, and the pitch-black staff on its shoulder showed its small status. Muna asked, "If it was like this, wouldn't he have agreed just now?" The elder answered, "Since it is a revelation, naturally it will only guide the path, not the result. If it was like this, I'm afraid he would be suspicious. He is not a fool, so what happened before was just right." Hearing the elder's words, Muna nodded in agreement. With another wave of her hand, the 9th image returned to its original state. The elder sighed heavily and said, "We shouldn't have teamed up to fool him. It's just that we're already at the end of our rope. If we want to succeed, we need help. Naturally, we have to give him a chance to consider." Muna said, "Elder is right. The 2 patriarchs had gone to great lengths to deceive him. How could Yang Kai have imagined that these two seemingly virtuous and respected existences would actually join hands to deceive him? As for the 9 patterns on the tree wall, they were just something Mu Na had casually drawn, not a sign left behind by the previous generation's wood spirit patriarch. If he knew, Yang Kai would definitely beat them into a pulp. Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged in the tree hole, was in a dilemma. According to his thoughts, the best choice was to bring the 2 patriarchs away from this dangerous place. If it really didn't work, he would take Xiao Xiao with him. However, the elder's words made him give up on this idea. If he really wanted to take Xiao Xiao with him, it wasn't impossible. But if he did that, Xiao Xiao would lose the opportunity to become Taiyu. On one hand, there was a chance for Xiao Xiao to become a holy spirit, but on the other hand, there was a huge risk. Yang Kai was in a dilemma. In the end, it was up to Xiao Xiao to decide. At dawn, the 2 patriarchs' merry finally stopped. The wood spirits disappeared into the forest, and the stone spirits also returned to their own tree houses. Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao came back together and saw Yang Kai sitting cross-legged there. Ruoxi couldn't help but stick out her tongue. She had played too much last night and got carried away. In the end, she didn't even know when Mr. disappeared. Xiao Xiao, come here. Yang Kai beckoned to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao immediately skipped over to his side and looked at him curiously. He didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do. Yang Kai reached out and held Xiao Xiao's hand. His divine sense surged as he communicated with Xiao Xiao. After a while, Yang Kai sighed, "Have you really decided?" Unsurprisingly, Xiao Xiao really wanted to enter the blood gate. The elder had already analyzed the pros and cons with him and didn't have the slightest intention of forcing him. Xiao Xiao straightened his body and hammered his fists on his chest. His posture said, "I'm strong and I'm not afraid of anything." Yang Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly. After a moment of silence, he said, "Go tell the elder that I agree to his matter." Xiao Xiao was startled for a moment. Obviously, he didn't know what Yang Kai meant, but he still ran out obediently. "Mister, did something happen?" Ruoxi saw Yang Kai's strange look and couldn't help but ask with some uneasiness. Yang Kai frowned and didn't hide it. The Stone Spirit clan wants to send Xiao Xiao into the Blood Gate to inherit the Holy Spirit source. I'm a little worried. Ah. Ruoxi suddenly covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Enter the Blood Gate, but there now. Yes, it's very difficult. If I don't help them, they definitely won't be able to break through the defenses around the Blood Gate. Even with my help, they may not succeed." Then why did Mr. agree? Yang Kai said, "I'll do my best and leave the rest to fate. If it really doesn't work, I have some confidence in escaping with them." Ruoxi's eyes flashed as she bit her red lips and said, "Then I want to help." Yang Kai glared at her and said, "No, if you really want to break through the Blood Gate this time, the situation will be very dangerous. Your strength is not enough. Just stay here obediently." Zhang Ruoxi looked aggrieved, but she didn't dare to go against Yang Kai's will and could only whisper, "I know." Yang Kai glanced at her and said softly, "I brought you out of the Zhang family, so I have the responsibility to protect your safety. When you break through to the Emperor realm, it won't be too late to participate in this kind of thing." "Yes." Ruoxi responded in disappointment. Chapter 2582. Inside the Elder's treehouse, the Stone Spirit Elder and Wood Spirit Patriarch were overjoyed after receiving Xiao Xiao's notice. They secretly felt that their painstaking efforts were not in vain. Finally, Yang Kai agreed to the request of the two races. The two came together and took the initiative to enter Xiao Xiao's treehouse. Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao were dismissed outside, leaving Yang Kai and the two patriarchs sitting cross-legged. The elder chuckled, obviously in a good mood. Muna was also overjoyed. Only Yang Kai's sour face was quite a wet blanket. "Elder, let me make it clear first. Helping you is one thing, but if things don't work out, I will take Xiao Xiao and leave as soon as possible. You will have to fend for yourselves." Yang Kai said with a look of displeasure. Of course, of course." The elder stroked his stone beard and nodded repeatedly, "If things really don't work out, we won't force anything." Yang Kai nodded, "In that case, I have nothing to say. Do the two of you have any plans?" The elder and Muna looked at each other. The former said, "Rushing over and sending ninth stone through the blood door, is this a plan?" The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched and he angrily said, "What kind of plan is this? The blood door is now under the surveillance of the 4 Saint Masters. If there's any trouble, the 8 messengers will come out together and the 32 Monster King will come roaring. How are you going to rush over?" The elder was a little embarrassed. "Guest, aren't you proficient in the power of space? Just take us and rush over." Yang Kai's eyes shrank as he stared at the elder. Xiao Xiao told you? He had never shown his space force in front of the Stone Spirit clan, yet the elder knew this. Obviously he heard it from Xiao Xiao. Muna said, "Guest, please don't be angry. Our two races have no malice towards you and will not disclose any of your secrets." Ninth Stone didn't reveal this on his own initiative. When Ninth Stone came to find us, the elder found the information from his memories. Yang Kai's voice was even colder as he sneered softly, "Then what other secrets do the two of you know?" The elder coughed dryly and said, "We also know that you have a magical space artifact that can bring us along without us knowing." Yang Kai could not help but roll his eyes. They had even killed him to silence him. However, after doing this he understood why the two clans were so insistent on seeking his help. In fact, they didn't even inquire about his strength before this. He had the sealed world bead and was proficient in the power of space. He could indeed bring them to the blood gate without anyone noticing. This was an advantage that no one else had. It would be more convenient to ask for help than to ask for help from others. The elder said, "Our plan is like this. Our clansmen will hide in the space artifact first, then you will use the space divine technique to bring us to the blood door. You don't have to worry about the rest. As long as you can get close to the blood door, we have a way to send Ninth Stone into the blood door." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "As far as I know, the blood door is one of the two great restrictions of the savage wilderness ancient land. Normally, the creatures of the savage wilderness ancient land can't even get close to it, let alone enter it. What method do you have?" Muna grinned. She said, "Normally is normal, but now that the blood door is moving, the restrictions have loosened. Getting close to the blood door isn't a problem, the biggest problem is how to break the seal on the blood door." The elder said proudly, "Brute force can defeat 10 tricks. With my rock spirit clan working together we can break any seal." Yang Kai's expression turned ugly. "You want to use brute force?" The elder raised his eyebrows and said, "What's wrong with that?" Yang Kai slapped himself in the face before turning to look at Muna and saying, "Patriarch, the Stone Spirit Clan's brains aren't as bright as they used to be. Why are you following them?" Muna smiled bitterly and said, "Is there a better method?" Yang Kai was speechless. He realized that these two clans didn't have a good plan at all. They were simply forcing a duck onto a perch. They were forced by the four Saint Venerables to the point that they had no choice but to take a risk. If Xiao Xiao could inherit Tai Yu's power and become an ancient divine spirit, then he could naturally protect the two clans under the eyes of the four Saint Venerables. In short, the two clans would either succeed or die trying. After being indifferent for a while, Yang Kai said, "Maybe I can try to break the seal on the blood door. Since the Sacred Spirit Palace is sealed inside the blood door, there must be a small world inside. My space divine technique might be able to tear apart the power of that small world." When the elder heard this, he immediately rubbed his hands and said, "It would be best if a guest can make a move, but if it doesn't work, we still have to use brute force." Yang Kai always felt that the elder was wise and far-sighted, but now it seemed that the stone spirit was still a stone spirit. Even though it had lived for a long time, its brain wasn't very bright. It preferred to use brute force to solve problems. It was really difficult for the Wood Spirit clan to live with them for so long. "When are we leaving?" Yang Kai looked at the two of them and asked. "There's no time to lose. We have to go sooner or later." "This old man means to leave tomorrow morning," the elder said solemnly. Muna nodded slightly. Obviously she also had the same idea. Yang Kai sighed and said, "All right, the two of you go back and tell your clansmen to prepare. Tomorrow morning, we will leave." The elder and Muna immediately bid farewell and left. It was obvious that they were going back to inform their clansmen. Yang Kai was still sitting cross-legged in the treehouse. The operation of the two clans could be said to be extremely risky. To be honest, Yang Kai wasn't optimistic about it. The chances of failure were extremely high. What he needed to consider now was how to increase the safety factor and the success rate. After all, they had to act under the noses of the four holy spirits of the ancient land. Once those four holy spirits acted to stop them, even if Yang Kai had the space divine technique, he might not be able to escape safely. Perhaps Xiao Wuwei could help a little. Yang Kai spent the entire night in deep thought. At dawn, the sound of orderly footsteps came from outside. Yang Kai opened his eyes and swept out with his divine sense. He immediately noticed that the entire Stone Spirit clan had moved out. Not only the Stone Spirit clan, but even the Wood Spirit clan had sent out over 100 clansmen. Under Muna's lead, they flew above the heads of the Stone Spirit clan. Now that the arrow was knocked on the bow, he had no choice but to release it. Yang Kai sighed, got up and walked out. Seeing Yang Kai appear, the faces of the two patriarchs turned solemn. The elder said, "Guest, we are ready." Yang Kai looked at Mu Na and frowned. "The Wood Spirit clan is also going?" Although Mu Na and the elder had discussed this matter with him yesterday, he really didn't expect the Wood Spirit clan to also come out in full force. This trip was extremely dangerous. What could the Wood Spirit clan who weren't good at fighting do? Once they were dragged into the battle, any demon king would be able to slaughter them all. The elder smiled and said, "The Wood Spirit clan and my Stone Spirit clan live together. Although they won't directly participate in the battle, they will still be of great help. Guess need not worry." Yang Kai frowned but didn't ask any more questions. He nodded and said, "In that case it's up to you." Turning his head to look, Yang Kai suspiciously asked, "Where's Ruashi?" He actually couldn't find Zhang Ruashi. Yesterday he had been meditating in the treehouse, racking his brains and didn't see Ruashi's face. He thought she had been outside all this time, but only now did he discover that Ruashi was gone. The elder and Mu Na looked at each other and then turned to their clansmen. "Have you seen that little girl?" No one answered. Not to mention the rare Stone Spirit clan, even the 100 or so Wood Spirits didn't know where Ruashi was. Yang Kai's face changed. His divine sense frantically spread out like a tide, covering a radius of several thousand miles in an instant. But where his divine sense covered, there was no trace of Ruashi at all. This made him both shocked and angry. How could a living person disappear for no reason? "Ninth Stone, do you know something?" The elder suddenly asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Xiao Xiao standing there with an uneasy look on his face. He was constantly scratching his ears and cheeks and his eyes were erratic. Yang Kai's heart moved. Looking at him he asked, "Xiao Xiao, where did Ruashi go?" Seeing that he couldn't hide, Xiao Xiao immediately hung his head dejectedly and whimpered a few times. Yang Kai's complexion changed greatly. Looking up in the direction of the blood door, he gritted his teeth. "That girl." Mu Na also covered her mouth and blurted out, "She actually set off to the blood door first?" Yang Kai angrily retorted, "It must be because I stopped her from participating in this operation yesterday. That's why she's acting on her own. When I catch her later I'll spank her ass." He was simply furious. Ruashi had always been well-behaved and obedient, but this time she actually dared to sneak away without telling him. How can this be? Yang Kai raised his hand again and knocked Xiao Xiao's head. "Since you knew, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Xiao Xiao covered his head and whimpered twice with a face full of grievance. "It's useless to say this now. Dear guest, it's best to find her as soon as possible. The blood door is now densely surrounded by demons. If she falls into their hands, things will become troublesome," the elder advised. How could Yang Kai not understand this? He could only suppress the impatience in his heart and say, "Relax your mind and body, don't resist. Don't make a fuss about what you see later." After saying this, Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards the two clans. Under the surge of space principles, the sealed world bead opened and the two clans were taken into the small sealed world one after another. The embodiment, who had already been notified by Yang Kai, sat there with a smile, welcoming the arrival of the two clans. The elder had said that the Stone Spirit clan was born with a limit of 10. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of expression they would have when they saw the embodiment, but he was too lazy to care, nor was he in the mood to explain the uniqueness of the embodiment to them. After putting all the members of the two clans into the sealed world bead, he immediately turned around and rushed towards the blood door. Along the way, Yang Kai constantly released his divine sense, hoping to find traces of Zhang Ruashi. However, this little girl had set off a day earlier. If she had gone at full speed, she might have already arrived near the blood door. Naturally, there was no trace of her on the way. This was indeed the case. At this moment, Zhang Ruashi was already 300 kilometers away from the blood door. She had been careful along the way, and although there was a bit of luck involved, she hadn't encountered too many twists and turns. However, she didn't dare to move forward now that she was here. There were too many monster race cultivators in front of her, and none of them were hiding their auras. If she dared to appear at will, she would definitely be discovered. Chapter 2583. At this moment, Ruashi was hiding in the canopy of a big tree, trying her best to restrain her aura. Although she was quite strong now, she absolutely didn't want to get into any trouble in this place, so naturally she focused on hiding and waiting for Yang Kai to arrive. As long as she waited for Sir to arrive and clash with the monster race, she would rush out to help Sir. Presumably, Sir wouldn't blame her at that time. She really just wanted to help. She didn't want to be sucked into Yang Kai's sealed world bead and wait in boredom whenever there was danger. That would make her seem useless. A group of patrolling monster race monsters passed by nearby, but they didn't find any trace of Zhang Ruoxi. This made her secretly rejoice and gave her a lot of confidence. This was the first time she had done such a dangerous thing, so naturally she was nervous. Fortunately, following Yang Kai around all these years wasn't a fruitless journey. She had experienced a lot of storms, so even if she was nervous, she could barely maintain her current state. Time passed by little by little. Another group of patrolling monster race monsters came from the front. These monster race monsters were extremely vigilant, looking around as if looking for any suspicious traces. Seeing this group of monster race monsters passing by under the tree, one of them suddenly stopped, his nose twitching slightly, constantly sniffing in the air. "What's wrong?" Another monster race looked at him and asked suspiciously. The monster race monster didn't answer and sniffed for a while before suddenly raising his brow and saying, "There's the scent of a human." As soon as this remark came out, Ruoxi's face changed drastically. She knew this was bad. She was afraid that she had exposed something. Once this group of monster race monsters determined her whereabouts, it would be difficult for her to escape. She could only hope that this monster race monster was just suspicious. She couldn't be sure. This way she might be able to escape this disaster. But her hopes were quickly dashed. After sniffing for a while, the monster race monster suddenly raised his head and looked at the canopy. Although they were separated by a thick layer of leaves and their eyes didn't meet, Zhang Ruoxi's heart still beat violently. She knew that she could no longer hide in this place. Just as she made up her mind to escape from here. Suddenly, a dirty head with disheveled hair appeared beside her. It hung upside down in front of her and grinned at her. Ruoxi was so startled that she almost exclaimed out loud. But after seeing clearly who this unkempt person was, she quickly covered her mouth and didn't dare to make any noise. She just stared at the dirty face with her pair of beautiful eyes. A hand reached out towards Zhang Ruoxi. He grabbed her and with a flash of his body, he disappeared on the spot like a ghost. Whoosh! One of the demon clan members jumped up to the top of the tree and looked around for a while. However, he did not find anything. He could not help but scratch his head. His face was filled with suspicion. "What's the situation up there?" asked one of the demons waiting below. "Nothing at all," the spectating Yao replied. He jumped down again and laughed. "Maybe it's just my imagination." The group of demon clan members looked at him with displeasure, scolding him for being too paranoid. Only then did they continue to move forward. Atop the crown of another tree, Zhang Ruoxi watched as the group of monster race disappeared into the distance. Only then did she let out a heavy sigh, her full chest heaving up and down violently. Just now, her heart had almost jumped out of her chest. She almost thought she was going to die. Fortunately, a noble person came to her rescue at the critical moment. She quickly turned her head and looked to the side. Beside her, Iceheart Valley's third sister was looking at her with a silly smile. Taking a closer look, Ruoxi realized that this woman should have a beautiful face. But now, her mind was damaged and she was slovenly. Living in the ancient lands all year round, her face was completely covered in dust and dirt. It was hard not to sigh. "Third senior, why are you here?" Ruoxi didn't know the name of this person in front of her. After all, she didn't even know Yang Kai, so she could only vaguely address her. It's hard to tell if he understood Ruoxi's question. Anyway, he didn't seem to have any intention of answering. Instead, he kept sniffing like a demon. His dirty nose was almost sticking to Ruoxi's body. He seemed to think that Ruoxi's body smelled very good. While sniffing, he showed an intoxicated look. Ruoxi felt very uncomfortable being sniffed and felt itchy all over. She quickly stretched out her hand in front of her, blocking third sister's intention to continue to violate her. She said, "Third senior, don't make trouble. You'll be discovered by those demon clan members." Third sister was pushed away by her. She immediately pouted and looked unhappy. Seeing her like this, Ruoxi couldn't bear to see her like this. She was a beautiful woman with a powerful second-order Emperor realm cultivation. In the outside world, she would definitely be admired and pursued by countless men. But now she was in such a state. Ruoxi wondered if her master, Senior Bing Yun, would be distressed if she knew about this. "Okay, third senior, I have something to do. Be good." Zhang Ruoxi reached out and held third sister's two dirty paws. She didn't show any disdain. Patting them gently, she said softly, "I'll wait for Sir here. Sir, do you know the person who gave you the fruit last time? Sir has been looking for you. Don't run around and wait for him here with me, okay?" Third sister looked at Zhang Ruoxi for a while and suddenly nodded vigorously. Ruashi smiled. You can understand? Third pounced on Ruashi like a tiger and hugged her tightly. Burying his head into Ruashi's ample bosom, he began to crazily rub his head against her. Third senior. I can't breathe. Ruashi's face flushed red. A strange feeling in her chest made her feel weak all over. The strength that was tightening around her made it difficult for her to breathe. Unfortunately, she wasn't as strong as third sister, so she couldn't break free. Just as Muna had said before, after the Blood Door's mutation, the inexplicable force in the vicinity seemed to have disappeared. Usually no one could get close to the Blood Door. Even the most powerful Monster King would be turned into pus by that mysterious force and die. But now, weak monster race cultivators were constantly pouring in from all directions. As if they had lost their minds, they rushed towards the Blood Door. Bloodline attraction. Xie Wuwei had mentioned this before. After the Blood Door's mutation, the aura of the Divine Spirit source of the Divine Spirit Palace began to leak out. This was a great temptation to any ancient lands creature. Those weak monster race cultivators were lured in and gradually lost their minds and rushed towards the Blood Door. But these monster race cultivators were destined to be unable to get within 10 kilometers. Because at this moment, 8 figures were constantly shuttling around the Blood Door. Once they found a monster race cultivator trying to get close to the Blood Door, they would not hesitate to kill them. These 8 monster race cultivators were the left and right divine envoys under the 4 great saints. For a time, corpses were everywhere within 10 kilometers of the Blood Door. In just a few days, countless ancient lands creatures had died at the hands of the 8 divine envoys, but they still couldn't stop the countless monster race cultivators from rushing in. 50 kilometers away, on top of a mountain peak, there was a stone pavilion. Inside the stone pavilion, 4 figures were either sitting or standing. Outside the stone pavilion, some monster race cultivators were respectfully guarding. From time to time they would look at the 4 figures with awe. These 4 figures were the 4 great saints of the ancient lands. The Blood Door's mutation was a matter of great importance. Even the 4 of them had to personally investigate the situation and guard the vicinity in case of any accidents. The figure on the left was a middle-aged man. He wore a purple brocade robe and a crown on his head. He looked no different from an ordinary human, but his face was dignified. His eyes were like lightning, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. This person was the Eastern Holy Sage, Fan Chi. The figure on the right looked somewhat similar to the Rock Spirit. They both had stone-like bodies and their skin was like a stone helmet. However, unlike the gentleness of the Rock Spirit, this figure gave off an extremely fierce feeling. His entire body was covered with stone spikes, and even his face was fierce and fiendish. A vicious aura lingered around his body, and his 2 eyes burned like flames as if they wanted to devour someone. The Northern Holy Sage Shihua. In the star boundary, the other 3 territories might not have heard of Shihua's name, but to the cultivators in the Eastern Territory, Shihua's name was like thunder to their ears. There was no other reason. 30,000 years ago, a top sect in the Eastern region, the Black Tortoise sect, had been annihilated by Shihua, and the tens of thousands of disciples in the sect were practically slaughtered. After the massacre, the Serene Soul Emperor was furious and had personally made a move to capture Shihua. Yet Shihua still escaped into the barbaric, desolate ancient grounds. To be able to escape safely under the Great Emperor's personal pursuit, one could see how strong Shihua was. In Maplewood City, Qin Chaoyang's ancestor was a disciple of the Black Tortoise sect. The Emperor Artifact Myriad Sword was his ancestor's sword. The 7 points Black Tortoise array that Qin Chaoyang taught to Yang Kai was also a secret of the Black Tortoise sect. After the destruction of the Black Tortoise sect, the Qin family's ancestor wandered to the Southern Territory and settled down in Maplewood City. Not long after, he died from his injuries. Generation after generation, the family had declined. In the middle of the stone pavilion, on a stone table, there was a pot of hot tea. A beautiful woman sat at the table. Her skin was white as snow, her eyebrows were picturesque, her figure was enchanting, and her beautiful eyes were charming. Her hair was like a waterfall falling behind her head, straight down to her delicate buttocks, and her face could be described as peerless. The beautiful woman stretched out her delicate hands and poured herself a cup of tea, quietly sipping it. The Southern Saint Senior Luan Feng. If one didn't know her background, perhaps no one would dare to believe that such a seductive beauty was actually a top saint spirit with an ancient inheritance. Those who dared to provoke her had already been burned to ashes by the world-extinguishing black flames. The last figure had a sinister look in his eyes. At first glance, one could tell that he was not someone to be trifled with. He sat on the stone bench in front of Luan Feng, motionless as if he was a fossil. Intentionally or unintentionally, his gaze would always wander towards Luan Feng's beautiful body, but he did not dare to be too presumptuous. Luan Feng gently sipped her tea and said lightly, "Song dog, if you look around again, do you believe that this queen will gouge out your eyes?" When the man who was called Song Dog heard this, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, but he could only smile and say, "Lady Luan Feng, why do you keep people 1,000 miles away? Don't you know this king's feelings for you?" Luan Feng did not raise her eyes, her voice still indifferent. "This queen only knows that you are very annoying." Chapter 2584. If someone else dared to say that Song Dog was annoying, he would have already torn that person apart. However, the person in front of him had the qualifications to say that. Not to mention that Song Dog liked her very much, he was not as strong as Luan Feng. Among the holy spirits there were differences in strength. In ancient times, there was even a ranking list of holy spirits. On that list, dragons and phoenixes were ranked at the top. Compared to the two holy spirits, the holy spirits ranked at the bottom were not on the same level. Luan Feng was a branch of the Phoenix clan. Although she was not as strong as her ancestor, she was still very strong. Especially that world-destroying black flame, it was very difficult to deal with. Among the four holy spirits of the ancient land, if there was a ranking, Luan Feng would definitely be ranked first. This was something the other three holy spirits could not deny. However, these four holy spirits lived in the ancient land all year round. If there was no need, they would not fight. Although Luan Feng was strong, if it was a life-and-death battle, the other three were not weak either. Even if they could not kill her, they could still severely injure her. The four holy venerates barely managed to maintain a balance in the ancient lands. After being looked down upon by Luan Feng, Song Dog could not help but become angry. He said unwillingly, "My eyes are on my body. I can look wherever I want to." Luan Feng's hand paused. She slightly raised her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were cold as she stared at Song Dog for a while. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and blew in his direction. A wisp of black flame suddenly appeared and attacked Song Dog like a snake. World-destroying black flame. Song Dog's expression changed. He realized that he had gone too far. Luan Feng actually attacked him. He hastily retreated. At the same time, he slapped forward with both hands. With one slap, the void shattered and the entire stone pavilion turned into dust. Several figures jumped out one after another and stood in the air. "What are you two doing?" Fan Hua's face was cold. She glanced at Song Dog and Luan Feng and coldly shouted, "Why do you two act like this every time you see each other?" Luan Feng stroked the hair on her shoulder. She said flirtatiously, "It's him who comes to provoke me every time." Song Dog was furious. He said, "I just looked at you a few times. It's not like I'll lose my flesh. You want to kill me? Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" The Luan Feng looked at him coldly and said, "I won't lose anything, but your gaze makes me feel very uncomfortable. Since I feel uncomfortable, I naturally have to make a move." The dog said, "Good, good, good. This lord has tolerated you for a long time. Since you look down on this lord so much, then let's see who's better today." "Sure." The Luan Feng turned around and sneered, "I've been wanting to kill you for a long time now. Since you're asking for death, I'll kill you. Then this consort will fulfill your wish." "You too." Fan Hua's face was frosty. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Have you had enough?" He seemed to have some prestige among the four of them, so when he spoke, whether it was the Song Dog or the Luan Feng, they didn't say anything. They just turned their heads and coldly snorted. "In such troubled times, not only are you two not working together, but you are also fighting among yourselves." Fan Hua looked as if he was exasperated. "Is it fun to be laughed at by your subordinates?" Song Go and Luan Feng both had embarrassed expressions and curled their lips. Around the stone pavilion. Sure enough, a group of monster race guards stared at them with wide eyes, as if they didn't understand why the high and mighty Saint Venerables would suddenly start fighting. "And you?" Fan Hua turned to Shihua. "What does it have to do with me?" Shihua shook his head, an innocent expression on his face. "You only know how to watch the show every time. Don't you know how to stop them?" Fan Hua coldly snorted. Shihua muttered unhappily, "They're fighting among themselves and I'm just watching. It's none of our business." The corners of Fan Hua's eyes twitched a few times, a helpless expression on his face. After a while he calmed down and said, "The blood door has changed. Under the attraction of the bloodline, all the creatures in the ancient lands have acted strangely. If it weren't for the four of us guarding this place, those Monster King below would have tried to enter the blood door already. You have all inherited the origin strength and memories of your ancestors, so you should know what secrets lie behind the blood door. In the past, that person wielded the heavenly punishment sword and killed all the saint spirits in the world. Our ancestors were lucky enough to escape. You don't want that person to appear again and we have to run for our lives, do you? Hearing him mention that person, the other 3 Saint Venerables couldn't help but change their expressions. In the ancient land, even the majority of the 32 demon kings did not know the secrets of the blood door. However, the 4 of them were different. The 4 of them had inherited their ancestors' origin energy and ancient memories, so they clearly knew what was sealed within the blood door. Not only was there the origin strength of countless saint spirits, but there was also the heavenly punishment sword, which was feared by all saint spirits in the world. If someone broke the seal of the blood door and released the sword, no matter how big the world was, there would be no place for the saint spirits to hide. The 4 of them would be the first ones to suffer. It was because of the importance of this matter that the 4 of them had to take action personally. They ordered the 32 Monster King to guard the surroundings and not let any creatures near the blood door. They were afraid that the seal of the blood door would be broken and the heavenly punishment sword would reappear in the world. Seeing the silence of the 3, Fan Hua nodded slightly and said in a serious voice, "As long as the 4 of us are united, even if the Monster King wants to, they won't dare to barge into the blood door. After this period of time we can rest easy. But if you really fight, the Monster King below will be in chaos. If something happens to the blood door, who can bear the responsibility?" His words were reasonable, and the other 3 Saint Venerables nodded. Song Go and Luan Feng also restrained their hostility. They knew that now was not the time for internal strife. 30 miles away from the blood door, Xie Wuwei was leading a group of demon generals to disperse in a territory to stop the creatures of the ancient lands who were trying to enter the blood door. His eyes would look in a certain direction from time to time. That was where the 4 Saint Venerables were gathered. He sat on an armchair and sneered from time to time. He knew why the 4 Saint Venerables were gathered near the blood door. The 4 Masters were obviously worried about the Monster Kings under them. They were afraid that these Monster Kings would not be able to resist the temptation of the blood door, so they were personally monitoring this place. In fact, it was indeed so. If the 4 Saint Venerables were not nearby, Xie Wuwei would have already broken the seal of the blood door. With his ability, he had reached the limit of his cultivation. There was no room for him to grow in this life. For a demon race who yearned for power, this was undoubtedly an extremely painful torture. The change in the blood door gave him hope. He could clearly feel that there was a mysterious and powerful force in the blood door that was resonating with his bloodline. It was definitely a force that could give him a new life, return to his ancestral bloodline, and transform into a holy spirit. Once he obtained this power, he could become an existence on par with the 4 Saint Venerables. He would no longer need to listen to the orders of others. Unfortunately, he did not have the chance. He could not even get close to the blood door. Under the surveillance of the 4 Saint Venerables, he believed that he would be killed before he could even get close to the blood door. With a heavy sigh, Xie Wuwei smashed the armrest of the chair with a slap. He was full of unwillingness. It would be a pity if he missed such a good opportunity. At this moment he suddenly seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head and looked in another direction. His heart skipped a beat. He frowned and thought for a while. Then he stood up slowly. The demon race expert named Shu Yu, who was following beside him, saw this and could not help but ask, "Where is Master going?" "I'm bored. I'm going to take a walk. You guys continue to monitor. If anyone tries to break through, kill without mercy." Xie Wuwei ordered with his hands behind his back. "Yes." Shu Yu cupped his fists and replied. He watched Xie Wuwei leave. After leaving the line of sight of the demon race subordinates, Xie Wuwei's figure flashed and disappeared into the forest. A moment later he suddenly appeared sneakily on the trunk of a big tree. He looked around for a while with a suspicious expression. Just as he was confused, a figure suddenly flashed beside him. A person appeared out of thin air. Xie Wuwei was shocked. His monster chi rolled and he was about to attack in a hurry. "Monster King, it's me." A familiar voice rang out, forcing Xie Wuwei to hold back his strength. "Young Master Yang." Xie Wuwei looked around with a surprised expression. "Where did you come from?" With his cultivation, which was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master, he was unable to detect Yang Kai's whereabouts, which was quite unbelievable. Yang Kai smiled and did not answer his question. Instead he said, "Monster King, there's something I need your help with." Xie Wuwei immediately looked at him with vigilance and asked nervously, "What is it?" Yang Kai waved at him. Xie Wuwei looked bored, but he had no choice but to go over. Yang Kai whispered a few words in his ear. Xie Wuwei's face changed drastically. He said in horror, "You want me to inform the Saint Venerables? Aren't you asking me to throw my life away?" Although he was Yang Kai's sole slave, Xie Wuwei was not willing to throw his life away. He was both shocked and angry. Yang Kai asked curiously, "How is this throwing your life away?" Xie Wuwei coldly snorted, "It's obvious that this news is fake. The Saint Venerables are not idiots. How can they not find out? Once they find out, this king will not be able to survive." While speaking, he shook his head like a rattle drum. "This king won't go. I won't go even if you beat me to death. Instead of dying at the hands of the furious Saint Venerables, I'd rather die at your hands." "Just do it." Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. "Who told you this news was fake?" Xie Wuwei glanced at him and curled his lips. "Don't lie to this king. Everyone in the ancient lands knows about that bell. It was taken away by a human master tens of thousands of years ago. How could it appear in the ancient lands for no reason?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "This bell isn't fake." Xie Wuwei was shocked. He said in shock, "This king is just a monster race. I'm not as cunning as you humans. Don't lie to me." Yang Kai grinned and patted Monster King's shoulder. "Why would I lie to you? You just need to leak this news to the Saint Venerables. I guarantee you'll be fine." Chapter 2585. But, how could that bell come back for no reason? Xie Wuwei still couldn't believe it. Suddenly he seemed to have thought of something and stared. "Could it be that you?" Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "That's right, that bell belongs to me now. I've already hidden it in that place." Xie Wuwei looked up in shock, his eyes filled with shock. He simply couldn't believe his ears. "Monster King, you won't not help me with this small matter, right?" Yang Kai's face sank again. "Don't forget, your soul imprint is still in this young master's hands." Xie Wuwei frowned. "Why do you want this king to reveal this information to the four saint sovereigns? That's this young master's business, you don't need to ask." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Xie Wuwei ignored his evasiveness and said, "You want to lure the four saint sovereigns away. Could it be that you want to enter the blood door? Aren't you a human?" The blood door was a forbidden area for the ancient lands creatures. Only the ancient lands creatures could have a bloodline attraction. Why would a human like Yang Kai want to enter the blood door? Xie Wuwei couldn't figure it out. "Why do you care so much?" Yang Kai impatiently pushed him and turned him around. He patted his back and said, "Hurry up and do what you need to do." Xie Wuwei didn't leave. He turned around with bright eyes and said, "Young Master Yang, if you want to enter the blood door, count me in." "You also want to enter the blood door?" Yang Kai glanced at him in amazement, but soon understood that Xie Wuwei also wanted to obtain the divine spirit's power. Xie Wuwei snorted, "If it weren't for the four saint sovereigns nearby, this king would have already rushed over. Why would I wait until now?" Yang Kai chuckled. He nodded and said, "All right, then let's see if you have the opportunity when the time comes." Xie Wuwei immediately became spirited. His figure flickered and disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. In the broken stone pavilion, the four saint sovereigns stood side by side. They looked at the blood door with serious gazes. At this moment, suddenly, a Yao general rushed over in a hurry. He raised his head and cupped his fists. "Greetings, lords." Fan Hua looked down and said coldly, "What's the matter?" The goblin general replied, "Master, Xie Wuwei, Xie Monster King requests an audience." Xie Wuwei? Fan Hua frowned. Of course he knew Xie Wuwei. He was one of the 8 monster kings under his command. He was smart and strong and could be considered one of the top monster kings. Why did he come to see him at this time? Fan Hua waved his hand and said, "Call him over." "Yes." The demon general replied. He hurriedly retreated. Not long after, Xie Wuwei followed behind him and returned to this place. Even though he was the monster king, Xie Wuwei still felt a mountain of pressure when he saw the 4 holy sages. This was especially so when he and Yang Kai's secret plan was no small matter. Once the Lord found out about it, he would die immediately. He could not help but feel a little nervous. Taking a deep breath, Xie Wuwei cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, master." Other than Fan Hua, who glanced at him, the other 3 holy sages did not pay any attention to him. After all, Xie Wuwei was the monster king under Fan Hua. He had nothing to do with them. "What's the matter?" Fan Hua asked calmly. Xie Wuwei raised his head and looked at him. He looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. His appearance aroused the curiosity of the other 3 holy sages. They all turned their heads to look. Fan Hua said, "Just say it. The holy sages are not outsiders." "I was waiting for you to say that." Xie Wuwei was secretly happy, but he did not show it on his face. He cupped his fists again and said, "Master, one of my demon generals accidentally found a bell in a valley 3,000 miles away from here." "A bell? What kind of bell is that?" Fan Hua frowned and asked. Xie Wuwei said, "According to the demon general's description and my own speculation, that bell is very likely to be the legendary Mountains and Rivers Bell." "What?" Brahma Centipede was astounded. The other three Saint Venerables also looked at him in shock, their eyes sparkling. In an instant, Xie Wuwei's body felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on his body, making him almost unable to breathe. "Are you sure it's the Mountains and Rivers Bell?" Wan Feng could not help but ask. Xie Wuwei said with difficulty, "There's an 80% chance. Because my subordinate said that the bell was exuding a very strong wild power. It seemed to be able to suppress the heavens and earth." He only glanced at it from afar and did not dare to approach it. He hurried back to report. "Suppressing the heavens and earth, wild power." Songgo's lips trembled with excitement. "It must be the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Where is it exactly?" Fan Hua saw his excitement and said indifferently, "This is strange. The Mountains and Rivers Bell was stolen by Yuan Ding from the ancient lands and disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Rumor has it that this ancient rare treasure was lost in the Shattered Star Sea along with Yuan Ding's fall. How could it reappear in the ancient lands for no reason, and at this time?" He was undoubtedly suspicious, so even though the Mountains and Rivers Bell was of great use to him, he could not help but inquire about it. Wan Feng's beautiful eyes also flashed when she heard this. She nodded slightly and said, "The timing is indeed strange." Sherhua rolled his eyes and suddenly asked, "Do you suspect that someone is trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain?" Fan Hua coldly snorted and looked at Xie Wuwei with a cold face. "Don't worry, this king has always treated you well. Do you know the consequences of deceiving this king?" Xie Wuwei's entire body stiffened, and he was even unable to raise his head under the extremely great pressure. He could only say in a low voice, "My lord, I naturally wouldn't dare forget the kindness of recognizing my worth. However, this matter is indeed true, so I don't dare conceal anything. As for the bell, this subordinate heard that the Shattered Star Sea on the human side just opened a few years ago. Did someone bring the Mountains and Rivers Bell out of the Shattered Star Sea?" As soon as these words came out, Fan Hua showed a thoughtful look. He naturally knew about the Shattered Star Sea, so Xie Wuwei's words had some basis. "Whether it is true or not, we will know once we go and take a look. It's only a few thousand kilometers away," Songgo urged from the side, looking impatient. "Of course we will go and take a look, but who will stay here to keep watch?" Fan Hua glanced at the others. Luan Feng pursed her lips and smiled. "This queen has not seen much of the world, so I will go and broaden my horizons." Songgo sternly said, "I will also go and take a look." Fan Hua turned his gaze to Sherhua, but Sherhua was not happy and snorted, "What are you looking at me for? I want to go too. Anyway, if you all leave, I won't stay here alone." Fan Hua sighed, knowing that these three could not be counted on. The Mountains and Rivers Bell had appeared at this time for no reason, and it was thousands of kilometers away, so he couldn't help but wonder if someone wanted to lure the tiger away from the mountain. However, all four Saint Sages wanted this bell and were afraid it would be taken by others, so it was not appropriate to leave anyone here. Sighing, he said, "Then let's all go and take a look. However, the Mountains and Rivers Bell is an ancient rare treasure that not everyone can subdue. Everyone depends on their own luck." Although he felt it was a little inappropriate, the temptation of the Mountains and Rivers Bell was too great. Not to mention there were 32 Monster King and the 8 great holy emissaries guarding this place, so there shouldn't be any problems in a short time. Xie Wuwei, who was standing below uneasily, was overjoyed when he heard this. He knew that great things were looking forward to. Once these four left, it would be much easier for Yang Kai to act. However, he didn't know what Yang Kai was relying on that gave him the confidence to break the Blood Door seal in front of so many monster race masters. There were nearly 43rd Order Emperor Realm masters, and when they joined forces, even the great emperors would have to avoid them. However, before he could savor this joy, Fan Hua suddenly beckoned to him and said, "Wu Wei, you lead the way." Xie Wuwei's face turned bitter, but he didn't dare to resist and could only obediently lead the way. In a flash of light, Xie Wuwei had already disappeared with the 4 Saint Sages. In the distant jungle, Yang Kai, who had concealed his aura, watched the 4 saint sages leave and breathed a sigh of relief. With these 4 divine spirits guarding this place, he really didn't dare to act rashly. Fortunately, the biggest threat had been eliminated. Although the remaining Monster King and Saint Envoy were powerful, they weren't to the point of despair. After waiting quietly for a while and confirming that the 4 saint sages were far away, Yang Kai released his divine sense and communicated with his embodiment. In the small sealed world, the embodiment, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Get ready." The group of stone spirits and wood spirits, who had been waiting for a long time, all looked solemn. Even Xiao Xiao took out the heaven-shaking pillar and carried it on his shoulder, looking majestic. Everyone knew that what awaited them next was a battle to the death. If they didn't succeed, they would die for a righteous cause. A somber atmosphere suddenly filled the air, causing the entire small sealed world to become much more dignified. On the towering mountain peak, there was nothing but an oval-shaped blood-red door standing in place. The Blood Door. One of the 2 great forbidden areas of the ancient wildland, a place where the creatures of the ancient wildland could be reborn. Figures shuttled back and forth near the Blood Door, constantly patrolling. The aura of each figure was dense, and their monster chi was rolling. They looked like they were not to be trifled with. These people were the left and right saint envoys under the 4 saint sages. There were a total of 8 of them. They were the most trusted subordinates of the 4 saint sages, so naturally, they were arranged to patrol the innermost area, in order to guard against the Monster King. However, the Blood Door was also very tempting to the 8 emissaries. It was an attraction that came from their bloodlines and could not be covered up by their loyalty. As the 8 emissaries patrolled back and forth, they glanced at the Blood Door from time to time. Their eyes were filled with desire. However, with others present, no matter how tempted they were, they didn't dare to barge into the Blood Door. This kind of thing was extremely painful and torturous. It was like starving to death, but there was a delicious meal in front of you, but you couldn't eat it. Fortunately, the 8 saint envoys were all quite strong, so they could barely suppress the restlessness in their hearts. At this moment, an envoy who was patrolling nearby paused and glanced at the place where the Blood Door was located. He frowned. He faintly felt that there were some abnormal energy fluctuations coming from the Blood Door. This was something that had never happened before. Chapter 2586. Before the Saint Envoy could figure out what was going on, the space on the other side distorted and a tall figure appeared out of thin air. The Saint Envoy was shocked. The 8 of them had clearly sealed off the surrounding 10 kilometers. Not even a mosquito could fly in, let alone a human. There were also 32 Monster King guards 50 kilometers away. How could a human enter under all these layers of interception? And judging from his aura, it was actually a human. How could this be? The Saint Envoy was both shocked and angry. He hurriedly shouted, "Who are you, little thief? How dare you trespass into the restricted area? Hand over your life." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed like a rainbow, wrapped in the rolling demonic chi, pouncing towards Yang Kai. While in midair, he swatted down with his palm. This was a furious blow from a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so naturally, its power was extraordinary. Yang Kai stood in place, feeling all the bones in his body creak. For the first time, he truly experienced the terrifying strength of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. He didn't panic and just coldly watched the monster race's figure pouncing towards him. When it was about time, he suddenly waved his hand. Asterisk shwa shwa shwa. Asterisk like a divine army descending from the heavens, the Stone Spirit clan, led by Elder Shirling, made a shocking appearance. However, there was no trace of the Wood Spirit clan. The hundreds of Wood Spirit clansmen were nowhere to be seen. This made Yang Kai suspicious. Asterisk roar. Asterisk a furious roar shook the heavens and the earth in an instant. It took a small step forward, and its body, which was only half the height of a human, suddenly grew bigger. It was accompanied by a burst of crackling sounds, and suddenly turned into a 30 feet tall stone giant. It was clad in a stone armor with a deep luster. He looked impregnable. It seemed to be able to defend against attacks that could destroy the heavens and earth. The heaven-shaking pillar on his shoulder also grew longer and thicker at the same time. He swung it at the incoming monster race saint. The sound of wind and thunder rang out. The power of this staff swept up the power of heaven and earth. The monster race saint was instantly thrown into chaos. Previously, when he saw Yang Kai alone, he didn't hesitate to rush over and kill Yang Kai, to eliminate future troubles. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, so many stone people would suddenly appear in front of him? Before he could even react, Xiao Zhao's staff had already smashed towards him. The demon race's divine emissary was quite impressive. He quickly stopped himself and released his demon chi, forming a layer of protection around his body. He crossed his arms in front of his chest. Boom, as the heaven-shaking pillar came crashing down, the demonic saint felt an unimaginable force rushing toward him. His demon essence was shattered, and the bones in his arms were broken. His body flew out uncontrollably. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Only after flying for several thousand feet did he manage to stabilize himself. The terrifying power of the Rock Spirit clan. That was how domineering he was. Even the monster race's divine envoy, whose strength was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master, would not be able to withstand such a blow. Rock Spirit. The eyes of the sacred emissary of the demon race turned red. Although he had suffered a loss, it was only a minor injury. It was nothing serious. Instead, it provoked his murderous intent. Swish, swish, swish. Many people who heard the commotion flew over from all directions and stood on either side of the demon race divine envoy. Including the demon race divine envoy from before, there were a total of 8 people. They were the 8 divine envoys of the 4 Saint Venerables. These 8 monster race masters undoubtedly knew the Rock Spirit clan. After all, when the 4 Saint Venerables wanted to subdue the Rock Spirit clan, they had been the ones to communicate with each other. They were also the ones who passed the information between them. They couldn't beat each other and had met face to face more than once. One of the divine envoys, who had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear, narrowed his eyes and coldly snorted, "Elder, what do you want?" The Rock Spirit clan stood near the blood door. The elder stood at the head of the group and tapped his walking stick on the ground. "My clan's future is here. What do you think this old master wants?" The divine envoy's eyes turned cold as he quickly said, "Elder, don't make a mistake. You should know the consequences of angering the 4 Saint Venerables. The Rock Spirit clan has very few members. You don't want to see it wiped out, do you?" The elder chuckled and stroked his beard. "My clan was born with the blessing of heaven and earth. Unless the will of heaven and earth descends, I'm afraid no one else has the ability to destroy my clan." Another divine envoy immediately gritted his teeth and said, "We were ordered to guard this place and not let anyone come close. Elder, are you trying to make things difficult for us?" The elder said indifferently, "It's not difficult. If you can turn a blind eye to this, the Rock Spirit clan will be grateful." Wishful thinking. The injured divine envoy shouted angrily, "Trespassing into the blood door, you will definitely die today." The elder sighed and said, "The change of the blood door is a great opportunity for the ancient land's creatures to restore the glory of their ancestors. As long as you can break the seal of the blood door and enter the blood door, you will have a chance to obtain the Saint Spirit Source. The 8 of you have been following the 4 Saint Venerables for many years. I'm sure you know the secret of the blood door. Instead of killing each other here, why don't we all join hands and share the source of the blood door? Isn't that wonderful?" I didn't know the elder was so good at talking. I have learned a lot today. The injured divine envoy coldly snorted with a mocking expression. The elder said, "Today the Rock Spirit clan will come out in full force. We are determined to obtain the secret of the blood door. Anyone who dares to hinder the future of our clan will be killed without mercy. 8 Master, please think about it carefully." Hearing this, the 8 divine envoys' expressions changed. In the past, when he interacted with the elder, he only felt that this old man was old and it was difficult for him to even speak. But today he was so unyielding and had a murderous look on his face. It was really surprising. The burly divine envoy sighed and said, "Since the elder insists, I'm afraid we can only offend you." No one dared to underestimate the strength of the Rock Spirit clan. If they really fought with these stone giants, they were not sure they could win. While they were talking, the divine envoy who was slightly injured by Xiao Zhao's stick suddenly changed his expression and shouted, "Despicable human, what are you doing?" Everyone was shocked and looked at the human who appeared first. They saw that the human was actually waving his hands and constantly forming mysterious seals. Beside him, the space became extremely distorted, as if it would collapse at any moment. This scene shocked the 8 divine envoys. They did not know what kind of mysterious divine technique this human had that could make the space change like this. Yang Kai's hands did not stop. He turned around and grinned, breaking the seal. This master of the divine envoy's question is so strange. "How dare you?" The divine envoy's expression changed and he shouted, "Stop right now or I will cut you into pieces." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "This young master is breaking the seal for the future of the ancient land. It's fine if you don't appreciate my kindness but you want to kill me. What kind of logic is this? Human child, don't talk nonsense. How can you interfere in the ancient land's affairs? The elder said loudly, this little friend is an honored guest of my rock spirit clan. This old master asked him to break the seal. A trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master can break the seal of the Blood Gate? What a joke. The elder said, this little friend is proficient in the Tao of space. There is an independent small world inside the Blood Gate. As long as he can tear the space barrier, he can naturally break the seal. The Tao of space. The 8 divine envoys were shocked. The elder continued, 8 Master, there are many divine spirit sources sealed inside the Blood Gate. You should have felt the resonance of your bloodlines. If he can really break the seal, it will be of great benefit to you. The burly divine envoy said, how could we not know? It's just that the Saint Venerables have ordered. The elder chuckled and said, the Saint Venerables are not here now. They have gone to a place thousands of kilometers away. You can't see them. The Saint Venerables are not here? The 8 divine envoys were stunned. They turned to look at the place where the 4 Saint Venerables were and found that there was no one there. In an instant, everyone couldn't help but feel a little restless. No one was willing to be inferior to others. Although the 8 divine envoys were loyal to the 4 Saint Venerables, if they could improve their strength further, no one was willing to miss such a good opportunity. If this human could really tear the space barrier and open the Blood Gate, they might really be able to enter and inherit the divine spirit sources from their ancestors and restore the glory of their ancestors. But, who could guarantee that this human would be able to break the seal? If he failed and the Saint Venerables found out that they did not put in any effort, they might be punished for it. The 8 divine envoys looked at each other and seemed to understand each other's thoughts. The burly divine envoy took a step forward and said lightly, I'm sorry. Although the elder's words are tempting, we can't disobey the orders of the Saint Venerables. Sorry for the offense. As soon as he finished speaking, the 8 divine envoys turned into 8 streams of light and rushed in front of the Stone Spirit clan. Stop them. The elder waved his walking stick and pointed forward. With the order, except for Xiao Xiao, the other 8 stone spirits from Stone 1 to Stone 8, jumped out and stopped 1 divine envoy each. In an instant, near the Blood Gate, the demonic vitality filled the air and the demonic chi rolled. The stone spirits and the 8 divine envoys fought fiercely. But soon, the 8 stone spirits who participated in the battle found something unusual. The 8 divine envoys didn't use their full strength and all the attacks were easily blocked by them. Although the stone spirits weren't very intelligent, they weren't stupid. After all, they had lived for so many years, how could they not know what the 8 divine envoys were planning? They were secretly happy and fought with their opponents. Soon, the bare mountain peak was filled with sand and stones. It looked very lively. Seeing this, Yang Kai already had a plan in his mind. He knew that the 8 divine envoys were tempted by the elder's words. At this moment, they were just acting to prevent the 4 Saint Venerables from investigating. But then again, even if they tried their best, they couldn't do anything to the Stone Spirit clan. Since the 8 divine envoys were willing to act, he had no more worries. He immediately devoted himself to breaking the seal of the Blood Gate. He used the Space Divine technique without holding back. Xiao Xiao and the elder stood aside and watched nervously. Chapter 2587. The battle near the Blood Gate was in full swing. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of the Monster Kings further away. Out of curiosity, they all rushed over to investigate, wanting to see what had happened. In a short period of time, more than 10 Monster Kings had gathered 5 miles away. When they saw the faces of the enemies who were fighting with the 8 messengers, they were all shocked. The Rock Spirit Clan. Why are they here? How is that possible? We have deployed guards outside. They can't just appear here out of thin air. Could they have come from underground? What are they trying to do? Are they trying to force their way through the Blood Gate? The Monster Kings were all talking at once. Suddenly their expressions changed. Although they had thought about forcing their way through the Blood Gate on more than one occasion, they really didn't have the courage to actually take action. At this moment, seeing the Shirling clan appear out of thin air and stand together with the 8 emissaries, their hearts were filled with admiration and anger. They were impressed because they were so bold and were not afraid of being blamed by the 4 holy sages. They were angry because these guys were so reckless. They would definitely be punished later. Thinking of this, the Monster Kings looked at each other and were about to rush over to help. The Rock Spirit clan was difficult to deal with. It was common knowledge in the ancient land. Although the 8 messengers were powerful, they might not be able to win against the entire Rock Spirit clan. Only by joining forces would they be able to suppress the Rock Spirit clan's arrogance in one fell swoop. Don't panic, messengers. We are here to help you. A monster king shouted and rushed over, wrapped in demonic chi. The burly holy messenger, who was fighting with Rock One, narrowed his eyes. He shouted, "Don't come over." The demon monarchs that were charging forward immediately stopped in their tracks. Their faces were full of shock. Although in the ancient land, the 32 monster kings and the 8 great holy messengers were similar in strength in terms of status, the holy messengers were still a level higher. After all, they were the confidants of the 4 holy sages and had always followed them. They could be considered as the holy sages' representatives. Under normal circumstances, their words were the Lord's orders. That was why no monster king dared to disobey the saints' orders. However, they were all confused. They didn't know what the saints' intentions were. Continue to guard the perimeter and prevent anyone from receiving us. If there are any more intruders, kill them without mercy. The burly saint emissary shouted as he guarded against Stone One's destructive attack. Yes, sir. Many monster king answered one after another, but each of them had a strange expression on their faces. They were all experts of the demon clan who had cultivated for countless years. His mind was nimble and meticulous. He could more or less see that there was something wrong with the burly saint's order. Under normal circumstances, everyone should work together to get rid of the trouble of the Stone Spirit clan as soon as possible. After all, the Blood Gate was of great importance and could not tolerate the slightest bit of carelessness. But now, the saint emissary wanted them to continue guarding the perimeter. It was as if he didn't want them to interfere in the battle. With just the 8 sacred envoys, they definitely wouldn't be able to do anything to the Rock Spirit clan. They looked at each other and muttered in their hearts. They didn't know if this was the saint emissary's idea or the Lord's order. If it was the Lord's order, it was possible. After all, the Lords had always wanted to subdue the Rock Spirit clan. Unfortunately, these rock spirits were like stones in a latrine pit. They were smelly and hard. The Lords had tried many times but failed. This might be an opportunity. However, no matter how much the saint emissaries wanted to subdue the Rock Spirit clan, it was unlikely that they would take the Blood Gate as a joke. There's a human over there. What's that person doing? A monster king suddenly seemed to have discovered something. He pointed in the direction of Jianghu and asked with wide eyes. When the other monster king heard this, they all looked over. After a while, their expressions changed greatly. This human is breaking the Blood Gate seal. What? This is ridiculous. What is the 8 masters' intention? Why are they just watching this person break the seal and not stopping him? If the Lord knew about this, it would be terrible. This is bad. The 8 masters being held back by the 8 rock spirits. This person is simply unscrupulous. What should we do? Why are you so anxious? Maybe, the 8 masters deliberately letting this happen? A monster king who seemed to be smart suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes. Another monster king turned his head and looked at him leisurely. He said lightly, "Huli, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." The monster king who was called Huli laughed and said, "I'm just saying. Brothers, feel free to listen." However, some words couldn't be taken lightly. Previously, the burly saint emissary didn't allow them to get close to the battlefield. Instead, he asked them to continue guarding the periphery. This made the monster kings suspicious. Now that Huli reminded them, they were all shocked. They faintly felt that this might be the truth of the matter. In an instant, every monster king felt their scalp go numb and their whole body turn cold. The 8 saint emissaries. Were they going to rebel against the Lord Saint? If that was really the case, the entire ancient land would be in chaos. With this preconceived notion, many monster kings quickly realized that something was wrong when they looked at the battle that was in full swing. At first glance, the battle over there seemed to be extremely fierce. The 8 saint emissaries and the rock spirits looked as if they couldn't wait to kill each other. They didn't show any mercy in their attacks. However, no matter how they fought, no one was injured. Not even a small injury could be seen. This situation was obviously a little strange. Huli's eyes turned again and looked in a certain direction. He said in surprise, "Where did the 4 saint emissaries go? Why can't I see any trace of them?" He didn't see any sign of them there. Immediately, a monster king answered, "I heard that the 4 saint emissaries received a piece of news and left in a hurry. I don't know where they went." They received a piece of news. Huli's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. What kind of news is more important than the Blood Gate? Why did the 4 saint emissaries rush over? I'm not sure about that. The monster king shook his head. Interesting. Luring the tiger away from the mountain, taking advantage of the situation, cutting off all means of retreat. Does the Rock Spirit clan have such brains? Huli laughed softly. Although his voice wasn't loud, the other Monster Kings heard him clearly. At this time, many Monster Kings didn't know what was going on at the Blood Gate. Their emotions suddenly became complicated. They were anxious and worried. They were anxious because the human had been breaking the seal for half a day, but there was no result at all. He was simply a piece of trash. They were worried because, if the 4 Saint Emissaries returned, the battle at the Blood Gate would probably end very quickly. Although the Rock Spirits were powerful, they were still not enough in front of the 4 Saint Emissaries. Once the battle ended, the Blood Gate seal wouldn't be able to be broken. What should we do now? The Monster King who spoke earlier moved closer to Huli and asked in a low voice. The other Demon Kings also looked over as if they were waiting for him to lead them. There was no other way. Huli had the best brain among all the Monster Kings. No matter how complicated the situation was, he could easily solve it. This was also why he could become one of the 32 Monster Kings even though he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. In the entire ancient wildlands among the 30 Monster Kings, Huli was the only one who wasn't a peak 12th order monster beast. In a one-on-one battle, the other Monster Kings wouldn't put him in their eyes, but in terms of tricks, the other 31 Monster Kings combined wouldn't be his opponent. At such a delicate moment, the Monster Kings naturally hoped that he could come up with an idea. Hearing this, Huli smiled and said calmly, "Why are you all looking at me? I also want to know what to do." The Monster King snorted coldly. A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Huli, we brothers have lived and died together in the ancient wildlands for so many years. If you have something to say, just say it. Why do you have to hide it? That's right, Huli. Now is not the time to play tricks. The group of Monster Kings stared at him as if they wanted him to come up with an idea. Huli spread his hands and smiled bitterly. You really shouldn't ask me about this. It's meaningless. As soon as he said this, the faces of the Monster Kings turned unhappy. They secretly felt that this cunning guy was really too unreasonable. It was really annoying. Huli smiled and said, "Didn't you, Master, just say that we should be on guard outside to prevent anyone from approaching? We'll just listen to your orders." He looked as if there was a hidden meaning in his words. The eyes of the group of Monster Kings lit up when they heard this. One of the Monster Kings clenched his fist and hammered his hand, saying, "That's right. We just need to follow orders. Even if the sky falls, there will naturally be someone tall to hold it up." That's right, that's right. After the words were said, the Monster Kings relaxed. They all stood there and looked at the intense battle not far away. From time to time they would even point and comment on the battle. They were very carefree. Just as Huli had said earlier, they were just following orders to guard the perimeter. Even if the Saint Venerables were to blame them, they would have an excuse. The ones to be punished would only be the 8 Saint Envoys, and it would have nothing to do with them. However, if the humans managed to break the seal before the Saint Venerables came back, at that time all the Monster Kings and Saint Messengers would definitely rush into the Blood Door. Who would care about the Saint Masters? The Stone Spirit Clan's plan is so big. Do they really have the confidence to succeed? Huli stood in the middle of the Monster Kings and looked at Yang Kai with a slight frown. But as far as he knew, since the Blood Door's appearance, no one had been able to break it. Usually no one could get close to it. If it weren't for the Blood Door's sudden change this time, the area within a 10-mile radius would still be a forbidden area. Above a towering tree, a small head poked out from the lush canopy. It was Zhang Ruoxi who was hiding here. Widening her eyes and looking forward, Ruoxi saw the battle near the Blood Door at a glance. She also saw Yang Kai, who was using his Emperor Chi to activate the Space Divine technique. The situation looked very dangerous. From time to time, violent monster race secret techniques would fly past Yang Kai's body. Sir is in trouble. Ruoxi was anxious and her delicate body swayed, wanting to fly over to help. Chapter 2588. If it was before, she wouldn't have dared to rush over like this even if she wanted to, but it was different now. With the Emperor Artifact 10,000 Beast seal, she had sealed millions of Monster Beast souls, and 12th Order Monster Beast souls were everywhere. She believed that with the power of the 10,000 Beast seal she could definitely help a little. Even if it was insignificant, as long as she could contribute, it would be of some use. Just as she flew up, she felt a tight grip around her ankle and she was pulled back again. Landing back on the tree trunk, Ruoxi shouted angrily, "Third Senior, what are you doing?" The person who pulled her back just now was Iceheart Valley's third sister. If she hadn't been with her and relied on her strength and concealment skills, Jianghu she wouldn't have been able to get close to this place. After all, she was only a third-order Dao Source realm cultivator, while there were plenty of second-order Emperor realm monster beasts in the vicinity of the blood door. Only third brother, relying on his miraculous concealment secret art, could bring Jianghu she here without anyone noticing. Seeing Jianghu she's anger, third sister looked scared, but she still kept waving her hand, pointing in the direction of the battlefield. Then she reached out and wiped her neck, sticking out a large part of her tongue. She quickly said, "I know it's dangerous over there and my life may be in danger, but Sir is over there so I have to go and help." Third sister grabbed Jianghu she's hand and shook her head like a rattledrum, showing that she wouldn't let go even if she died. Ruashi sighed, patted the back of third sister's hand and said softly, "Sir has taught me and raised me for so many years, but Ruashi has never been able to repay him. Now Ruashi finally has some strength to help Sir. I can't stay here and watch. Third senior, let me go. Even if I die, Ruashi will never regret it." She didn't know if third sister understood or not, but she just held her hand tightly and wouldn't let go. "Third senior, if you continue like this, I will hate you," Ruashi said anxiously. Third sister grinned. She smiled foolishly at her. Her pearly white teeth were as white as jade, forming a stark contrast with her dirty face. Outside the blood door, the elder, who was originally waiting with a solemn expression, rubbed his walking stick uneasily. Although he was surprised that the 8 saint emissaries were willing to cooperate with him with just a few words, other than the 8 saint emissaries, there were still 32 monster kings. These 32 monster kings were not much weaker than the 8 saint emissaries. If the 32 monster king charged over again, relying on the strength of the rock spirit clan alone, they might not be able to withstand it. At that time they could only let all the rock spirits form a circle, protecting Yang Kai in the middle, and resist for as long as they could. He could only think of a way to protect Yang Kai and leave this place. However, something even more unexpected happened. 32 monster monarchs charged over with overbearing momentum. After being ordered by the burly saint emissary, they actually stood in the distance and watched the show. They had no intention of interfering in the battle. It seemed that the temptation of the blood door was really great. The elder knew that the 32 monster kings stood by and watched. It was not because of the prestige of the burly saint emissary, nor was it because they were strong enough, but because they were also very interested in the blood door. They hoped that they could break the seal and open the blood door, allowing them to reap without sowing. His mood relaxed a lot, but soon, the elder began to worry again. In the current situation, if Yang Kai could tear the space barrier and open the seal of the blood door, it would be fine. When the time came, the group of monster beasts would definitely rush into the blood door. But if he failed, not to mention the disappointment, the 8 saint emissaries would not show mercy. Even the 32 monster king felt that they would not let them go. When the time came, nearly 40 third order emperor realm masters would attack together. The rock spirit clan would not be able to fight back. As he thought about it, the elder's expression became solemn, and his mood became heavier. "Elder." At this moment, Kai Yang suddenly let out a low shout. "Here." The elder hurriedly responded. He turned his head and saw that the space around the blood door was distorted, but there was no sign of the seal being broken. "Are you sure that the pattern you showed me before was a revelation left by the previous wood spirit patriarch at the cost of his last life force?" Yang Kai did not stop moving his hands, but his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. "I'm sure. What's wrong?" The elder had a guilty conscience, but his words were extremely firm. How could an elder lie to others? Then the revelation should be from this young master? Yang Kai continued to ask. The elder had a bad premonition in his heart and said dryly, "Yes." What bullshit revelation? Yang Kai was angry. This young master can't open this bullshit seal at all. How can that be? The elder's heart jumped. How could he dare to let Yang Kai back down? He immediately persuaded, "The seal of the blood door is not ordinary. How can it be broken so easily? Guess you can try. There's no rush. It's not a matter of whether or not I'm in a hurry." Yang Kai sighed and withdrew his divine technique. The distorted space around him returned to normal as he turned to the elder and said, "I am powerless. I can't even feel the space barrier, so how can I break the seal? Continuing like this will only be futile. Elder, I think we should withdraw while they are still easy to talk to. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid the 4 Saint Masters will return." The elder was shocked. Weren't those 4 Saint Masters lured away by Guest's clever plan? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "They are not fools. they will definitely discover a flaw. Once they do, I'm afraid they will immediately return. A distance of 3,000 kilometers is nothing to them. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave when they return. The elder fell silent. Although he knew what Yang Kai said was true at this point, it would be a pity to give up now. His expression turned serious and he said, "Guest, please step back a little. Let this old man and Stone 9 try." Yang Kai knew that he was unwilling to give up, so he did not stop him. He only said in an extremely indignant tone, "This time, we have been screwed over by the previous Wood Spirit Patriarch." If he had not seen the 9 ancient patterns in the treehouse, Yang Kai would not have agreed to the Stone Spirit clan's request so easily. He really thought that he was the savior of the 2 clans. In the end, when he came to try, he was completely powerless. He could not understand why the previous Wood Spirit Patriarch had left behind those 9 patterns before his death. The human in those patterns was clearly him, so why couldn't he open the blood door? Just as he was filled with unwillingness, the elder and Xiao Xiao roared in unison. Xiao Xiao, who was already 10 meters tall, suddenly swelled up, turning into a stone giant that was 15 meters tall. The elder, who had always given off the impression of an old man, also seemed to have been reborn at this moment. His hunched back straightened, and with a series of crackling sounds, he transformed into a stone giant that was even taller than Xiao Xiao. Not only that, but the stones piled up on his body were like muscles full of explosive power. The 2 glanced at each other, and then Xiao Xiao raised the heaven-shaking pillar high and smashed it down without reservation. Kong. A loud bang rang out, and the force that was enough to destroy the world actually shook the blood door slightly, but it soon calmed down. Xiao Xiao withdrew the heaven-shaking pillar, but the elder had already thrown a punch. The huge fist also smashed the blood door, causing it to shake violently, but it was still impregnable. Hong Hong Hong. A series of deafening bangs rang out as Xiao Xiao and the elder joined forces and bombarded the blood door without any regard for their lives. The violent strength of the Rock Spirit clan was displayed vividly at this moment. Even if there was a 1,000-blade mountain in front of them, the 2 of them could flatten it with one blow, but the blood door showed no signs of breaking at all. That human can't break the seal. Are they going to break it with brute force? Huli saw this scene and naturally knew what the Rock Spirit clan was planning. But it doesn't seem to be working. Another Monster King frowned. The Rock Spirit clan is born with amazing brute force, and can be said to be the most powerful clan in the world. Even the Holy Spirits can't compare. If they can't break it, then this blood door? The mood of the group of monsters suddenly sank to the bottom, and they realized that the hope of breaking the seal was very slim. Previously, when they were watching the show, the monsters were more or less looking forward to the moment when the seal of the blood door was broken. But at this time, that expectation gradually turned into deep disappointment. They were just disappointed, but the 8 holy emissaries were more than disappointed, they were angry. The few of them were just playing along with the Rock Spirit clan, turning a blind eye and allowing the Rock Spirit clan to do whatever they wanted in the Bloodgate. How could they have known that these guys would accomplish nothing, making them look forward to it for so long in vain? If the Saint Venerables found out later, they would definitely not be spared. Moreover, with such a big commotion, it would not be long before the Saint Venerables found out and came to investigate. Kong. Another loud sound rang out, and the heaven-shaking pillar in Xiao Zhao's hand actually shattered into pieces and fell apart. This heaven-shaking pillar was obtained by Yang Kai when he entered the Emperor Garden on Shadowed Star. It had been used as a weapon by Xiao Xiao until today. Xiao Xiao was obviously stunned when the heaven-shaking pillar collapsed. Immediately afterwards, the elder's punch also failed, and a trace of despair gradually appeared in his eyes. "Elder, it's time to leave." Yang Kai observed the expressions of the 8 holy emissaries and secretly felt that their patience was reaching its limit, so he couldn't help urging them. The elder didn't reply and continued to punch at the blood door with Xiao Xiao, creating an earth-shattering sound. "Elder." Yang Kai shouted, "Where there is life there is hope. If we don't leave now, the Rock Spirit clan will definitely be buried here." Waking up from his daze, the elder withdrew his fist with a heavy expression and shouted unwillingly, "Leave! You want to leave after coming here? How could it be so easy in this world?" The burly holy emissary's voice was cold as he no longer held back, his monster chi surging violently as he punched the chest of the Rock Spirit in front of him. The Rock Spirit clan did not react in time and was directly knocked back several dozen meters before tumbling through the air. The burly holy emissary was also furious, feeling that he had been played for a fool, so he naturally did not want to let the Rock Spirit clan leave so easily. Chapter 2589. The other 7 Saint Envoys did the same. Seeing that the Blood Gate was hopeless and that the Rock Spirit clan was going to retreat, they no longer held back and pushed their cultivations to the limit. The Rock Spirits who were fighting against them suffered great losses and were forced to retreat. However, the Rock Spirit clan was not only born with great strength, but also a strong physique. Unless their bodies were crushed, not only would they not die, they would not even be injured. After the burly Monster King forced his opponent back with a single move, he shouted, "Monster Kings, listen up. The Rock Spirit clan has trespassed into the Blood Gate restricted area and is up to no good. By the order of the Saint, take them all down." He pointed his finger and the 31 Monster Kings who were watching from a distance, rushed over like wolves and tigers and surrounded the Rock Spirit clan in an instant. Yang Kai's heart sank as he realized that they were in big trouble. The 8 Saint Envoys and the 31 Monster Kings made a total of nearly 43rd Order Emperor Realm Masters. Such a powerful lineup could only be subdued by the great emperors themselves. *111**. A powerful aura burst out and the whole world hummed. The gravel on the ground slowly floated up uncontrollably, as if there was an invisible force bouncing them up. "If you don't have a diamond, why take on this porcelain job?" Huli sighed and slowly shook his head. His eyes swept over the 10 huge rock giants and finally fixed on Yang Kai. "Leave this human to this king. You deal with the rest." He was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so he did not have the courage to confront the Rock Spirit clan head-on. However, dealing with a first-order Emperor Realm human was not a problem for him. The burly Saint Envoy obviously knew what Huli was planning. Hearing this, he only glanced coldly at Yang Kai. He warned, "Huli, you have to be careful. This human is proficient in the Tao of Space." Huli was surprised and whispered, "Tao of Space? This is rather interesting." Although he said so, he still did not put Yang Kai in his eyes. After all, the gap between their cultivations was too obvious. The burly Saint Emissary's face was gloomy as he looked coldly at the elder. "I respect your old age and I don't want to fall out with your clan. As long as you cooperate and surrender, maybe the Saint Venerables will show mercy when they return. However, if you are stubborn, then I can only offend you." The elder sighed and said, "Sacred Envoy, this old man appreciates your kind intentions. But my Stone Spirit clan will not submit to anyone." "Not even the saint?" The burly saint's eyes turned cold. The elder shook his head slowly. The burly sacred emissary gently nodded and said indifferently, "If that's the case." He raised his hand high. Then he swung his arm down and shouted, "Kill!" Swish, swish, swish. More than 30 Monster King figures swayed, wrapped in abundant demonic chi and rushed toward the Rock Spirit clan. In an instant the elder took the lead. The Rock Spirits roared in unison. Huge fists were swung out as if they could shatter heaven and earth. Wrapped in an unimaginable violent force, they went to meet the Monster King. The Monster King did not dare to fight them head-on. They all used their demonic techniques to hide their bodies, and then used their advantage in numbers and agility to deal with them. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions were heard and rays of light bloomed. The curtain of an earth-shattering battle was lifted. "Take 9 sure and leave. Leave my Rock Spirit bloodline." The elder suddenly shouted. The crutch in his hand was swung in a circle, and he smashed it toward a Monster King that was flying toward him. However, the Monster King nimbly dodged it. Yang Kai knew that the elder was talking to him. However, at this moment, how could he leave as he wished? If he was alone, he could come and go as he pleased. However, if he wanted to take Xiao Xiao away, he would have to first put him into the sealed world bead. However, Xiao Xiao seemed to have lost his mind and was fighting side by side with the other Rock Spirits. If he did not take the initiative to cooperate, Yang Kai would not be able to forcibly put him into the sealed world bead. "Human, let this king have a taste of your skills." Suddenly, a figure blurred in front of him. Yang Kai discovered that the Monster King named Huli had suddenly appeared in front of him. He had a slight smile on his face, and he lightly slapped his palm toward him. Scram! Yang Kai also raised his palm and met the other party's attack. "You've got guts." Huli chuckled. He found this human to be quite interesting. He actually dared to meet him head-on with a cultivation level lower than his. Did this human have no combat experience? But soon, his smile stiffened on his face. This was because the moment his palms collided, Huli felt a power that was not inferior to his own come from the front. The power of his palm was easily flattened. Not only that, but the other party's attack also contained a mysterious power that fluctuated freely in space. It seemed to be able to cut his palm open. Huli turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated. He looked at Yang Kai with a look of horror. The contempt and indifference in his eyes disappeared, and it was replaced with extreme seriousness. Condense. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. The surrounding space law surged, and the space where Hu Li was instantly solidified. It was as if he had fallen into a pool of mud. Not only was his body unable to move freely, but even the power in his body was difficult to circulate. Yang Kai clapped his hands again and pulled, and with a sizzling sound, a huge pitch-black moon blade suddenly took shape and was thrown directly towards Hu Li. Hu Li's complexion changed drastically and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He felt his hands and feet turn cold and his entire body turn cold. He desperately urged his strength to dodge, but he found that he was powerless. Under the inexplicable binding of the space principles, he could not avoid this blow. In a hurry, Hu Li could only open his mouth and spit out a snow-white ball about the size of a quail egg, exuding a strange fragrance. A monster core. At this moment of life and death, Hu Li decisively spat out this monster core that could not be easily exposed. Blowing on the spinning monster core in front of him, a layer of protection suddenly appeared in front of him. Kong. The huge moon blade slammed into the protective layer, as if it had cut into a ball of extremely tough cotton candy. It was not until its own power was exhausted that the layer of protection was broken. At the same time, the space principles that bound Hu Li disappeared. Hu Li did not dare to hesitate and quickly put away his monster core, then jumped back a few dozen meters. After putting some distance between himself and Yang Kai, he gasped for breath with a face full of lingering fear. He had underestimated this human being and had almost caused him to be doomed eternally. If he had not used the power of his monster core, he was afraid that he would have been split in two. This human, what was his background? On the other side, one of the 8 envoys who had not participated in the battle saw Hu Li retreat and could not help but have a look of surprise in his eyes. He was surprised by Yang Kai's amazing fighting strength. However, he also knew that the Monster King Hu Li was not known for his fighting strength, but mainly for his tricks, so he was not too surprised and took a step forward with a cold snort. While his afterimage was still in place, he had already arrived in front of Yang Kai. Looking down at Yang Kai condescendingly, the Saint Envoy reached out to grab Yang Kai, as if he was trying to catch a chicken. His expression was relaxed as he said lightly, "A trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master dares to act so presumptuously in the ancient lands? It seems that your master has not told you how dangerous the ancient lands are. This is not a place where you humans can do as you please." Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he quickly formed a series of seals with his hands. A mysterious aura suddenly filled the air and time seemed to stop at this moment. The Saint Envoy only felt that his thoughts had suddenly come to a halt and his vision blurred. Yang Kai had already struck him with his palm. Flowing time, Great Emperor, withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream. A murmur sounded in the Saint Envoy's ears. In front of everyone's eyes, the Saint Envoy seemed to have been cast on him and was caught off guard by the seal. It was only at this moment that the Saint Envoy suddenly woke up. In an instant, his expression changed greatly as he felt the terrifying power coming from his arm. He screamed and hurriedly retreated. The monster chi in his body trembled and rushed to his arm, resisting the terrifying power. Looking down, the Saint Envoy could not help but widen his eyes in shock. His arm seemed to have experienced the baptism of the flowing time Great Emperor and its vitality was rapidly draining away. His originally sturdy arm was about to wither. What kind of power is this? The Saint Envoy exclaimed and hurriedly urged his monster chi to force this power out of his body. But how could Yang Kai give him this opportunity? Now that he had shed all pretense of cordiality with the ancient land's monster race, he naturally wanted to kill as many as he could to relieve the pressure on the Stone Spirit clan. The myriad sword buzzed as Emperor Chi surged. A dazzling sword light more than 10 meters long slashed down at the Saint Envoy. If this attack hit, the Saint Envoy would be seriously injured even if he did not die. At the very least, he would not be able to fight for a while. In fact, the strength of this Saint Envoy had exceeded Yang Kai's expectations. The flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal had always been successful ever since he cultivated it, but this Saint Envoy was able to break free from the interference of time principles at the most critical moment, causing the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal to fail and only injure one of the Saint Envoy's arms. As expected of a master comparable to a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. If he had been prepared, Yang Kai estimated that the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal would not have been able to hit him. The sword light was dazzling, and the sword intent soared to the sky. Yang Kai's murderous intent was so dense that it was almost tangible. "Human, don't you dare." the burly Saint Envoy roared. He did not seem to move, but he suddenly appeared between Yang Kai and the Saint Envoy who had been hit by the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. Without dodging, he threw a punch at Yang Kai's myriad sword. First, the Monster King Huli had been scared away by Yang Kai. Now, another Saint Envoy had been injured by him. If this Saint Envoy really died under Yang Kai's sword, the ancient land's monster race would lose face. Even if he could kill Yang Kai after this, he would be punished by the Holy Master. How could the burly Saint Envoy just stand by and watch Yang Kai display his might? Chapter 2590. Under the burly Saint Envoy's punch, Yang Kai's myriad sword wave was shattered, and his entire body was swept away by the powerful fist wind. You overestimate yourself. The burly Saint Envoy coldly snorted, his murderous intent flashing as he sent out another punch. It was a simple and direct movement without the slightest bit of fancy, but it was a simple strike. The burly Saint Envoy still wanted to subdue the Stone Spirit clan and was unwilling to fight them to the death unless it was absolutely necessary, but for a human like Yang Kai, a trivial human was nothing. So what if he had to kill him? Before the fist arrived, the wind created by it whistled through the air, causing Yang Kai's skin to hurt. He couldn't block it. He couldn't block it at all, the difference in cultivation was too great. Yang Kai was only able to injure a Saint Envoy just now because he caught him off guard. The biggest credit for that was the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. But now he didn't even have time to form a seal when this punch came. Come out. As Kai Yang rapidly retreated, he suddenly shouted out. In the next moment, a huge stone giant appeared with a bang. This stone giant looked similar to the Stone Spirit clan, but its eyes were less violent and more intelligent. The embodiment. As soon as it appeared, the embodiment swung its fist forward to meet the attack. Before the burly Saint Envoy's complacent punch could hit Yang Kai, a stone spirit had mysteriously appeared in front of him. The Saint Envoy couldn't help but twitch his eyes, thinking that he was seeing things. But when the fist arrived, he realized that it wasn't an illusion at all. It was too late for him to change his move in a hurry, so he could only brace himself and meet the embodiment's fist head-on. Kong. There was a loud bang. The embodiment staggered back 2 steps. The burly Saint Envoy, on the other hand, grunted as the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard from his wrist. His whole body flew backwards like a ragged sack. In terms of cultivation, the burly Saint Envoy was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, far stronger than the embodiment, but in terms of strength, the embodiment could easily crush him. The burly emissary was at a disadvantage in this confrontation. The remaining 6 Saint Envoys who were watching the battle not far away were all stunned. All of them were petrified. He stood there in a daze as if he had lost consciousness, unable to accept this fact. This human, who appeared to be the weakest among them, had actually forced a Monster King to retreat in such a short amount of time and injured 2 holy messengers. Even though he was not the one who had injured the burly holy messenger, such a battle record was shocking enough. What the demons couldn't understand the most was where this Shurling had jumped out from. Wasn't it said that the Rock Spirit clan was born with a limit of 10, and that they would die after 10? Including the last Rock Spirit, the Rock Spirit clan already had 11 clansmen. He had already broken the legend of death after 10 years. How could this be? If the Rock Spirit clan could surpass 10 in number, what other clan in the world could go against them? These guys were all battle maniacs. Each one of them would be extremely terrifying when they grew up. Go help. Yang Kai flew to the embodiment's shoulder and turned his head to look in the direction of the Rock Spirit clan. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and beckoned in a certain direction. It seemed to be summoning something. The Rock Spirit clan's situation was not optimistic. Even if they were born fighting machines and did not know fatigue, even if they had immense strength and strong bodies, they were still beaten to a pulp by the Monster King who was 3 times their size. They were battered and exhausted. Each of the Rock Spirits seemed to have gone mad as they wantonly unleashed their power. However, they could not do anything to the agile Monster Kings. Instead, they scattered in all directions. There was no way for them to support each other. They could only fight on their own. Basically, every Rock Spirit had to face 3 Monster King-level powerhouses. However, these Monster Kings were extremely cunning. They divided up the work and worked together. 2 of them restrained the Rock Spirit's movements on the ground, while the other flew in the air, looking for opportunities to use powerful demonic techniques. Although the Rock Spirits were not in danger for the time being, in the long run, It was only a matter of time before they were all wiped out. The elder obviously realized this as well. A look of determination flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "Muna, help me." As soon as he finished speaking, colorful lights suddenly spread out from his back. Those lights condensed and extended behind him, directly forming two colorful wings. Yang Kai was stunned when he saw this. He suddenly realized that this seemed to be the wood spirit's power. Those colorful wings should be the power that the wood spirits gave to the rock spirits with their own power. No wonder he didn't see the wood spirits when he summoned the stone spirits. No wonder the wood spirits had followed him before he set out for battle. It turned out that the two races really lived together and helped each other. It wasn't just a matter of protection and reliance. The biggest disadvantage of the rock spirits was that they could not fly. This was related to their body structure. However, the wood spirits could give the rock spirits the ability to fly. Swoosh, 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 pairs of colorful wings suddenly appeared behind each rock spirit's back. Those wings fluttered, bringing them along to fly nimbly. It was as if they were a part of themselves. There was not a hint of obscurity. The Monster King's faces darkened. They all rose into the air and attacked from the front and back. They surrounded the rock spirits from both sides. They looked like they would not let them break through the defense line. Those Saint Envoys who were still watching the battle could not sit still. They also swayed their bodies and went to help. For a moment, in mid-air, the many tyrants fought until the sky changed color. The sun and the moon dimmed. Under the collision of all kinds of laws, it seemed like the world was going to collapse. "What are you going to do?" Yang Kai's face darkened. He looked at the embodiment and asked. The battlefield had suddenly shifted to the sky. The embodiment could not do anything at all. The embodiment grinned and said, "I also have the help of the wood spirits." Whoosh! Suddenly light spread out from his back. Two wings extended. After a leap he directly jumped into the air. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He knew that the embodiment must have received help from the wood spirits before this. He could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He waved the myriad sword forward and shouted, "Kill!" Thousands of miles away from the blood door, four figures rushed toward the blood door. It would not take long for them to reach the battlefield. Each of these four figures had a terrifying aura. They were the four Saint Venerables of the ancient land. They had previously received Xia Wuwei's report and had gone to investigate the mountains and rivers Bell. When they arrived, they had indeed seen the mountains and rivers Bell. Unfortunately, no matter what they did, they were unable to subdue it, let alone take it away. The bell was in a valley and did not move. They did not know why it had appeared out of thin air. The suppressive power of the bell was so strong that even the four Saint Venerables did not dare to underestimate it. Just as the four Saint Venerables were at their wits' end, they suddenly sensed an abnormal movement from the blood door. 3,000 miles was not close, but it was not far either. However, the four Saint Venerables had extremely sharp senses. The fierce battle there naturally could not escape their detection. In an instant, the four Saint Venerables knew that they had been lured away. They did not hesitate and immediately rushed back to the blood door. After all, the mountains and rivers Bell could not escape. They could not lose the blood door. Before they could rush back to the blood door, an aura that made them feel shocked suddenly came from behind them. That aura spread out, making them feel as if they were being suppressed. Mountains and rivers Bell. Old Dog suddenly turned around and stopped. Sure enough, he saw a stream of light chasing after them. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of them. Wan Feng, Fan Ku and Shihua's expressions changed greatly. They did not dare to face it head-on and hurriedly scattered to the sides. Shio. The mountains and rivers Bell flew past the four Saint Venerables and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Shihua had a look of lingering fear. Just now, he thought that someone was going to use the mountains and rivers Bell to suppress them. He was so scared that he almost used his source strength. However, the mountains and rivers Bell had actually flown away. This situation was truly baffling to them. The other three Saint Venerables were also bewildered. Fan Ku suddenly thought of something and her face sank. Gritting her teeth, she said, "This mountains and rivers Bell has a master." Wan Feng's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She said in shock, "You mean, the master summoned it?" Fan Ku coldly snorted, "Other than that, what other explanation is there?" Old Dog's face suddenly turned ugly. He looked at the blood door and said bitterly, "Who took the mountains and rivers Bell and used it to distract us?" Fan Ku said, "No matter who it is, his goal is definitely the blood door. Let's go." After saying that, he quickly rushed forward. Wan Feng, Old Dog and Shihua exchanged a look and also hurried after him. Dozens of miles behind them, Xie Wuwei had a bitter expression as he chased after the four Saint Venerables. However, he was not as fast as them and could only eat their dust. Just now, when the mountains and rivers bell suddenly flew over, he naturally saw it and knew that it was definitely Yang Kai's doing. In her heart, she was cursing Yang Kai like a dog, but at the same time she couldn't help but worry for him, fearing that Yang Kai would encounter some kind of accident. Now that he was Yang Kai's sole slave, if Yang Kai died he would definitely die. Kid, you'd better be safe and leave quickly. The Saint Venerables have returned. Xie Wuwei prayed in his heart. Above the blood door the monsters were fighting. The rock spirits rushed left and right, but they could not break through the defense and were all trapped in place. After all, the difference in numbers was too great. Under the full strength of the Monster King, the rock spirits had nowhere to run. At this moment, a stream of light came from afar. Judging from the direction, it was coming from the center of the battlefield. That stream of light seemed to contain an extremely terrifying aura. Wherever it passed, the world buzzed and trembled. Human die. The burly Saint Envoy who was injured by the embodiment let out a roar as the phantom of a giant multicolored tiger suddenly appeared behind him. In a flash, the tiger lunged at Yang Kai and bit him. He had suffered a great loss from the embodiment once, so he did not dare to get too close. He just wanted to use his secret technique to kill this kid first. At this moment, the embodiment was entangled with another Monster King and could not free himself to help Yang Kai. Seeing the phantom of the giant tiger pouncing at him, the embodiment roared and released the territory of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. The violent suction force pulled the blood and chi of the Monster King out. Chapter 2591. What the hell? The Monster King was shocked. When had he ever seen such a strange secret technique? Shocked, he wanted to retreat. However, the embodiment grinned maliciously and slapped him with its hand. Unfortunately, there was still a gap in strength. He could only watch as the Monster King broke free from the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's territory and fled. At this moment, the burly Saint Emissary's attack arrived. "Don't worry about me," Yang Kai suddenly shouted. The embodiment who was about to help stopped. Whoosh! A stream of light flashed, and a small ancient bell suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's hand. The flowing time Great Emperor was modeled on the bell, but there were clear carvings of flowers, birds, rain, beasts, mountains and rivers. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted the bell gently. Emperor Qi surged, and the small bell suddenly grew to the height of a person, blocking in front of him. Roar. The phantom of the giant multicolored tiger pounced in front of Yang Kai and bit down on the big bell. Clang. The sound of the bell shook the 9 heavens, and a layer of ripples suddenly spread out with Yang Kai as the center. The ripples seemed to contain an extremely mysterious power. All creatures who heard the bell sound, whether it was the 30-odd Monster King or the rock spirit, were stunned, as if they were suppressed for no reason. The giant multicolored tiger was directly shaken and scattered, turning into fluorescent light and disappearing. Puff. The burly Saint Emissary spat out a mouthful of old blood, and his spirit suddenly weakened. The phantom of the giant multicolored tiger was a full-force attack that he had used the power of his monster core. After it was shaken and scattered by the mountains and rivers bell, he also suffered a certain degree of backlash. The mountains and rivers bell. The burly Saint Emissary clutched his chest with one hand and staggered back. The corners of his eyes twitched violently. His mind was sluggish and he could not believe his eyes. The mountains and rivers bell? This is impossible. Wasn't this thing stolen tens of thousands of years ago? How could it appear here? The demons were shocked, and the Saint Envoys were also exclaiming in surprise. Their eyes were filled with shock. There was nothing he could do about it. The mountains and rivers bell was just too famous. It was something that had been passed down from the savage, desolate ancient land. No one knew the horror of the mountains and rivers bell better than them. But when he looked up, the big bell in front of the human being was exactly the same as the legendary ancient rare treasure. Thinking of the suppressive force just now, what else could it be but the mountains and rivers bell? All of a sudden, fear appeared in the eyes of the Monster King. They might not put a trivial first-order Emperor realm human in their eyes, but if this human had the mountains and rivers bell in his hand and could use its power at will, they would have no choice. That would be a different story. No one was willing to try the terrifying power of the mountains and rivers bell. With the bell in hand, the faces of the Monster King and Saint Envoys turned cold, but they were wary of taking action. Yang Kai raised the mountains and rivers bell and shouted, "All of you follow me." The rock spirits reacted and took advantage of the time when the monster kings were still in a daze to rush towards Yang Kai. They gathered around him. Those who stand in my way will die. Yang Kai held the myriad sword in one hand. Raising the mountains and rivers bell high in the air, he let out an aggressive roar. After determining a direction, his figure flickered as he dashed in that direction. In that direction there were several monster kings who were staring dumbfoundedly. Seeing Yang Kai leading a group of stone spirits, they were all taken aback. Before they could make way, Yang Kai raised the myriad sword and slammed it on the mountains and rivers bell. Dang. The deep sound of the bell almost converged into a shock wave visible to the naked eye, directly attacking the few monster kings blocking the way ahead. Wherever it passed, the space was suppressed. The expressions of the few monster kings changed drastically, and they cursed loudly. They didn't dare to hesitate and scattered to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack range of the shock wave. They had just retreated when Yang Kai led a group of rock spirits and rushed through them. He was so arrogant that it was as if he had entered a place where no one could stop him. Every monster king's expression was ugly, and the expressions of the 8 saint envoys were so gloomy that it was as if they could scrape off frost. This place had gathered the highest combat power of the ancient land's monster clan, but a human had killed his way in and out so unscrupulously. If news of this spread, where would they put their faces? But Yang Kai looked murderous, and they really didn't dare to be the first to eat crabs. Who knew what the consequences would be if they were really attacked by the mountains and rivers bell? Didn't they see the dispirited face of the burly saint envoy and his blood kept flowing out? This was only the power of the backlash. If they were hit directly, there wouldn't even be a speck of dust left. The monster kings all had different thoughts, so Yang Kai led the rock spirit clan out of the encirclement easily, and they were about to escape. At this moment, Yang Kai, who was leading the charge, suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked in a certain direction in a daze. The rock spirits following closely behind also instinctively sensed traces of chilling aura growing in their hearts. *1. The world suddenly trembled and several small black dots suddenly appeared on the horizon. In the blink of an eye, those small black dots flew close, and 4 terrifying auras fell from the sky and gathered in one place. It was as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down, making Yang Kai's chest feel heavy, and he almost couldn't breathe. Holy spirits! Yang Kai's eyes bulged as he stared at the 4 figures that suddenly appeared, his face as ugly as it could be. He knew that these 4 holy spirits must be on their way back, but he only needed a little bit of time to take the rock spirit clan back into the mysterious small world. At that time he could use his space secret technique to escape from here. However, in front of these 4 holy spirits, this little bit of time was nothing but a luxury. Yang Kai's figure came to a halt, and so did the rock spirit clan, their eyes filled with despair. They knew that since these 4 holy masters had appeared, they would not be able to escape today. The elders smiled dryly. "Little brother, my rock spirit clan has implicated you. If he and Muna hadn't insisted that Yang Kai bring them to the blood sect, how could there be such a disaster today? Speaking of which, it was indeed them who had implicated Yang Kai, so the elder's heart was filled with guilt. It's not the end of the road yet. It's too early for elder to say this. Yang Kai pursed his lips and shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the 4 holy spirits. He had been in the ancient lands for a long time, but he had heard of these 4 holy spirits for a long time. These 4 were the overlords of the entire ancient wild land. Fan Hua, Luan Feng, Zhangguo, Shihua. Yang Kai looked at the faces of these 4 people, their names flashing across his mind. Luan Feng's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed as she looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. "Little friend, have this queen seen you somewhere before?" "Little friend," the corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, but in front of these powerful existences who had lived for who knows how many years, she was qualified to call him that. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. More than 10 years ago, on clear Jade Mountain outside Maplewood City, this junior was fortunate enough to see Master. I'm afraid Master doesn't remember. What he was talking about was naturally the time when he and Lu Xianyun escaped from the Blue Feather sect and went to Maplewood City. At that time, a Luan Feng cub suddenly appeared on clear Jade Mountain, causing many cultivators to go to search for it. In the end, the Luan Feng suddenly appeared and burned countless cultivators with her world-extinguishing black flames, causing clear Jade Mountain to burn forever. At that time, it was also the first time he saw a real living holy spirit. At that time, the Luan Feng he saw was her true body, but now she had taken human form. However, there was only one holy spirit in this world, so Yang Kai naturally knew that this beautiful woman was the behemoth he saw back then. Hearing this, the Luan Feng's beautiful eyes flashed, seeming to have some impression of him, and nodded lightly. Does Lady Feng know him? Fan Hua asked lightly. The Luan Feng smiled. We just met once. I didn't expect him to grow to this extent in just a short 10 years. It seems that his talent is not low. In time he will become a tyrant. Song Go sneered and stared at Yang Kai maliciously. Only those who can grow can be called tyrants. The mountains and rivers bell actually belongs to him. It seems his opportunity is not small. Fan Hua stared coldly at the mountains and rivers bell in Yang Kai's hand. The four Saint Masters were somewhat annoyed that someone had used the mountains and rivers bell to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Now that they knew that the mountains and rivers bell belonged to Yang Kai, they naturally did not have good expressions, feeling that Yang Kai had tricked them. Boy, how do you want to die? Shihua suddenly took a step forward and a substantial pressure rushed towards Yang Kai. Even with the mountains and rivers bell blocking it, Yang Kai still felt extremely uncomfortable. It seemed that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Elder Shiling spoke in a low voice. Master Shihua, this little friend was kidnapped by this old man. Today's matter has nothing to do with him, so I ask Master not to make things difficult for him. If you can let him go, my Shiling clan will be at your disposal. Shihua sneered. Isn't it a little too late to say that you will be at my disposal? Over the years, this king has tried to subdue you many times, but you disdained me. Now that you are at the end of your rope, you ask this king for help. Do you think this king will agree? The elder's expression was dry, not knowing what to say. Shiling clan was not good with words. Shihua shouted coldly, today your Shiling clan will either submit to us or be exterminated. As for this little brat, he dared to trick this king. Even the heavens can't save him. Trick. Where did that come from? The elder looked confused, obviously not knowing that Yang Kai had used the mountains and rivers bell to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The Saint Masters had been dominating the ancient lands for so many years, but today they had been tricked by a human using the mountains and rivers bell. When this matter was brought up, everyone's face turned ugly. If this human was strong enough, it would be fine, but he was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Shihua had no intention of explaining. With his status, he naturally disdained to explain too much, so he just said rudely, exterminate your clan or submit, elder, you choose. Time is limited, so this king will give you 10 breaths. The elder quickly said, this old man just said that as long as master can let this little friend go, my Shiling clan is willing to submit. This is not up to you. You are not qualified to bargain with this king. Shihua waved his hand, looking extremely impatient. The elder looked at the other 3 Saint Masters and said bitterly, Master, do you also agree? Chapter 2592. Elder Qiyi's eyes swept over Fan Hua, Luan Feng and Song Go, but the results disappointed him greatly. These 3 looked indifferent and didn't say anything. He's just a human, master, why are you making things difficult for him? The elder asked angrily. The other 3 Saint Venerables still did not say a word. Shihua coldly snorted and said, Elder, don't be stubborn. This king and your Stone Spirit clan are somewhat related. If not for this, just based on today's matter, you have no other choice but to exterminate your clan. This king has already shown you mercy, so don't push your luck. The elder wanted to say something, but Yang Kai suddenly said, Elder, promise him that you don't need to worry about me. The elder shouted in a low voice, this matter was caused by our clan in the first place. We have implicated you, little friend. If we withdraw ourselves from this matter now, how can our clan face the world? Xiao Xiao also shook his head vigorously, obviously unwilling to let the elder give up on Yang Kai. Yang Kai sighed helplessly and whispered, if I was alone I would have left already, but it's not too late to leave now. Take care, I'll take my leave first. Saying so, Yang Kai urged his space force and disappeared from where he stood. Now that he was sure that the 4 Saint Masters just wanted to subdue the Stone Spirit clan and not kill them all, Yang Kai was relieved. In this situation, the Stone Spirit clan definitely couldn't escape, so he could only think of a way to protect himself first. He didn't even have time to put his embodiment into the sealed world bead. However, the embodiment was still a stone spirit, so it shouldn't be in any danger if he mixed in with a group of stone spirits. After escaping from here, he could find a way to bring his embodiment back and even find an opportunity to take the Stone Spirit clan away. Far away from this place. This bizarre scene caused Shihua, who was glaring at Yang Kai, to be slightly startled. Obviously he hadn't figured out what was going on yet. Fan Hua's eyes flashed and he shouted in amazement, "Space Divine Technique." As he spoke, his figure suddenly turned sharply and he pointed in a certain direction. With a muffled snort, a figure appeared in the distance. It was Yang Kai who had suddenly disappeared. At this moment Yang Kai looked as if he had seen a ghost. He looked at Fan Ku in shock. He never thought that the Holy Spirit would be able to grab him out of the void. Their eyes met for only a moment. But Fan Wu's face was as calm as an ancient well. No one could see any expression on his face. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and performed the teleportation secret technique again. His body turned into a void and disappeared from where he was standing. The Luan Feng's beautiful eyes glanced left and right before she suddenly opened her mouth. A jet of black flame shot out like an agile black serpent and disappeared into the void. A moment later, accompanied by a strange cry, Yang Kai appeared in a sorry state, with the world-destroying black flames chasing after him. They were like maggots in a tarsal bone that could not be shaken off. The old dog sneered. This kid's comprehension of the space divine technique is pretty good, but it's a pity he's still a little lacking. Fan Ku said indifferently, if he grows a little more, I'm afraid he will be able to come and go freely in front of us. At that time no one will be able to stop him. The space divine technique is indeed marvelous. Dang, the sound of a bell rang out. At this critical moment, Yang Kai once again summoned the mountains and rivers bell to block in front of him, narrowly blocking the world-destroying black flames. After the bell rang, the world-destroying black flames that could burn all things were suddenly extinguished. Standing in midair, Yang Kai's face was ashen. Gritting his teeth he said, "Master, you all joined hands to deal with this junior. This junior is really honored." Anyone could hear the sarcasm in his words, but whether it was Fan Ku or the Luan Feng, they did not show much shame. Fan Wu said, "To deal with an extraordinary person, we naturally have to use extraordinary means. You don't need to be so sarcastic." Yang Kai sneered, but his heart sank to the bottom. He had never thought that his teleportation technique would be useless in front of these holy spirits. This had cut off his last path of retreat, and he was afraid that he was going to be in grave danger today. Human boy, this king does not want to bully the weak. If you want to live, it's not impossible. Cripple your own cultivation and leave behind the mountains and rivers bell, then you can get out of the ancient lands. Shihua glared at Yang Kai, his eyes constantly sweeping over the mountains and rivers bell, his eyes filled with greed. The elder angrily shouted, "Master, you want him to cripple his own cultivation? What's the difference between that and killing him?" Shihua turned his head and coldly said, "Elder, don't challenge this king's patience. This king has already been lenient enough. If you continue to be so stubborn, this king will have to teach you a lesson." The elder quickly said, "He is a guest of our race. Today's matter is also our race's fault. If you have any problems, Master can come at us." Shihua grinned fiendishly and nodded, "Good, since elder is so stubborn, this king will fulfill your wish." As soon as his words fell, he let out a roar and transformed into a 5-meter-tall stone giant just like the Rock Spirit clan. However, Shihua's stone giant looked much more ferocious than the Rock Spirit clan. Dark black flames burned all over his body, looking somewhat similar to the Luan Feng's world-extinguishing black flames. On the surface of Shihua's body, sharp stone spikes stood erect. The extremely violent and evil aura he exuded was extremely uncomfortable, as if it had the effect of suppressing one's mind. After revealing his true form, Shihua sneered and beckoned to the elder, saying contemptuously, "Come at me together. This king will let you see what the gap in strength is." These words were too insulting. The Rock Spirit clan was a top master, born to be a fighting machine, so in the face of Shihua's provocation, how could they bear it? Without waiting for the elder's order, they roared and rushed forward. Even if the elder wanted to stop them, he was powerless at this moment. He could only grit his teeth and charge forward. In an instant, a total of 12 giant stone giants were entangled together, like 12 mountains colliding. Their fists danced in the air as they fought back and forth, causing the sky to shatter and the earth to turn upside down. The eyes of all the Monster King trembled as they watched. Such a pure contest of strength was rare, and they had fought with the Rock Spirit clan before, so they naturally knew how difficult it was to deal with this group of stone giants. However, Shihua was facing off against the entire Rock Spirit clan by himself, and the scene was even more shocking. Ha ha ha. Shihua laughed arrogantly, and the dark black flames on the surface of his body burned even more fiercely. The flames wrapped around his fists and seemed to be able to give him endless strength. As the fists flew back and forth, the Rock Spirit clan members complained incessantly. They could not even get close to Shihua. Occasionally they could land a blow, but the sharp spikes on Shihua's body made the Rock Spirit clan members powerless. Hong. In the midst of the chaotic battle, a rock spirit was sent flying by Shihua. It smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Without waiting for the rock spirit to climb out of the hole, Fan Hua raised his hand and struck the rock spirit with a mark, hitting it right in the middle. The struggling rock spirit staggered and fell to his knees. He did not even have the strength to stand up. Take him down. Fan Hua snorted coldly. Immediately, several Monster King flew over and surrounded the rock spirit, whose power was restricted. Each of them revealed their true forms and either pounced or bit the rock spirit, restraining him in place. Roar! The rock spirit was unwilling, but he was first struck by Fan Hua's seal, and his power was sealed by more than 80%. Then he was restrained by the Monster King in their true forms. How could he move? He could only half kneel in place and look up at the sky, his face full of unwillingness. Hong. Another rock spirit was sent flying by a huge force, and another crater was created in the ground. Fan Hua did the same thing and struck the rock spirit again. Several other Monster King rushed forward and subdued the rock spirit without waiting for orders. Hong. One after another, the rock spirits were blasted flying. With the power of a single clan against the sacred spirit Rockfire, the situation was actually one-sided, causing the Demon Kings to be dazzled and exclaim in satisfaction. Among the four holy spirits, only Shihua could use such a barbaric and direct method to defeat the Rock Spirit clan. Other than Shihua, Fan Hua, Luan Feng, and Song Dog did not have this ability. It was not that the other three holy spirits were weaker than Shihua. If they were to compare, the Luan Feng was the strongest, Fan Hua was the second, and Song Dog was on par with Shihua. However, Shihua was the incarnation of a stone demon. Just like the stone spirits, he was born with extraordinary strength and tough skin. However, unlike the stone spirits, he had the help of a demonic flame and sharp spikes all over his body, giving him a huge advantage. In terms of strength, the Holy Spirit Shihua was on par with the Rock Spirit clan. In terms of strength, Shihua was miles ahead of the Rock Spirit clan. There was no need to fight. At this moment, even if the entire Rock Spirit clan was mobilized, they would not be a match for Shihua. 10 rock spirits and 1 avatar were all wiped out in less than half the time it takes to finish a pot of tea under Shihua's attack. Fan Ku had cast a restrictive spell on them, and they were all restrained by the Demon Kings. The rock spirits kept growling, their faces full of humiliation. Shihua stood proudly between heaven and earth, his eyes filled with disdain as he looked coldly at Yang Kai. In the previous battle, Yang Kai did not intervene. It was not that he did not want to, but that he could not. Fan Hua's divine sense was locked on him, so he could not move at all. Boy, this king gave you a chance. Since you are not willing to waste your cultivation, this king will send you on your way. As soon as Shihua finished speaking, he threw a punch at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he slapped the mountains and rivers bell in front of him. The ancient exotic treasure instantly grew to the height of a grown man and blocked in front of Yang Kai. The sound of the bell rang out, turning into a shockwave that met Shihua's fist head-on. Shihua sneered, "If you were a third-order Emperor Realm Master and had this bell in hand, this king might have been a little bit afraid. Unfortunately, you are only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. How much power can you exert from this bell?" Shihua did not try to dodge this punch and directly blasted towards the shockwave. Kacha. The shockwave visible to the naked eye suddenly split apart, and although Shihua's fist was slightly blocked, it still smashed into the mountains and rivers bell without slowing down. Another sound of the bell rang out, and Shihua's huge body shook as he was forced to retreat a few steps. On the other hand, Yang Kai was shaken by the huge force, causing the blood in his chest to roil. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards. Ancient exotic treasure, worthy of its reputation. Shihua was not angry but happy. He gulped as he looked at the mountains and rivers bell that flew out with Yang Kai, the greed in his eyes growing stronger. A trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master had blocked his attack with the mountains and rivers bell. If he could subdue such a treasure, he would even dare to compete in the dragon race. Chapter 2593. Scrambling to his feet, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with an undetectable light as he quickly formed a series of seals with his hands. The mountains and rivers bell that had been sent flying suddenly began to spin, turning into the size of a house. A suppressive force that enveloped the world suddenly burst forth and crashed down on Shihua, who was approaching him step by step. "Watch out." Sango's face changed slightly as he warned in a low voice. Shihua was also taken aback. He didn't expect Yang Kai's physique to be so strong. Even after taking his indirect blow, he didn't suffer much damage. If it had been an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master, he would have been dead by now. The suppressive force made his body sluggish. Seeing the mountains and rivers bell coming down on him, it was already too late for him to dodge. Hong. In front of everyone's eyes, the huge mountains and rivers bell directly suppressed Shihua, sealing him tightly. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai laughed maniacally as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a look of satisfaction, "Even if you're as cunning as a ghost, you still have to drink this young master's foot-washing water." Fan Ku, Luan Feng and Sango's faces all turned black. Although the four Saint Masters of the ancient land often didn't see eye to eye with each other, and even had some small conflicts, they were still bound together for good or ill. Shihua was suppressed by Yang Kai's mountains and rivers bell, which made the other three's faces turn ugly. The Shihua was a disgrace to these Saint Masters. Although Yang Kai could do this by relying on the power of the ancient exotic artifact, his cultivation wasn't high. A First-Order Emperor Realm Master was no different from an ant in the eyes of these Saint Masters. Now that Shihua was suppressed by an ant, it was tantamount to slapping their faces. Hong. Suddenly, a series of explosions and angry roars came from the mountains and rivers bell. Obviously, the angry Shihua was bombarding the mountains and rivers bell. He wanted to escape from it. However, the suppressive force of this ancient exotic artifact was no small matter. The Phoenix True Fire had been suppressed by it for tens of thousands of years and couldn't move at all. Even though Shihua was a divine spirit, he was powerless. Instead, the buzzing sound of the bell made the surrounding Monster King's blood boil. All of them looked uncomfortable. The weakest Hu Li and the burly Saint Envoy who was heavily injured both coughed up blood. His face was pale. Shihua, who was inside the mountains and rivers bell, was probably not much better off. The bell chimes contained a tremendous amount of power, and he was inside the mountains and rivers bell, so he was the most affected. "Shihua, stop!" Fan Wu shouted coldly. Shihua probably also sensed that something was wrong and stopped his barbaric charge. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard coming from the mountains and rivers bell. He was like a trapped beast, and his breathing was mixed with unparalleled anger and killing intent. He was suppressed here by Yang Kai. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The evil fire in his body surged up like a volcano erupting. "Kid, you've got guts." Fan Ku coldly looked at Yang Kai and said indifferently, "Release Shihua or you'll die for sure." Yang Kai grinned. He stood in place. He staggered slightly and said indifferently, "Master, if you want to make a move, then go ahead. In front of you, this young master knows that he can't leave. Since I can't leave, then I won't leave." "Aren't you afraid of death?" Fan Wu coldly snorted. Yang Kai coldly looked at him and said indifferently, "Master, it's easy to kill me, but if you kill me, I'm afraid Shihua will be suppressed here for many years. Perhaps one day in the future, someone will be able to subdue the mountains and rivers bell. Release Shihua, but it's definitely not anyone here." Once he said that, the expressions of the holy venerates sank. They all knew that Yang Kai was right. Tens of thousands of years ago, when the mountains and rivers bell was still in the savage, desolate ancient lands, they had tried many times to subdue it, but in the end, no one succeeded. In the end, it was stolen by a guy called Yuan Ding. It was a great shame. If they really killed Yang Kai today, they were afraid that Shihua would be suppressed in the mountains and rivers bell forever, unless one day someone could subdue this exotic, desolate ancient treasure and release him. Luan Feng squinted her beautiful eyes and said, "Little friend, you're still young. Why do you keep talking about death? Release Shihua and we can talk about it." Yang Kai sneered, "When I wanted to leave, you master insisted on making me stay. Now you want to talk about it? This young master doesn't feel safe at all." Fan Ku and Luan Feng's faces turned ugly when they heard this. They felt that they had smashed their own feet with a stone. Luan Feng took a deep breath and said, "Then what do you want to do to make you feel safe?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and looked around. "Let me take the Stone Spirit clan and leave this place first. When we're a few thousand miles away, I will take the mountains and rivers bell and release Shihua. That way I may feel a little safer. As long as they were a few thousand miles away, he could take the Stone Spirit clan and fly away. At that time, no one would be able to stop him. Fan Ku said, "Don't you think your request is a little too much? If you leave by yourself, this king can turn a blind eye to it. Why do you have to involve the Stone Spirit clan?" Yang Kai smiled, "Master, you have 32 Monster King and 8 Saint Envoys under your command. The Stone Spirit clan is just icing on the cake. A melon that is forcefully picked is not sweet. Master, why do you insist on this? Instead of forcing the Stone Spirit clan to be loyal to you, it's better to set them free. I'm sure the elders will be grateful to you. If you encounter any trouble in the future, perhaps they can help." Fan Ku smiled contemptuously. "What kind of trouble can this king encounter?" Yang Kai said seriously, 30 years to the east, 30 years to the west. Who can say for sure? Are you sure you want to do this? Fan Ku stopped smiling and asked indifferently. Yang Kai didn't say a word and just looked at him with firm eyes. Fan Ku, the Wan Feng, and the Tsang dog glanced at each other and their divine senses surged as if they were communicating. Yang Kai looked calm on the surface, but his heart was beating like a drum. Now that he had used the mountains and rivers bell to suppress Shihua, although it had given him a chance of survival, who knew if the remaining 3 saint sovereigns would care about Shihua? "Don't worry with us here, Shihua won't do anything to you." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I don't believe you unless you make him swear an oath." The faces of Fan Hua and the others sank as they secretly felt that Yang Kai was being too unreasonable. Their identities were right there and they had already spoken so clearly, yet this little brat was still making excuses. It was really infuriating. Shihua's angry roar came from the mountains and rivers bell. "Impudent brat, what qualifications do you have to make this king swear an oath?" Yang Kai's face darkened as he said, "If you don't follow the rules, what's the harm in swearing an oath? Could it be that Master Shihua really wants to fight me as soon as he comes out? If that's the case, then Master should be prepared to be suppressed inside forever. This brat's life is cheap, so it's not a loss for you to be suppressed for a lifetime." With a bang, the mountains and rivers bell fell to the ground, shaking the ground as if it had taken root and remained motionless. An ancient rare treasure worthy of its reputation. Fan Hua's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. Even though the mountains and rivers bell had become an ownerless object, he couldn't pick it up. In this world, perhaps only the master who could subdue it could use it at will. A violent wave of power suddenly fluctuated. "Shihua, what are you doing?" Wan Feng shouted at the same time. Fan Hua's expression changed slightly as he looked up to see Shihua rushing towards Yang Kai with a ferocious grin on his face, his fist burning with black flames smashing towards Yang Kai as he shouted, "Boy, die!" Yang Kai's face changed drastically. Although he had always been vigilant against Shihua, he never expected that this guy, a Saint Master, would actually go back on his word. As soon as he saw that Yang Kai had lifted the mountains and rivers bell's brand, he actually decided to kill him. In such a hurry, Yang Kai had no time to dodge. The scorching power seemed to be able to melt the space within a radius of several dozen meters, and the huge fist seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with one punch, Yang Kai let out a muffled groan and was directly smashed into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the rock spirits roared in unison. Their eyes were filled with rage, especially the embodiment, who could only watch helplessly as Yang Kai was smashed to the point where even his shadow was nowhere to be seen. The power in his huge body suddenly went berserk, but he was restrained by the many monster kings and was unable to break free. "Shihua, do you know what you are doing?" Wan Feng's pretty face was extremely cold, as if a layer of frost could be scraped off from it. Fan Hua and Song Dog's expressions also turned ugly. They had just promised Yang Kai to let him live, but Shihua actually went back on his word. He was so angry that he didn't even care about their credibility. Once this matter came out, how would their subordinates, the Monster King, view them? How would they be able to establish themselves in the ancient lands in the future? The strongest forces in the entire ancient lands were gathered here, and dozens of pairs of eyes were watching them. It's over, it's over." Not far away, Xie Wui's face turned pale and he almost collapsed to the ground. Even if he was a Monster King who was comparable to a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, he couldn't help but feel despair at the scene before him. Although he was far behind the 4 Saint Masters before, he had been here for some time and had been on edge for Yang Kai's safety. When he saw Yang Kai reach an agreement with the four Saint Masters, he secretly rejoiced that he had escaped a disaster. But he didn't expect Shihua to go back on his word and attack a First-Order Emperor Realm Master with the strength of a Saint Master. He was Yang Kai's sole slave, so he was closely related to Yang Kai's life and death. Ruashi. The embodiment looked at the figure in midair with a bitter expression and secretly sighed. Ruashi suddenly rushed out because she saw the scene of Yang Kai being attacked by Shihua. That was why she was so reckless. The one who came with Ruashi was undoubtedly Ice Heart Valley's third brother. The third brother stood behind Ruashi with a fierce expression on his face and a strange sound coming from his mouth, like a wild beast defending its territory and warning others not to approach. However, Fan Ku only glared at him and the third brother shivered and shrank into a ball. Chapter 2595. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhang Ruashi suddenly rushed to the top of the big pit and knelt on the ground. Using both hands, she dug at the soil that covered the pit. Tears flowed down her cheeks as she kept sobbing. "Sir, sir," her choked voice was filled with grief. It was as if she had lost her mind. She didn't even use her source chi. Instead, she just used her bare hands to dig at the soil in front of her. In the blink of an eye, her slender fingers were a bloody mess, but she continued digging as if she couldn't feel the pain. Her extreme sadness and despair seemed to materialize and spread in all directions, causing many monster race and the Stone Spirit clan to be moved. The drops of tears that fell from her eyes were gradually mixed with a faint trace of red. It seemed that what flowed from her eyes were not just tears, but accusations of blood and tears. "Don't leave Ruashi behind. Sir, don't leave Ruashi behind." Blood and tears blurred her vision. Zhang Ruashi couldn't see anything at all, but her hands were still working like machines, trying to rescue Yang Kai from the ground. This little girl? Fan Wu narrowed his eyes and frowned slightly, staring at Zhang Ruashi's back as she knelt on the ground. She seems to have a close relationship with that little friend, but unfortunately her strength is too low. Wan Feng also sighed slightly. The Third Order Dao Source Realm. What could she do here? Any random monster king here was at least a Second Order Emperor Realm Master. The Third Order Dao Source Realm was really not enough. Shihua glanced at Zhang Ruashi for a while and suddenly snorted coldly. He reached out and grabbed Zhang Ruashi. He had gone back on his word and killed Kai Yang with a sneak attack. Now, a human girl suddenly popped out and acted recklessly in Yang Kai's grave. Wasn't this poking at his sore spot? Ruashi was caught off guard and was directly grabbed by his huge hand. The 5-meter-tall Shihua pinched Zhang Ruashi as if he was pinching a pocket-sized person. The increasing distance between her and Yang Kai caused Zhang Ruashi to wake up abruptly. Raising her head, her beautiful red eyes stared at Shihua, who was sizing her up. Suddenly he struggled with all his might, punching and kicking non-stop, and begged, "Let me go, please let me go, I want to save Mr. Mr. is not dead, I want to save him." But how could her strength be mentioned in the same breath as Shihua? No matter how she struggled, she did not move an inch. Shihua sneered. He said, "That teacher of yours has already died without a burial place. Don't do useless things." Ruashi shook her head as tears fell like rain. "I don't believe it, I don't believe it, Mr. won't die, Mr. will never die." Shihua said angrily, "You little girl." He was so stubborn. "Do you believe that I won't crush you to death?" Gritting her teeth, Ruashi suddenly raised her hand and a square seal appeared out of thin air. 10,000 Beast Seal. Suddenly a pitch-black force flew out from the seal. In an instant, the surrounding yin chi became dense, and waves of ghostly wails and howls sounded. The pitch-black force that flew out of the seal turned into monster beasts of various sizes in the blink of an eye. Beast souls? Shihua raised his eyebrows and looked at the seemingly illusory monster beasts in front of him with some surprise. With his eyesight, he naturally recognized that these things were beast souls. Fan Hua, Wan Feng, and Sanggo also frowned slightly. They were saint sovereigns of the ancient lands. The billions of monster beasts in the ancient lands were under their command. Suddenly, so many beast souls appeared in Zhang Ruashi's 10,000 beast seal, which made them a little angry. After all, every monster beast was their subordinate. Even if they died, their beast souls should not be taken and sealed in an artifact by a human. This artifact was absolutely intolerable to the monster beasts of the ancient lands. In the short moment when the four saint sovereigns were absent-minded, tens of thousands of beast souls gushed out of the 10,000 beast seal, and the number was still increasing. Each beast's soul exuded a different energy fluctuation, but many of them were not inferior to the Monster King present. Where did so many beast souls come from? Sherhua's face finally changed. If there were only a few dozen or 100 beast souls sealed in the 10,000 beast seal, it could be explained as the result of this woman killing a monster beast and sealing them in the seal. But among these tens of thousands of beast souls, there were many 12th order monster beasts. This was a little shocking, and from the looks of it, there seemed to be even more beast souls sealed in the 10,000 beast seal. Little girl, you didn't enter the 10,000 spirit tomb, did you? Sherhua had a whimsical thought. As he spoke, he slapped the 10,000 beast seal with his divine spirit power, directly causing the 10,000 beast seal to flicker wildly and its spirituality to be greatly damaged. As for the tens of thousands of beast souls that had flown out of the seal, they were all sucked back into the seal the moment it was attacked, unable to do anything at all. The difference in strength was too great. Even if Ruashi used the 10,000 beast seal, she couldn't cause any trouble to Sherhua. Sherhua waved his hand and threw Zhang Ruashi away, saying, "Little girl, there's something wrong with this artifact. We have to investigate it carefully." The Luan Feng nodded lightly and reached out to pull Zhang Ruashi over, restraining her in front of her so that she couldn't move. Sherhua also played with the 10,000 beast seal in his hand and poured his divine sense into it. After some investigation, his face suddenly changed and he exclaimed, "A million beast souls." What? Fan Hua and the others were shocked. There were actually a million beast souls sealed in the 10,000 beast seal. Not to mention who refined this artifact. Where did these million beast souls come from? Several people realized the seriousness of the problem. Looking at the entire star boundary, there was no place that could provide a million beast souls except for the ancient wildlands, and there was only one place in the ancient wildlands that had a million beast souls: the Myriad Spirit Tomb. Could it be that this little girl really entered the Myriad Spirit Tomb? Was Sherhua's guess true? "Little girl, what's your name?" The Luan Feng looked at Zhang Ruashi, who was still struggling in front of her, and asked in surprise. Zhang Ruashi didn't answer and wanted to rush forward, but in front of the Luan Feng, how could she escape? Even moving her body was an extravagant hope. Walla. A strange sound was heard, attracting everyone's attention. They saw that in the pit filled with mud, a bloody big hand suddenly stretched out. Anyone who had been sneak attacked and almost died without a burial site would definitely be enraged. However, not everyone could suppress their anger, judge the situation, and know when to yield and when to stand tall. Yang Kai being able to adjust his mood in such a short time showed that his temperament was really good. This was the wisest and even the only choice. If he was driven by anger and insisted on striking a stone with an egg, the only one who would suffer would be himself. Chapter 2596. After getting Fan Hua's response, Yang Kai nodded slightly and was about to call Ruashi over when Sherhua suddenly said coldly, "You can take the others away, but this little girl must stay." He pointed at Zhang Ruashi and said in an unquestionable tone. Yang Kai's face changed as he glared at him and shouted, "Why?" Sherhua tossed the 10,000 beast seal in his hand and said condescendingly, "Because of this. She dared to seal a million beast souls from my ancient land. For this alone, she must give my ancient land monster clan an explanation." As soon as this statement came out, most of the Monster King present agreed. No one wanted their soul to be taken into an artifact by a human after death. Zhang Ruashi's 10,000 beast seal could be said to have angered everyone. Fan Hua and Luan Feng Dog frowned. Although they knew Sherhua was looking for trouble, his words weren't unreasonable. From the standpoint of the ancient land monster clan, they couldn't refute him. It seemed, today's matter couldn't be easily resolved. Sherhua's attitude showed that he wouldn't give up until he killed Yang Kai. They had long known that Sherhua was a vengeful person, but they didn't expect him to be so stingy. Just because Yang Kai used the mountains and rivers bell to suppress him, he couldn't stop nagging. After failing to kill Yang Kai with a sneak attack, Sherhua couldn't do it a second time no matter how thick his face was. However, the appearance of the 10,000 beast seal gave him another chance to attack. "What kind of explanation do you want?" Yang Kai's eyes turned cold. He was willing to endure the humiliation and not care about Sherhua bullying a thief. It was an extremely difficult decision. Even if he died here, he would still fight Sherhua. But Ruashi was here. The Stone Spirit clan was here, and so was his third brother. If he and Sherhua fell out, the worst result would be everyone dying. He could only suppress the humiliation and hide it in his heart, but he never expected that Shirhua wouldn't stop here. Shirhua snorted, "Blasphemer of my ancient land monster clan, die. Die. Don't let her go. Kill her." Many of the Monster King also began to make a fuss, each of them filled with righteous indignation. It was as if Zhang Ruoshi had done something that angered both God and man. Yang Kai's face was stained with fresh blood. His cold gaze swept across the Monster King and finally settled on Fan Hua. Fan Hua said coolly, "This little girl is not in the previous agreement. Since you've broken the taboo, you can stay in the ancient lands." Although he despised Shirhua's despicable actions, he was still the holy sovereign of the ancient land. Naturally, he did not want to disappoint the Monster King. Hee. Yang Kai suddenly laughed coldly as if he had gone mad. He looked at the numerous Monster King mockingly and said in a deep voice, "Very good, dozens of the Emperor realm. 4 holy sovereigns are determined to kill a little girl in her early 20s. The ancient land demon clan. This young master has learned a lesson today." These words were somewhat harsh to the ears. Many demons were instantly enraged and shouted, "Brat, what did you say?" The faces of Fan Hua and the others also turned ugly. But then again it was indeed as Yang Kai said. So many masters. Each of them wanted to kill a little girl in her early 20s. If this matter were to spread out, it would not be good. "Sir, don't worry about me, please don't worry about me." Ruoshi knelt on the ground and suddenly cried out. Her eyes were full of urgency, "Leave quickly." After realizing what went wrong, she regretted it. She felt that she had implicated Yang Kai. If she had not used the 10,000 beast seal just now, perhaps there wouldn't be such trouble. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and slowly shook his head. Just as he finished speaking, Shirhua suddenly descended from the sky and knocked Kai Yang to the ground with a punch. Then a large foot stomped on Kai Yang as if he was an ant, firmly stomping Kai Yang to the ground. Puff! A mouthful of golden blood sprayed out and sprinkled down like rain. Yang Kai struggled to turn his head and desperately looked in Ruoshi's direction. After being blocked by Shirhua again and again, he had missed the best time to rescue her. Now Ruoshi is afraid. His body was in so much pain that it felt like it was falling apart, but in comparison this pain was nothing. The pain in his heart was like thousands of blades stirring, making it almost impossible to breathe. A weak girl, a shy girl, a very docile and well-behaved girl, a girl who obeyed his every command. From Maplewood City's Jianghu house to this world, he didn't even have time to appreciate the wonders of this world. Now she's going to die here. He hated his own strength for being so weak. He regretted keeping that girl by his side and letting her experience all kinds of dangers. She should have stayed in the Zhang family, found a good marriage, and stayed at home to take care of her husband and children, living a peaceful life. A warm liquid trickled down from the corner of his eyes. In his blurry vision, Zhang Ruoshi was still kneeling in the same place facing him. Her raised hand had already reached the top of her head, but another hand was holding her wrist. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help laughing out loud, seemingly extremely happy. This joyful laughter was in stark contrast to the desperate situation he was in now. Shirhua's face sank and he slightly pressed his foot. Yang Kai's laughter came to an abrupt end as he spat out another mouthful of golden blood, but he still gritted his teeth and shouted, "Senior Luan Feng, this junior owes you a favor." The one who held Zhang Ruoshi's hand was Luan Feng, who had been standing behind her. With Luan Feng's strength, without her consent, Zhang Ruoshi couldn't kill herself even if she wanted to. Luan Feng's expression was complicated. "You should take care of yourself first." She was clearly about to die, yet she was still talking about owing a favor. What was the use of this favor? What's more, even if Yang Kai didn't die, this favor was worthless. Luan Feng was simply moved by Zhang Ruoshi and didn't want to see a tragedy happen. After all, she was a woman, and even a divine spirit had a sentimental side. "Let go of me." Zhang Ruoshi stubbornly raised her head and glared angrily at the Luan Feng. Facing a powerful existence that even a third-order Emperor Realm Master had to retreat from, Zhang Ruoshi's anger soared to the heavens. She bit her red lips until they bled as she struggled and shouted, "You evil woman, let go of me." Luan Feng said leisurely, "Even if you die, your sir won't be able to live. Why throw away your life in vain?" She could see that Shirhua didn't intend to let Yang Kai go at all. This vengeful personality really wanted to take someone's life. Ruoshi was stunned for a moment before suddenly crying and begging, "Senior, please save my sir. Ruoshi will promise you anything, please save him." If there was anyone present who could stop Shihua, it would undoubtedly be the remaining 3 Saint Masters. Ruoxi also noticed this point, which was why she started to plead. Luan Feng looked down at her and said lightly, "Am I not a bad woman?" When Ruoxi heard this, she immediately raised her other hand and slapped her own mouth fiercely. This junior was careless with her words just now. "Master, please be magnanimous and don't bother with this junior. This junior only begs senior to save sir." The slapping sounds were extremely loud as Ruoxi showed no mercy. Killing people was just a matter of nodding their heads. Why torture people like this? However, Shihua was one of the 4 Saint Masters. Even though the Monster Kings had their own thoughts, they did not dare to show it. They could only look at Yang Kai with admiration and sympathy. Although Xie Wuwei wanted to plead for mercy, he did not dare to stand out at this time. "Shihua is enough." Fan Zhu's voice came, his face gloomy. The Monster Kings did not dare to express their opinions, but he could. Humiliating an opponent who is far weaker than you is nothing to brag about. Fan Zhu coldly snorted, almost unable to stand it anymore. "If you want to kill him, then give him a quick death. Don't do those boring things." When Shihua heard this, he snorted as if he was very unhappy, but he still grabbed Yang Kai's hair and lifted his head up. At this moment, Yang Kai's face was bruised and swollen. His facial features were covered in blood. It was almost impossible to tell which was the nose and which was the eyes. Only where the eyes should have been, there was a slightly narrowed crack. Through this crack, one could vaguely see the light in his eyes. Looking at Ruoxi, Shihua grinned. In an instant, Ruoxi trembled all over. Crimson blood turned into tears and flowed out from her eyes. The brand on her cheeks looked like 2 bloody scars, hideous and terrifying. After following Yang Kai for so many years, she knew better than anyone what kind of strength Yang Kai had and what kind of cards he had in his hands. Sir was not powerless. He still had the power of the ancient demon seal, the world force of the small sealed world, and the golden divine dragon source. Ruoxi believed that if Sir used these forces, even if he was no match for Shihua, he could escape from here. But when Shihua was ravaging him, he did not use these forces. Even at this moment, when his life was hanging by a thread, he had no intention of using these forces. Everything was because of her. Once Sir escaped from here, the ancient Earth Monster clan would not let her go. Did she implicate Sir again? Sure enough, she had always been a burden to Sir. After so many years, why couldn't she help him at all? Her hatred was enough to overturn rivers and seas. Her anger seemed to be able to destroy the world. Violent hostility gushed out from her tender body. The temperament of a docile girl seemed to have changed in an instant. Luan Feng felt the change in Ruoxi's aura and couldn't help but frown. Glancing at her, she saw the 2 lines of bloody tears and couldn't help but sigh. If possible, she was willing to save Yang Kai, but saving Yang Kai would inevitably offend Shihua. Comparing the 2 sides, she naturally knew which was more important. "Let Ruoxi and the stone spirits go, I won't fight back." Yang Kai raised his head as Shihua grabbed his hair. His swollen eyes bloomed with a cold light as he made a final attempt. Chapter 2598. What's going on? This power? Not good. The power of the Blood Door's seal has awakened again. Master, let's retreat quickly. I'm afraid something unexpected will happen. The Monster King exclaimed one after another. They were able to get close to this place because of the recent changes in the Blood Door. The mysterious power of the seal had temporarily disappeared. In the past, it was impossible to get within 10 kilometers of the Blood Door. But now, the mysterious power that had disappeared for no reason seemed to have returned, causing all the Monster King to feel suppressed in an instant. And as time passed, this suppression grew stronger and stronger. The Saint Masters obviously noticed this as well. Their cultivation, which was far beyond the Third Order Emperor realm, was suppressed to the level of a Third Order Emperor realm master in a short period of time. In other words, any Third Order Emperor realm human cultivator at this moment could fight them to a draw. Over the years, they had come to the Blood Door many times to investigate the situation, so they were well aware of how terrifying this suppressive force was. And this was only the beginning. If this suppressive force reached its limit, it would be enough to suppress their strength below the Emperor realm. You guys go first. Fan Wu waved his hand and said, although the monster kings were strong, they were not comparable to the 4 Saint Masters. If they continued to stay, they were afraid that it would be disastrous. After receiving the order, the monster kings and saint envoys rushed out as if they had been granted amnesty. Before they left, they did not forget to take all the subdued stone spirits with them. In a short while, only the 4 Saint Masters Yang Kai, Ruashi, and third brother remained. The 4 Saint Masters had extraordinary cultivation. Although they were suppressed by the blood door seal, there was no danger. There wouldn't be any danger for the time being, and Yang Kai and Ruashi weren't creatures of the ancient lands, nor were they members of the monster race, so they weren't affected by the suppressive force. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Ruashi. The girl, who was kneeling on the ground with her head lowered, was still motionless. Her violent aura had also been restrained. However, within that petite body, a power that caused even the 4 Saint Sovereigns to tremble in fear was awakening. Bloodline power. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up as he vaguely realized what was going on. For a long time, Zhang Ruashi's bloodline power had been a mystery. Yang Kai had always wanted to help Zhang Ruashi unravel the mysteries hidden in her bloodline, but he had never been able to find a good way. The last time he met the great emperors of the secular world, Duan Hongqin seemed to have seen some clues. Unfortunately, that old guy had a mysterious look on his face and didn't say anything. Instead, he kept Yang Kai in suspense. This made Yang Kai gnash his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Yang Kai could never have imagined that this time, under the unparalleled anger and despair, under the thirst for power, Ruashi's bloodline had completely awakened. Brat, what did you say? Shihua lowered his head and glared at Yang Kai. He vaguely heard Yang Kai mumbling something. Unfortunately, all his attention was on Zhang Ruashi and he couldn't hear him clearly. It's none of your business. Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at him contemptuously, sneering. Brat, you court death. Shihua was furious. Don't cause any more trouble. Fan Ke suddenly shouted, his face full of anger. Zhang Ruashi's huge change made him feel inexplicably uneasy, and this little girl's change was all because of Yang Kai. If he continued to embarrass Yang Kai at this time, God knows what would happen to this little girl. He didn't put the previous Zhang Ruashi in his eyes at all. A mere human girl from the third order Dao Source realm, he could kill her with a single breath. But the current Zhang Ruashi. However, it made him feel uneasy and hopeless. He had just expressed his intention to kill Zhang Ruashi, and before that he had ravaged Yang Kai for so long. Zhang Ruashi definitely hated him to the bone. Today there were many monster race experts and Saint Masters present. Any one of them could survive, but his future was bleak. Shihua obviously realized this as well. Black flames erupted from his body and he put on a strong front. So what if you're a descendant of Tianxing? This king is a descendant of an ancient divine spirit. How can you kill this king before you grow up? As he shouted angrily, he turned his head to look at Fan Ke and the others and said, Friends, Tianxing is the public enemy of all divine spirits. Tianxing's power greatly restrains us divine spirits. If you still want to sleep peacefully in the future, why don't you join forces with this king and kill her before she grows up? As soon as this statement came out, Yang Kai's face sank and he nervously looked at the other 3 Saint Masters. As Shihua said, Ruashi had only just awakened her bloodline after all, so it was still unknown how strong she could be. However, the strength of these Saint Masters was unquestionable. Once the 4 of them joined forces, Ruashi might not be able to contend against them. What he saw was an eager expression on Song Dog's face, obviously moved by Shihua's words. On the other hand, Fan Ke and Luan Feng didn't show much of a reaction. It was unknown what they were thinking. Their reaction also indirectly affected Song Dog. He frowned and thought for a while before shaking his head slightly and suppressing the restlessness in his heart. Seeing this, Shihua's heart sank and he shouted angrily, You are willing to give her space to grow? Do you know that if she grows up, there will be no place for the divine spirits in this world? How could Fan Ke and the others not know this? When Tianxing was wreaking havoc, those divine spirits who were struggling at death's door had all gone into hiding, lest she find them, kill them, and take away their divine spirit essence. It wasn't until Tianxing disappeared for tens of thousands of years that divine spirits gradually dared to come out. Shihua's words were not without reason, but Fan Ku and the others didn't dare to draw fire to themselves. In the face of Tianxing's bloodline, it was an instinctive fear and panic. Even if they wanted to deal with Zhang Ruoxi, they didn't have the courage. Fan Ku even closed his eyes, acting as if he didn't want to easily offend Zhang Ruoxi. However, this didn't mean that they didn't want Shihua to test the waters first. If Zhang Ruoxi, the descendant of Tianxing, didn't live up to her name, then it wouldn't be too late for the three of them to act. However, if Zhang Ruoxi really did inherit Tianxing's power, Shihua would be the best test stone. Good. Shihua laughed loudly and his eyes were filled with ridicule. His gaze swept over Fan Ku and the others and he said firmly, "Since that's the case, then this king will end her. There's no need to thank me." As soon as he finished speaking, Shihua let out a furious roar and his already massive body swelled up even more. Black flames wrapped around his body and his eyes blazed. The ground around him melted in an instant as a scorching heat filled the air. Deng. Shihua took a step forward and rushed in front of Zhang Ruoxi in a few steps, swinging his right arm back and aiming a huge fist at Zhang Ruoxi. From now on, there will be no more descendants of Tianxing in this world. Shihua sneered, his aura violent. He was not a kind person to begin with. Otherwise, he would not have massacred the entire Black Tortoise sect 30,000 years ago. Back then, the Black Tortoise sect incident happened because one of the disciples was out traveling and had eyes but failed to see and offended him. However, he rushed to the Black Tortoise sect and massacred the entire sect of over 10,000 people. From the way he abused Yang Kai today, it could be seen that Shihua was extremely cruel, even worse than the infamous Qiongqi Great Beast. The huge fist smashed towards Zhang Ruoxi, causing a gust of wind to blow Ruoxi's hair and dress. Fan Ku also opened his eyes at this moment and stared at the scene, wanting to know if Ruoxi, the descendant of Tianxing, lived up to her name. The Wan Feng and Sanggu were also watching nervously. The third brother screamed and reached out to cover his eyes, as if he didn't dare to watch the next scene. Yang Kai also shouted, "Be careful, Ruoxi." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ruoxi simply stood there without the slightest sign of fluctuation in her strength. She didn't even try to evade or defend herself. In the face of this earth-shattering blow, her expression was as indifferent as a passing breeze. Standing in front of the huge stone fire, she looked as small as an ant. The visual conflict she gave off was extremely strong. Shihua was overjoyed and his attacks became more and more ruthless, grinning, "You're just so." He seemed to be able to see the scene of Zhang Ruoxi being blown to pieces by him. If he could really kill Zhang Ruoxi, then all the divine spirits in this world would owe him a favor. This favor was very precious. When that time came, even Fan Ku and the others would have to act according to his whims in the ancient lands. Kneel. Seeing that the huge fist was about to hit Zhang Ruoxi, she suddenly reached out and stroked her hair behind her ear, spitting out 2 words from her red lips. What? Fan Ku was stunned. The Wan Feng and Sanggu were also stunned, looking at each other. Did they hear wrong? Zhang Ruoxi actually wanted Shihua to kneel? Even if she was really a descendant of Tianxing and had awakened her bloodline, in the end she was still just a young girl. Was it really okay to be so arrogant? She was facing Shihua, a divine spirit. When the blood door suddenly buzzed, and a mysterious force suddenly spread out from it. Fan Ku, Wan Feng, and Sanggu all groaned as their expressions changed dramatically. Under the suppression of this force, the divine spirit sources in their bodies trembled violently, and fear from the depths of their souls filled their minds. Involuntarily they almost knelt to the ground. These 3 managed to stop themselves at the last moment and didn't make a fool of themselves on the spot, but Shihua, who was being used as a vanguard by the mysterious force, wasn't so lucky. The huge fist froze half a foot in front of Ruoxi, the burning flames almost burning her hair, but no matter how hard Shihua tried, he couldn't punch it away. Even if Fan Ku, Wan Feng and the others who were also divine spirits, they would not be able to hurt him. In terms of physical strength he was even stronger than the Stone Spirit clan. But such a tough body was as fragile as tofu in front of the heavenly punishment sword. Zhang Ruoxi didn't seem to be using much strength, but the heavenly punishment sword in her hand pierced straight into Shihua's chest. No! Shihua cried out loudly as he stared at his chest with wide eyes. Finally panicking, he cried out anxiously, "No, you can't take away this king's divine spirit source. This king is the Holy Spirit stone fire. This king refuses to accept this." Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the sound of the heavenly punishment sword piercing Shihua's body rang out, causing Fan Ku and the others to turn pale. Listening to this sound, they could feel the pain of the sword piercing their bodies. Luan Feng's tender body trembled violently as her smooth back was drenched in cold sweat. "No, no, master, this Shihua was wrong. Please give this Shihua a chance to turn over a new leaf. This Shihua will never do evil again." Shihua saw that he could not resist and his source was beginning to weaken, so he finally could not help but beg for mercy. He was a divine spirit and he had his own pride. If he had not been forced, he would not have compromised like this. Fan Ku and the others saw this and felt a pang in their hearts. However, Zhang Ruoxi remained unmoved. The heavenly punishment sword was almost completely inserted into Shihua's body, all the way to the hilt. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Ruoxi's beautiful eyes turned sharp as her hand shook violently. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang, a hole as thick as a person was blasted open in Shihua's chest. Shihua shook violently and his originally powerful aura quickly withered. When the celestial punishment sword trembled, something that looked like a heart flew out. The heart seemed to be beating violently, producing thumping sounds. It also contained a power that made people tremble in fear. Shihua's source. Fan Ku's face turned pale as he staggered. He recognized at a glance that the thing in Ruoxi's hand was the divine spirit Shihua's source. Without this source, Shihua was destined to fall from the high platform of divine spirits and become an ordinary stone monster. The Wan Feng and Song Dog were also so shocked that they couldn't breathe and felt dizzy. Although they had long known from the memories passed down by their ancestors that the heavenly punishment sword could deprive divine spirits of their source, it was still just a memory. Witnessing it with their own eyes was still unbelievable. In this world, it was likely that no one besides the heavenly punishment sword sect could so easily take away a divine spirit source. Shihua was finished. With his source taken away, even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would be nothing more than a cripple in the future. Chapter 2601. The Phoenix blood fruit had no other use, but it had a miraculous effect on healing. As long as there was still a breath left, the Phoenix blood fruit could bring the dead back to life. In this regard, it was similar to the immortal source liquid. Fan Ku and the others were also stunned. Although they were high and mighty holy spirits, when had they ever seen a peerless treasure like the Phoenix blood fruit? They were all shocked. But soon, the expressions of the three Saint Seniors collapsed again, especially Luan Feng, whose pretty face was full of regret and uneasiness. Because judging from the current situation, this descendant of Tianxing still valued Yang Kai very much even after his bloodline awakened. Otherwise, why would he summon a Phoenix blood fruit from the blood door to heal him? This was really a waste of God's gift. But when Yang Kai was humiliated and bullied by Shihua, the three of them just watched coldly and didn't intervene. As a result, Yang Kai ended up in such a sorry state. Who knew if this descendant of Tianxing would settle accounts with them later? Especially Luan Feng. Ruoxi slapped her cheek in front of her, begging her to help Yang Kai, but Luan Feng remained unmoved. She didn't even have the thought of stopping Zhang Ruoxi. As a result, Zhang Ruoxi slapped herself until one side of her face was swollen, and the blood at the corner of her mouth hadn't dried yet. If he had known this would happen, he would have given her some face and saved Yang Kai. She would have definitely owed him a favor. But she didn't want to offend Shihua and just stood by. That was a favor from a descendant of Tianxing. But now, Shihua was dead and even his source strength was taken away. Her previous concerns had completely become a joke, and she had to be on tenterhooks. For the first time in her life, Luan Feng finally understood the feeling of regret. Her mouth was full of bitterness. If she had another choice, so what if she offended Shihua? "Sir, heal your wounds first." Seeing Yang Kai holding the Phoenix blood fruit motionless, Ruoxi couldn't help but urge. She had followed Yang Kai for so many years, but when had she ever seen her sir in such a sorry state? While feeling distressed, she was also furious. Although the culprit, Shihua, was killed by her, the three people who stood by and watched were also abominable. Yang Kai nodded. He placed the Phoenix blood fruit into his mouth and swallowed it. Although the fruit was rare, it was a gift from Ruoxi. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse. A sweet taste spread from the tip of his tongue. Immediately after, a warm current spread from his abdomen to his limbs and bones, filling up his flesh and bones and quickly healing his injuries. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Although he already knew that the phoenix blood fruit was a sacred fruit for healing injuries, he only truly understood the heaven-defying effects of this spiritual fruit after consuming it. It was rumored that as long as one still had a breath left in them, a single phoenix blood fruit was enough to make a person full of vigor. Now it seemed that the rumors were true. "Sir, what about the three of them?" She quietly transmitted her voice while turning her head to look at Fan Hua and the other two who stood there motionless. Seeing her look over, the hearts of Fan Ku and the other two tightened as they involuntarily swallowed their saliva. Those cold eyes really made them shiver. He wondered what this descendant of Tianxing was planning. "What do you want to do?" Yang Kai asked. "Kill them all." Ruoshi's eyes turned cold. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He knew that this time her anger wasn't small. So, she had no intention of letting Fan Hua and the others go. "But I will listen to Sir." Ruoshi added, "If Sir wants them dead, then I will kill them." While he spoke, he also secretly glanced at Kai Yang, as if he had a guilty conscience. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Say it. Not to mention one request, even if it's 10 or 100, as long as I can do it, I will do it." "Sir, please close your eyes." She gritted her teeth and mustered up her courage. After she finished speaking, she felt her cheeks burning hot. Fan Hua and the other two looked at the scene in a daze, all of them showing a meaningful expression. They suddenly realized that they had underestimated the relationship between this descendant of Tianxing and Yang Kai. They originally thought the two were just friends, but now it seems this descendant of Tianxing was in love. If this is the case, then in the future it won't be as simple as having a good relationship with Yang Kai, they will have to follow his orders. This really does match Yang Kai's words from before. 30 years to the east, 30 years to the west. Who knows when there will be a place that needs his help. At that time, although Yang Kai was referring to the Stone Spirit clan, Fan Hua didn't care at all. But now it seems that these words were true. Yang Kai was also stunned when he heard this. He wasn't a fledgling boy. How could he not see the clues in Ruoshi's expression and tone? He sighed slightly in his heart. Since coming to the star boundary, he had never dared to attract bees and butterflies. After all, far away in his homeland, Su Yen, Xianing Chang, Shanqing Luo, and Shuiyu were all waiting for him. After wandering the star boundary for so many years, his life was also extremely self-disciplined. He had never acted too intimately with any woman. But he was also a person, a man. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai closed his eyes. Ruoshi bit her red lips tightly, the heart in her chest thumping fiercely. The violent heartbeat was like a war drum, and her hot cheeks burned like fire. Step by step, she came in front of Yang Kai, then crouched down and stretched out her trembling hands to hold Yang Kai's cheeks. Closing her eyes, her long eyelashes trembled nervously as she slowly pressed her lips against his. Soon a warm feeling came from his forehead and an intoxicating fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Her teasing hair caressed Yang Kai's cheeks, bringing a tingling sensation. After what seemed like a moment, but also like 1,000 years, Ruoshi jumped up like a frightened rabbit. Drunk and hazy, her delicate ears were dark red as she panicked. "Say, Sir, Ruoshi really has to go, please take care of yourself." After saying that, she turned around and rushed towards the blood door, as if she didn't dare to stay here for a moment longer. As a result, her body inexplicably went soft and she almost tripped over a stone. Song Dog couldn't help but laugh. Ruoshi immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and glared at Song Dog. The smile on Song Dog's face instantly stiffened, and his forehead was dripping with sweat. Fortunately, his physique was extremely strong, and the restorative ability of his golden blood was also extremely strong. Otherwise, with such injuries, even if an ordinary person didn't die, they would be gasping for breath. Under the circulation of his emperor chi, the phoenix blood fruit's medicinal efficacies gradually dissolved in his body. His broken bones slowly healed, and his bruised and swollen face was restored to normal. The phoenix blood fruit was worthy of its reputation as a healing panacea. Before the spirit fruit's medicinal efficacies were completely consumed, Yang Kai already felt that he was fine. However, it would take some time for his reconnected bones to fully recover. Half an hour later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and glanced over at his third sister, only to find that she was still standing straight in front of him, protecting him. 10 miles away, with the 3 Saint Venerables as their leader, many Monster King, Saint Envoys, and even the Rock Spirit clan were silently watching. Each of them had different expressions and complicated feelings. This was especially true for Xie Wuwei. Previously, when he was forced to become Yang Kai's sole slave, he was very unhappy. He felt that Yang Kai was too despicable and shameless. If he hadn't hit him when he was down, he wouldn't have been willing to hand over his soul seal. However, Xie Wuwei didn't dare to think that way now. Didn't they see how respectful the 3 Saint Venerables were in front of him? When he was recuperating, the 3 Saint Venerables didn't dare to disturb him at all. They even passed down a decree for all Monster King and Saint Envoys to remember Yang Kai's appearance. In the future, when they saw him, they would treat him as if they were Saint Venerables. Even the Saint Venerables didn't dare to be arrogant in front of him. A Monster King like him was nothing. Xie Wuwei was convinced. He was truly convinced. At the same time, he was extremely annoyed. If he had known that the little girl beside Yang Kai was a descendant of Tianxing, he would have built a good relationship with her. Perhaps when the descendant of Tianxing entered the blood door, she would have been kind enough to bring him into the blood door and let him inherit the power of the Holy Spirit. Now that the descendant of Tianxing had entered the blood door and brought in a rock spirit to inherit Tai Yu's power, he could only be jealous. When he thought of this, Xie Wuwei was so annoyed that his heart ached. Third brother, call the 3 Saint Venerables and Elder Rock Spirit over. Yang Kai suddenly ordered. Third brother bowed and walked 10 kilometers away. Yang Kai, on the other hand, came to the mountains and rivers bell on the ground alone and looked around, as if he was trying to see if there was anything special about it. He was forced to remove the mountains and rivers bell soul brand, so this ancient exotic treasure was once again without an owner. Even now, no one was interested in it. 10 kilometers away, third sister flew over. At a glance, her clothes were tattered and her pretty face was dirty. It was almost impossible to see her original appearance. Many pairs of eyes looked at her curiously, not knowing who she was. Xie Wuwei knew that Yang Kai had been looking for third sister and had seen her image before, but it was not convenient for him to point it out at this moment. Honored Master has ordered for the 3 of you and Elder Rock Spirit to have a chat. Third sister looked at Fan Ku and the others and said in a light tone, Honored Master. Fan Ku and the others were shocked when they heard this, not knowing what was going on. They knew Yang Kai's cultivation very well. He was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, but this dirty woman in front of them was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Why did she call Yang Kai Honored Master? But from the tone and demeanor of this woman, it didn't seem like she was joking. Fan Ku was full of doubts, but she couldn't ask, so she could only smile and nod. Many thanks, young lady. After saying that, he was about to walk over, but soon he seemed to have thought of something. He turned to look at Elder Shirling and extended his hand. Elder Shirling, after you. Elder Rock Spirit chuckled, understanding what Fan Ku was afraid of. He immediately made a gesture of invitation and walked forward side by side with the 3 Saint Masters. A short while later, the 4 arrived at the original battlefield under third sister's lead. Honored Master. The third brother called out, indicating that Yang Kai had brought him here, and then respectfully stood aside. Yang Kai nodded and stepped forward to greet them. Sir Yang. Fan Ku, Luan Feng, and Sango all took the initiative to greet him with cupped fists and forced smiles on their faces. But Yang Kai didn't even look at them and walked straight to Elder Rock Spirit, smiling and bowing, Elder. Fan Ku and the others were quite embarrassed, but they couldn't say anything and could only step aside. Mr. Yang. Elder Rock Spirit didn't dare to be arrogant at this moment. Just based on the close relationship between Yang Kai and the descendants of Tianxing, no one in the entire ancient land dared to be presumptuous in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and pressed down Elder Rock Spirit's clenched fists and sighed, Elder Rock Spirit has seen it. Although there were some twists and turns in today's process, it was fortunate that I didn't disappoint you. Little Xiao has now entered the Blood Gate, and with Ruoshi's help, he will inherit Tai Yu's power in time. Although Elder Rock Spirit had already learned the following things from Fan Ku and the others, but hearing Yang Kai say it himself at this moment still made him very excited. His body trembled slightly. Mr. Yang's kindness, my Rock Spirit clan will forever remember it. Elder Rock is too polite. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Although Little Xiao is a member of the Rock Spirit clan, he was also raised by me. I also wish him well. Elder Rock Spirit clan and I are family, so don't be so polite. Elder Rock Spirit's eyes lit up. It is Ninth Stone's fortune to be under Mr. Yang's tutelage. It is also the fortune of my Rock Spirit clan. Yang Kai reassured, Elder Rock Spirit clan, please rest assured. In the future your Rock Spirit clan will not be disturbed in the ancient lands. No one will force you to do things you don't want to do. At this point, Yang Kai glanced sideways at Fan Ku and the others and snorted, Master, what do you think? Fan Ku quickly chimed in, Mr. Yang is right, the Rock Spirit clan will never be disturbed in the future. After today we will warn our subordinates that with the Rock Spirit clan's current residence as the center, the Rock Spirit clan will forever belong to the Rock Spirit clan. Anyone who dares to rashly invade will be killed without mercy. Luan Feng and Song Dog also nodded, apparently having no objection to this decision. Chapter 2605. Sir Yang's divine technique is truly unfathomable. It is truly an eye-opener, Fan Hua praised sincerely. He wasn't trying to flatter Yang Kai but rather, it was truly an eye-opener. It was hard not to admire Yang Kai for making such a large stone spirit disappear out of thin air. Fan Hua knew that he didn't have such an ability. With just this one move, the three Saint Venerables were amazed by Yang Kai. On second thought, Yang Kai had such an amazing cultivation at such a young age and was proficient in the Tao of space. It wasn't impossible for him to become one of the great emperors in the future. Even if he couldn't become one of the great emperors, he would have no problem reaching the third-order emperor realm. What kind of concept was a third-order emperor realm master proficient in the Tao of space? Even if his cultivation wasn't as good as the great emperors, he would still be a top master in the emperor realm. Moreover, he had the mountains and rivers bell, and the descendant of Tianxing was in love with him. After re-examining Yang Kai, the three Saint Venerables discovered that this young man had an unimaginable potential hidden in him. Fan Hua cupped his fists and said, Sir Yang, since this matter is over, why don't you take a rest in my humble abode? After realizing Yang Kai's potential, Fan Hua wasn't so opposed to Yang Kai staying in the ancient lands. Instead he was very enthusiastic. Song Go and Luan Feng were obviously aware of this as well. Before Fan Hua finished speaking, Song Go said, My palace also welcomes Sir Yang. If Sir Yang doesn't mind, Luan Feng directly interrupted him, this mistress also wants to invite Sir Yang to my palace, but I'm afraid Sir Yang won't agree. Song Go didn't finish his sentence as he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. He couldn't help but glare at Luan Feng. His face was gloomy. Yang Kai glanced at the three with a smile. His heart was as clear as a mirror. How could he not know what they were planning? He sneered in his heart, wondering if they would still be so enthusiastic after knowing his true intentions. After pondering for a moment he said, Three masters' hospitality is great. Then it would be impolite for this young master to refuse. I wonder which of the three masters' palaces is closer to this place? Yang Kai didn't have much of a friendship with these three saints. The only one he found pleasing to the eye was Luan Feng. After all, Luan Feng was a woman and had some innate advantages. Moreover, because of Ruoxi's matter, Yang Kai's impression of her was slightly better than the other two. However, it didn't matter where he went at this time. The main event was after he arrived. The Luan Feng's eyes lit up and she said, This place is the closest to my palace. Song Dog was instantly displeased. He said, It's only 100,000 miles closer to my palace. You call that close? Yang Kai waved his hand and said, Since it's the closest to the Phoenix Madam's palace, then this young master will stay there. Cough cough. My injuries haven't healed yet, so I really shouldn't go on a long journey. As he spoke, he coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. The three of them were shocked. Luan Feng cried out, Mr. Yang, what's wrong with you? Standing to the side, third brother's beautiful face also turned pale. He quickly came forward to support Yang Kai and said with concern, Master, Yang Kai clutched his chest and said with difficulty, Shihua was too ruthless. This young master's injuries are quite serious. I'm afraid I won't be able to recover in a short time. Fan Ku and the others were stunned. Didn't the descendant of Tianxing give you a 10,000-year-old phoenix blood fruit? With that kind of sacred healing medicine, what kind of injuries can't be healed? Moreover, he was clearly fine just a moment ago, so why did he spit out blood in the blink of an eye? They didn't know what Yang Kai was doing. Each of them had a strange expression. Cough cough. Yang Kai's face was pale as he gasped for breath. I heard that there are many spirit grasses and miraculous medicines in the ancient lands. If I can obtain some and consume them, they will definitely be effective in healing this young master's injuries. Ha, it's a pity that this young master is currently injured and doesn't have the strength to search for them. Fan Ku's face darkened as he suddenly understood what Yang Kai was trying to do. The corners of his mouth twitched as he said, Mr. Yang, rest assured, this king will have his monster king subordinates search for those spirit grasses and miraculous medicines. When the time comes, this king will personally deliver them to Mr. Yang. I hope Mr. Yang can persist for a while. After saying so, he quietly glared at Song Dog and secretly transmitted a message to him. Song Dog shivered and hurriedly said, This king will not shirk from Mr. Yang's request. That's good, that's good. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, leaning half of his body on third brother's body as he said, In addition to those spirit grasses and miraculous medicines, if there are any high-rank source crystals or rare treasures, this young master's injuries should heal faster. What does source crystals and treasures have to do with injuries? Fan Ku and the others really want to question Yang Kai. Isn't this clearly extortion? You three can rest assured, once this young master's injuries are healed, this young master will leave the ancient lands. I won't trouble you for too long. Yang Kai squeezed out a harmless smile and said weakly. The corners of Fan Ku's eyes twitched as he said insincerely, Mr. Yang is too polite. With Mr. Yang's identity, it doesn't matter how long you stay in the ancient lands. Oh, that's right. Yang Kai suddenly seemed to remember something and said, Since Shihua has been executed, then the treasures he plundered all these years are useless. I'll have to trouble you to go to his palace and carefully count them. Then send them to me. In any case, they are Ruashi spoils of war. When she comes out of the blood door, I'll have to give them to her. As soon as this statement came out, Fan Ku and the others only felt their hearts bleed. But since Yang Kai used the descendant of Tianxing as an excuse, they didn't dare to refute. Fan Wu nodded and said, Senior Yang is right. Shihua has indeed plundered some good things over the years. This king will take some people to count them and send them to Senior Yang. After saying that, he looked at Luan Feng and said, Madame Feng, please take good care of Senior Yang. Luan Feng nodded, I understand. Then she turned to Yang Kai and said, Mr. Yang, this mistress will take you back to the palace. Yang Kai nodded. Luan Feng immediately used her strength to wrap Yang Kai and third brother around her and flew away. Yang Kai looked at the girl called Xiao Ling from head to toe and suddenly said, Madame Feng, is this the girl I saw in Clear Jade Mountain? Indeed. Madame Feng put down Xiao Ling and stroked her head lovingly. Yang Kai was amazed. Yang Kai had indeed seen this little girl called Xiao Ling before. She was the little Luan Feng who had appeared in Clear Jade Mountain. Yang Kai had not expected that after so many years she would actually be able to take human form, and her cultivation was also quite good, reaching the second-order Dao Source realm. However, in the end she was a descendant of a divine spirit, so it was not surprising for her to have such amazing growth. Looking at her, Yang Kai suddenly became curious. Giving birth to children required the union of a man and a woman, so how did the Luan Feng give birth to this girl? There was probably no other male Luan Feng in this world, right? Could it be that she had an affair with one of his monster king subordinates? Thinking so, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. Chapter 2607. Yang Kai's shout reverberated throughout the side hall. Tianlong and the other maidservants looked at each other in dismay, thinking to themselves, is this really going to work? I'm afraid your disciple has lost her mind. But to their surprise, just as Yang Kai's voice fell, a slight noise suddenly came from behind a pillar, followed by a dirty head poking out from behind. Only a pair of bright and beautiful eyes could be seen. Honored master, why are you here? Third sister seemed to be startled and ran out from behind the pillar in a panic. Yang Kai coldly glanced at her, putting on a dignified expression, but soon he couldn't help but groan, not knowing where to look. As far as the eye could see, Lao San was completely naked. There were patches of black and white on his body, making him look extremely eye-catching. When she was wearing those tattered clothes, it wasn't obvious, but now that she was naked, third sister's full and round figure was clearly visible. Part of her snow-white skin was so bright that it almost blinded Yang Kai's eyes. She didn't notice and directly came to stand in front of Yang Kai, looking apprehensive. That. Yang Kai scratched his chin and looked up at the ceiling, saying awkwardly, I heard you were messing around again, so master came to take a look. Third sister said embarrassedly, Honored master, don't be angry, I was just playing with them. Yang Kai quickly waved his hand and said, since you were just messing around, then quickly go wash up. Yes. The third sister responded, and her delicate body swayed as she fell into the huge pool, creating a large splash of water. Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that third sister's understanding of him was still at the level of honored master. This saved him a lot of trouble. Tianlong and the other maidservants stood to the side. Their expressions were strange, not knowing what was going on with this strange master and disciple. Since they were master and disciple, how could this disciple be so honest with her master? Could it be that there was some kind of relationship between these two that couldn't be revealed to outsiders? This was a violation of the rules of etiquette. Thinking of this, the maidservants were flustered. Quickly wash her, I'll go out and wait. Yang Kai was also embarrassed. After saying this, he wanted to leave this troublesome place. Tianlong anxiously said, Honored Master Yang, if your disciple becomes like that again after you leave, what should we do? Previously, when Kai Yang had brought his third brother over, everything had been fine, but in the blink of an eye, his third brother had gone insane. When Kai Yang arrived, his third brother had returned to normal. Tianlong was really afraid that something like this would happen again. After all, her third sister was a woman. It was not a big deal for her master to see her body. But what if she ran out and was seen by others? She wouldn't be able to live anymore. Kai Yang's brow furrowed slightly as he helplessly asked, Then what should we do? Tianlong pursed her lips and smiled, Your disciple seems to be very afraid of you. Why don't you wait here, Mr. Yang? Mr. Yang was here. And your disciple shouldn't cause any more trouble. Yang Kai was indifferent for a while. Although he knew this wasn't a good idea, there was nothing he could do. He could only nod and tell Tianlong to hurry up. With his back to the hot spring, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, held 2 high-rank source crystals in his hand, and began to cultivate. Soon, the sound of splashing water came from behind him, accompanied by the giggles of his third sister. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little restless. His imagination ran wild. After half an hour, Yang Kai, who was meditating, was awakened by the sound of honored master. Opening his eyes, he saw a beautiful woman standing in front of him. Chapter 26:10. Looking at the hundreds of people in front of him, Yang Kai grinned, Netherworld sect. You're really haunting me. Among the hundreds of people, there were a dozen people with extremely cold auras, including the old man surnamed Wu and the one who dealt with Chi Hai before. They obviously cultivated an evil secret art. The aura these people gave Yang Kai was the same as Yin Luxing Hua Fei Qin, and the others he encountered before. In that case, the identities of these dozen or so people were obvious. In the eastern region, other than the people of the Netherworld sect, there was probably no other family. Apart from these people, the rest of the people's strength was uneven. At this moment, they were looking at Chi-Hai with eyes full of concern. Presumably, they were from the Heaven Chi Castle. Soon, Yang Kai's eyes fixed on another old man and frowned slightly. "Old Ban? Why are you here too?" This old man was the one who led him and Ruoshi into the ancient lands. Old Ban. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Old Ban smiled bitterly. "They want to enter the ancient lands. I'm a fish on the chopping block." This sentence expressed the helplessness in his heart. "Old thing, shut up." A Netherworld sect disciple next to Old Ban immediately glared at him. Old Ban's expression changed and he didn't dare to speak again, but he quietly transmitted a message. "Little brother, leave quickly. These people from the Netherworld sect seem to be looking for you." Unexpectedly, as soon as his voice fell, the Netherworld sect disciple who stared at him before shouted, "Old thing, you dare to secretly transmit a message? You're courting death." As soon as his words fell, he sent a palm strike towards Old Ban. Old Ban's cultivation was only in the first order Dao source realm. Although the transmission was extremely subtle, how could it be hidden from the third order Dao source realm's Netherworld sect disciple? Seeing this old man refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, the Netherworld sect disciple immediately wanted to teach him a lesson. In any case, the person the vice sect master was looking for had taken the initiative to appear. Naturally, there was no need to enter the ancient lands. Since he didn't want to enter the ancient lands, it didn't matter if he was beaten to death or not. This palm strike was merciless. As the wind howled, Old Ban's face turned deathly white. Just as the palm was about to land on Old Ban's body, another palm suddenly stretched out to meet it. "Who is it?" The Netherworld sect disciple was shocked, but before he could see the face of the attacker, his two palms met. A tsunami-like power surged towards the Netherworld sect's disciple, and he felt as if the power was tearing through his defenses, invading his body and rampaging inside. Puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The Netherworld sect's disciple was sent flying backwards and tumbled several times on the ground. When he stood up again, he checked his body. His face immediately turned ashen as he said in despair, my meridians have been destroyed." He looked up and screamed hysterically. Only then did he see clearly. The one who attacked him before was actually that guy called Yang Kai. He immediately gritted his teeth and said, "You are so ruthless." Yang Kai rescued Old Ban and wrapped him up before looking at the Netherworld sect's disciple indifferently. "Boy, didn't your master teach you to respect the old and love the young? You don't even have this little bit of virtue. Crippling your meridians is just a small punishment. You can't be so rude when you see an old man in the future." The Netherworld sect's disciple was already grieving, so when he heard Yang Kai scolding him, he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. He turned to the old man surnamed Wu and said, "Vice sect master, this disciple's meridians have been destroyed. You must uphold justice for this disciple." The old man surnamed Wu coldly snorted, "What a disgrace. Get lost." The disciple was stunned, never having thought that the vice sect master would be so unreasonable. Not only did he not help him, but he even reprimanded him. He suddenly felt like he had nothing left to live for, and in a fit of anger, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. The old man surnamed Wu looked at Yang Kai coldly and snorted, "First Order Emperor realm, not bad." Yang Kai grinned at him and boasted shamelessly, "So?" Saying so, he turned his head and the smile on his face disappeared. He looked coldly at Chi-Hai and said, "Brother Chi-Hai, you seem to have done something wrong to me. This young master is very distressed." Chi-Hai heard this and his face was full of shame and embarrassment, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Yang, this Chi didn't want to do this if I had no other choice. It's just that my wife's life is in danger. Unfortunately, Brother Yang has the Phoenix True Fire and is unwilling to lend a helping hand. This Chi can only rely on others." Yang Kai sighed and said lightly, "This young master admires Brother Chi's feelings for your wife. Unfortunately, even if you betrayed me, this master vice sect master doesn't seem to appreciate it." Chi-Hai suddenly felt bitter. Previously, the people from the Netherworld sect came to the Heaven Chi Castle because the Heaven Chi Castle was the local tyrant and knew more about the ancient lands than others. Chi-Hai was angry at Yang Kai for being so stingy that he didn't even want to help, so he agreed to vice sect master Wu's request without hesitation. He brought dozens of Heaven Chi Castle's disciples and prepared to enter the ancient lands to search for Yang Kai. But before they could enter, Kai Yang actually ran out on his own and came face to face with them. Where there is a will, there is a way. Chi Hai gritted his teeth and said, "This Chi believes that sincerity can move metal and stone. As long as Vice Sect Master Wu can lend me the Phoenix True Fire, this Chi is willing to pay any price." While speaking, Chi Hai turned his head to look at the old man surnamed Wu. The latter's expression was indifferent and he didn't say anything at all. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Brother Chi, what you said is very good, but didn't Chi Hifeng tell you that the Phoenix True Fire is no longer with me?" Chi Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Yang, the Phoenix True Fire is so precious that no one would give it away, right? I just want you to do me a favor. It's just a small matter for you, but for me it's more important than my own life. Why are you so evasive?" Yang Kai's face turned cold and said, "Believe it or not, I've already given the Phoenix True Fire to someone, and that person is not here now. Originally, I thought that I would bring that person to the Heaven Chi Castle after she came back because you sold me a favor last time. Anyway, it's not a big deal. But now, your wife's poison is up to heaven." Chapter 26:12. While Yang Kai was secretly communicating with the Luanfeng, Wu Yuanjing had already leaped into the air and swooped down like a hunting eagle. His momentum was ferocious as he shouted, "Kneel for me." Hua Feichen was dead, Yin Lixing was dead, and even Elder Zhong was dead. The Netherworld sect had suffered heavy losses this time. Wu Yuanjing wanted to use Yang Kai and the others to show the world what kind of tragic fate awaited those who killed the Netherworld sect. As he swung his palm down, the pressure of a third-order Emperor Realm Master surged out and solidified the surrounding space. It was as if a mountain was falling from the sky instead of a person. Many Netherworld sect disciples watched in excitement, looking forward to the scene of Yang Kai and the others kneeling and begging for mercy. The dozens of Heaven Chi Castle disciples also watched with complicated expressions, especially Chi Hai, who couldn't help but sigh secretly. He knew that Yang Kai was doomed this time. Now that Yang Kai was dead, whether he still had the Phoenix True Fire or not, Chi Hai had no hope of borrowing it. His wife's heavenly frost earth rain poison was probably incurable. For a moment he felt bitter in his heart and hated himself for being too weak and useless. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wu Yuan sneered, while Kai Yang and the other two seemed to have been scared silly. They all stood in place, not daring to move an inch. Seeing that the palm was about to land, the Luanfeng suddenly raised her hand and pointed upwards. Her movement was extremely casual, as if she was pointing at an incoming fly. But the power of this finger made Wu Yuanjing's face change drastically. His tyrannical third-order Emperor Realm aura was directly broken by this finger. His ferocious aura was like a deflated balloon. All of a sudden it was exhausted. Not only that, but there was also a terrifying finger force in front of him. Like an indestructible sword, it tore through the principal strength and protective Emperor Qi around his body and stabbed into his palm. This is impossible. Wu Yuanjing's heart shook violently. He could not hide the shock in his eyes as he desperately poured his cultivation into his palm. He wanted to resist the finger force that was invading his body. However, his third-order Emperor Realm cultivation, which he had always been proud of, was like a joke in front of this inexplicable finger force. It was completely useless. Piaf! A soft sound rang out as blood splattered everywhere. Wu Yuanjing, who had pounced down ferociously, looked as if he had been struck by lightning. A bloody hole the size of a chopstick appeared in the center of his palm. His entire body flipped a few times in the air and staggered to the ground. His eyes trembled as he looked at the Luanfeng. The Netherworld sect's disciples were stunned. Many disciples of the Heaven Chi Castle were dumbfounded. What did they see? Wu Yuanzheng, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, had his palm pierced by a woman's finger, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back? Everyone was frightened. The entire place was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only the sound of heartbeats could be heard. In this world, who could injure a third-order Emperor Realm Master to such an extent? Who are you? Wu Yuan's face turned pale. It wasn't because of how serious his injuries were. Although the power of that finger had pierced his palm, it was only a minor injury. He should be able to recover after taking some pills and recuperating for a few days. Compared to his injuries, he was more shocked. He was shocked by the identity of this woman in front of him. To be able to injure him to such an extent, this woman's identity couldn't be too bad. Suddenly, a sensational thought popped up in the depths of his heart. Although she had a daughter, she was not the kind of girl that Yang Kai had imagined to have sex with a monster king. Instead, she gave birth to a child by using her own blood essence and yuan qi to condense a spirit egg in her body. When it came to the matters between men and women, Luan Feng was still a blank piece of paper, so how could she understand the essence contained in this smell? However, this smell made her instinctively feel that she did not like it. Hey, what an ice mountain beauty! As soon as the young man arrived in front of Yang Kai and the others, he suddenly stared straight at Ji Yao, who had an indifferent expression on her face. Because they cultivated an ice attribute secret art, many of the disciples of Ice Heart Valley had cold looks on their faces, as if they were trying to keep strangers at a distance of 1,000 kilometers. After washing up and dressing up, Ji Yao no longer looked as dirty as before. Her beauty was outstanding, her figure was graceful, and coupled with her cold aura, it was easy to arouse the desire of men to conquer her. The young man in front of her was undoubtedly the kind of person who liked women, otherwise, he would not have pulled his female companion into such a shameful act in broad daylight. Scram. Ji Yao felt very uncomfortable being stared at by this young man and immediately shouted coldly. "Ha, your little temper is quite irritable, I like it." The young man's face was extremely thick. Ji Yao clearly did not care about what he said, but he had a look of pleasure on his face, his eyes flashing as if his appetite was aroused. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled Ji Yao behind him as he looked at the young man with a smile. The young man's face became cold as he snorted. "Who are you? You aren't a disciple of my netherworld sect, are you? Why have I never seen you before?" Yang Kai said lightly, "You don't need to worry about that, we came to netherworld sect to collect some debts." "Tell me your sect master." Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, the young man suddenly seemed to have found a treasure and his eyes bulged as he stared straight at the Luan Feng standing to the side, licking his lips as he said, "What a beautiful woman, this young master's luck is not shallow today. I've decided, you will serve me in bed tonight." Compared to Ji Yao, that ice-cold beauty, this young man seemed to prefer a mature and charming woman. Previously, his eyes had been attracted by Ji Yao, but now that he suddenly discovered the Luan Feng, he became excited and his breathing became slightly rapid as a wicked light flashed across his eyes. Saying so, he stretched out his hand to grab the Luan Feng. Looking at his posture, it seemed he wanted to forcefully capture the Luan Feng. Are young people nowadays so arrogant? Yang Kai was startled and quickly stepped aside. Courting death. The Luan Feng was furious. What kind of status did she have? Even if Netherworld sect Master Fu Bo personally came here, he would still have to treat her with respect, but this so-called First-Order Dao Source Realm youth actually dared to reach out his hand to her. Not only that, he even dared to speak obscenities and ask her to serve him in bed tonight. Even a clay figurine had a temper, let alone a divine spirit Luan Feng. While the young man reached out to grab the Luan Feng, he glanced at Yang Kai with both contempt and admiration in his eyes, as if he was saying that Yang Kai was very sensible. Just now, when Kai Yang had stepped aside, he had naturally seen it. He had thought that Kai Yang was afraid of him. This caused the young man's vanity to explode and he said, "Little girl, you'd better not resist, this young master's grandfather is the great elder. If you obey this young master, you will enjoy endless benefits in the future." The Luan Feng snorted and struck out with her palm. After the charming woman who had followed the man who had been killed gave Yang Kai and the others directions, she immediately went to see the Great Elder and reported everything that had happened. The Great Elder was furious. After learning that Yang Kai and the others had come to find Fu Bo, he naturally hurried here. His grandson had been killed in the sect. How could he accept this? Not to mention that it was his only grandson. The hatred of his grandson was absolutely irreconcilable. Just the other party's arrogant behavior was tantamount to slapping his old face. Outside the hall, Zhou Yong walked in with a cold expression, the murderous intent in his eyes almost tangible. After greeting Fu Bo, he immediately looked at the two women standing behind Yang Kai. He had heard from the disciple of the Third Order Dao Source realm that the one who had killed his grandson was a dignified and graceful woman. Wan Feng and Ji Yao's temperaments were very different, so Zhou Yong quickly determined who the murderer was. At this moment, Fu Bo frowned, thinking about how to explain the situation to the Great Elder so that he could come up with an idea, so he did not notice Zhou Yong's anger and murderous intent. Without waiting for him to come back to his senses, Zhou Yong suddenly roared out, "Lowly slave, was it you who killed this king's grandson?" Chem? Fu Bo was startled and looked up at Zhou Yong, asking in horror, "Great Elder, what are you saying? Did he hear wrong? The Great Elder actually called her a cheap slave?" Zhou Yong stretched out his hand and pointed at Wan Feng standing behind Yang Kai, angrily shouting, "Sect Master, it was this cheap woman who killed Zhou Ji in the sect. That was this elder's only grandson." Zhou Ji? Fu Bo frowned, that ignorant and incompetent guy. He obviously knew who Zhou Ji was. After all, he was the Great Elder's grandson. If it had been an ordinary disciple, he would not have remembered him. After all, with his status, how could he care about a small First Order Dao Source realm? But Zhou Ji was different. He was the Great Elder's grandson. Fu Bo had long heard of this person and knew that this guy was ignorant and incompetent. Relying on the Great Elder's support, he often ran amok. However, this boy had never damaged the foundation of the sect, nor had he harmed any of the female disciples with outstanding aptitude, so out of respect for the Great Elder, Fu Bo did not bother to interfere. Who would have thought that the debauchee would actually be killed by someone, and even killed in his own sect? The person who killed him was the expert that even he was afraid of. Zhou Yong said with a pained expression, although Jir was ignorant and incompetent, he was still young. With this old master's personal guidance, he could have become a great talent in the future, but today he died. Killed by this cheap woman, my Zhou family has no more descendants. Fu Bo's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, quietly observing Wan Feng's reaction as he shouted, "Great Elder, shut up." She was in existence on the level of a heavenly emperor. How could Zhou Yong be so blind as to insult her time and time again? How could he possibly have a good ending if he had angered her so much? For a moment, Fu Bo's intestines turned green with regret. If he had known this would happen, how could he have let Zhou Yong in? Not only did he fail to help, he even added to the chaos. Zhou Yong angrily shouted, "Sect Master, even if they are your guests, this old master must avenge my grandson." He thought that Yang Kai and the others could stand here because of Fu Bo's guests. But even if they were Fu Bo's guests, he was not afraid. As a Third Order Emperor Realm Master and the Netherworld Sect's Great Elder, Zhou Yong believed that the Sect Master would stand on his side. But the situation was completely different from what he expected. However, Yang Kai was sure that he had never seen this burly man before. "Shayong, the man is yours, the woman is mine." "Hiss, this woman is so beautiful, we're in for a treat." Another man's voice sounded, followed by another figure rushing towards Ji Yao, his face full of lust, as if he couldn't wait to capture Ji Yao and have a good time with her. The burly man named Shayong didn't seem to care much about Ji Yao before, but now hearing this, he quickly sized her up and found that she was really beautiful, especially that cold temperament that kept people thousands of miles away, making it easy for people to have thoughts of conquering her. Yong turned around and rushed towards Ji Yao, shouting, "Change one, change one. Gu Peng, you stole a woman last time, this time it's Uncle Sha's turn." Looking up, Yang Kai saw a group of 3 people blocking the way ahead. A man, a woman, and an old man. The man and woman seemed to be a couple, looking very intimate. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful, making them a golden couple, but the look in their eyes ruined the impression they gave off. The man looked at Ji Yao with a look of amazement on his face. As he spoke, his eyes stared straight at Ji Yao, obviously moved by Ji Yao's beauty. As for the woman, there was a trace of jealousy in her eyes. Her big eyes constantly roamed over Ji Yao's body, but she found that no matter how she compared herself to Ji Yao, her mood was not good. Noticing the bewitching expression of her male companion beside her, the woman pinched him in jealousy, causing him to cry out in pain. Chapter 26-21. Peaceful City. Yang Kai walked out of the inn and thought about it carefully. He suddenly said, "Isn't this the city where the woman named Yen Shuaman is?" When the 3 people stopped the way and wanted to buy Ji Yao's ship, the old man introduced the man and the woman. He said that the man was the young master of the Black Thunder Pavilion, and the woman was the daughter of the city lord of Peaceful City. When Yang Kai entered the city yesterday, he was worried about Ji Yao's condition and did not care about the name of the city. Only now did he know that it was Peaceful City. This was a bit of a coincidence. However, Yang Kai wasn't afraid. A trivial city didn't have the qualifications to make him feel fear. He led Ji Yao all the way out of the city and came to the city gate in a short time. Many people were waiting in line at the gate to go out of the city, and there were many cultivators at the gate. Everyone who went out of the city had to be checked by those cultivators. Yang Kai saw this scene and could not help but frown. He did not know if this was the inherent rule of Peaceful City or something had happened. "Master, is it because of the 3 people yesterday?" Ji Yao suddenly asked in a low voice. "Are they looking for us? How can there be such a coincidence?" Yang Kai chuckled. "We did not disturb anyone when we entered the city yesterday. Maybe something else happened in the city." Ji Yao nodded gently. The 2 did not rely on their high cultivation to force their way into the city gate. Since they were in other people's territory, it was not a problem to follow their rules. At the moment, the 2 lined up behind the crowd and waited to go out of the city. The cultivator at the city gate checked very carefully. There were even divine senses secretly checking those who were preparing to go out of the city. One by one, the cultivator was checked and allowed to go. The line gradually moved forward. "Master Dong." Suddenly, a person's voice came from a house next to the city gate. "Haven't you found her yet?" Another person asked. It seemed to be the Master Dong. "Not yet." The person who spoke first replied, "But Master Dong, please rest assured that the other 3 city gates have been closed urgently. If your wife wants to go out of the city, she will definitely go through this city gate. As long as she appears, we will definitely be able to find her." "Thank you for your trouble, Commander Yu. Sai, this is really a misfortune for our clan." The Dong clan master sighed deeply. Commander Yu suddenly chuckled and said, "Master Dong, as far as I know, you and your wife have always been in love with each other. You often go in and out of Peaceful City as a couple. Everyone is envious of you. How did you get into such a mess overnight? Why did your wife run away from home?" The Dong family's patriarch didn't hesitate to borrow the power of our city lord's mansion to find her. When Commander Yu asked this question, he was stunned. The room immediately fell silent as if it was difficult to speak. Commander Yu continued, Dong family head, if it's not convenient for you to say, then just pretend I didn't ask. Sigh. Dong family's patriarch sighed heavily and said, as the saying goes, don't wash your dirty linen in public. This Dong wanted to keep the peace and not make a big deal out of it. But that stupid woman just had to force me. Actually, there was nothing inconvenient to say. That foolish woman was greedy, and stole our Dong family's most precious treasure. Still, Commander Yu was shocked. This shouldn't be, right? Your wife is second only to one person in the Dong family. And this you also heard that your wife seems to come from a big sect. What could the Dong family have that she could steal without asking? This Dong family doesn't know if she ate too much lard and lost her mind. How could she do such a disgraceful thing? Dong family's patriarch said bitterly. Chapter 26-22. The old woman coughed violently a few more times, coughing so violently that it seemed she was about to cough out her heart and lungs. After a long time, she finally managed to catch her breath and turned her head weakly. I'm fine, I'm just a little old. Thank you, little girl. Ji Yao shook her head, but before she could let go, the old woman's legs went soft again. Ji Yao hurriedly pulled her back and said with a frown, Grandma, let me help you. The old woman said, Thank you, thank you. Little girl is kind and will be rewarded in the future, cough cough. Ji Yao smiled slightly and said, Honored master often teaches us disciples to respect the old and love the young when we go out. It's just a small matter. Oldo chuckled and said, Little girl, you're not bad. Your honored master has taught you well. May I ask which sect little girl comes from? Ji Yao shook her head and smiled without answering. Kai Yang's eyes flashed as he smiled and said, Respecting the old and loving the young is a virtue. But when you go out, you must also carefully wipe your eyes. Don't be easily deceived by others. You must know that in this world, there are many people who deceive each other and scheme against each other. Who knows, when you do a good deed you will be used by others. That would be helping the evildoer. Grandma, don't you agree? The old woman's body trembled involuntarily and she forced a smile. This little brother is right. Ji Yao nodded seriously and said, Disciple will remember. Disciple? The old woman was shocked when she heard this and vaguely realized that the honored master Ji Yao mentioned before was the man standing behind her, which made her feel a little incredulous. Grandma, your earrings are very exquisite, Yang Kai suddenly said without rhyme or reason. The old woman was startled and subconsciously touched her earlobe. But there was nothing there. Turning her head, she forced a smile and said, Little brother is so young, how could you be mistaken? This old woman is already so old, how could I have the nerve to wear earrings? Yang Kai said, You didn't wear them today but I'm afraid you wore them yesterday. Your ears are very clear. It doesn't look like you haven't worn any accessories all year round. His words were laced with sarcasm, so even if Ji Yao was a fool, she could sense that something was wrong. With a thought, she quietly poured her emperor qi into the old woman's body. In the next moment, Ji Yao's expression suddenly became cold and she grabbed the old woman's arm and asked coldly, Who are you and why did you lie to me? She hadn't noticed this before, but now that she had discovered this old woman, this seemingly terminally ill old granny was actually brimming with vitality. Her aged appearance was clearly not her true appearance. Everything was a disguise she had put on. This infuriated Ji Yao. Just now, she had helped the old woman up with good intentions. Who would have thought that this old woman actually had ulterior motives? She was truly infuriated. The old woman's cultivation base was not high. She was only a third-order Dao Source realm cultivator, so after being grabbed by Ji Yao, she couldn't move at all. Her source qi was suppressed in her body and she couldn't circulate it. This time she really panicked and looked at Ji Yao pleadingly, whispering, Senior, I don't have any malicious intentions, I just had no choice but to do this. I hope Senior can be magnanimous and not expose me. Ji Yao's expression changed. Glancing at the cultivator guarding the city gate, she asked, They came for you? The old woman nodded silently. Why did you think of using me? Ji Yao asked coldly. The old woman said, When young Master Bai and young Lady Yen entered the city, they seemed to be very afraid of you, so. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, Madam Dong, you really have good eyesight. You noticed such a small thing. Chinha shook her head and said, I don't know the specific situation. Disciple only knows that the sect is now in danger. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he suddenly asked, You want to leave the Dong family in peaceful Peace City because you want to return to the sect and do your part? Chinha replied bitterly, Yes. Although Disciple was expelled from the sect by honored master, she is still a disciple of Ice Heart Valley. Now that the sect is in trouble, how can Disciple stand by and do nothing? It's just that the Dong family doesn't want to let me leave because once I expose my identity as a disciple of Ice Heart Valley, it will inevitably implicate the Dong family. Now, in the entire Northern Territory, no one dares to have anything to do with Ice Heart Valley. Jiao looked at her in a daze and nodded, It's hard for you to have this kind of heart. Previously, she had expected better from Chinha and felt that her martial niece was hopeless. She was expelled from the sect for a man, and 100 years later she was expelled from her family by that man. But now, it seemed that her martial niece still had some redeeming qualities. At the very least, when the sect was in trouble, she remembered to go back and do her part. Even though she knew that the sect was in a precarious situation and that the slightest mistake would cause her to turn to ashes, she still went back without hesitation. This was not something that anyone could do. Chinha shook her head and said, The sect raised me and taught me. Chinha is a disciple of Ice Heart Valley and will die as a ghost of Ice Heart Valley. Jiao nodded and said, Good, with your determination, senior sister will definitely accept you as a disciple again. Really? Chinha looked at Jiao in surprise. Jiao showed a rare smile, Don't worry if she doesn't accept you, I won't recognize her as senior sister. Chinha was startled and hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare, third martial aunt, please don't joke with me. Honored master, now that the sect is in trouble, we have to go back quickly. Senior sister can't do this alone. Jiao turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, But we have to deal with the tail behind us first. It seems that someone is watching us. Chem? Jiao heard this and immediately turned her head to look behind her, only to see a small black dot on the horizon rushing towards them. Obviously it was coming for them. Chinha's face changed and she said, This is bad, we must have exposed our identities in Peaceful City and attracted the attention of some people. Chinha, do you know who is coming? Yang Kai turned around and asked lightly. Chinha frowned and said, If Disciple is not wrong, they should be people from Black Thunder Pavilion. Black Thunder Pavilion? Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a playful smile. Chinha said, Peaceful City and Black Thunder Pavilion have a close relationship. They are connected by a space array so it is convenient to come and go. Black Thunder Pavilion is now attached to Seeking Passion sect. Now that we have exposed our identities, Black Thunder Pavilion will definitely not sit idly by. They must want to capture us and bring us to Seeking Passion sect to claim credit. That depends on whether they have the ability or not, Yang Kai sneered. What is the cultivation of Black Thunder Pavilion's Pavilion Master? Black Thunder Pavilion's Pavilion Master, by you, is a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Chinha's pretty face was solemn. They also have 4 first-order Emperor Realm Elders. Including Peaceful City City Lord Yen Dong, that makes 5 first-order Emperor Realm Masters. Martial Ant, let's go first. Why go? It's rare for you to come to our door, Jiao glared at her. Chinha was stunned, not knowing where her third martial ant's confidence came from. He is famous in the Northern Territory and has great attainments in spirit arrays. Bing Yun's pretty face also changed and she asked, "Who is this person? What is his relationship with Seeking Passion sect?" She had been away from the Northern Territory for too long. She had never heard of the name Nan Men de Jun. And Ruo Yun said, he should have nothing to do with Seeking Passion sect. As far as this disciple knows, Nan Men de Jun was born in the wilderness. In his early years he seemed to have obtained a strange book on spirit arrays and learned it himself. He doesn't have any sect background. Moreover, because he suffered in his early years and was bullied, this guy has always been greedy and only recognizes money. As long as there is enough wealth, anyone can invite him. Sun Yun Xiu also nodded and said, "It's just that this person has always been elusive. I didn't expect Seeking Passion sect to find him. It seems that the price they paid is not small." Bing Yun's face also became serious and she asked, "Yang Kai, is this information accurate?" Yang Kai said, "I also heard it from him. Whether it is accurate or not, Senior can ask him yourself." While speaking he kicked Fang Minghui who had been lying on the ground and coldly snorted, "Get up, if you pretend to be dead again I'll make you die for real." Fang Minghui, who seemed to be unconscious, heard this and quickly got up. He cupped his fists with a pale face and said, "Greetings, Senior Bing Yun, greetings, Senior Goddesses. This little one is Fang Minghui, a member of Shuangyu City's Fang family. I have nothing to do with Seeking Passion sect. Seniors, please understand." It was unknown when he woke up, but he obviously heard a lot of the previous conversation, so he knew that the one sitting above was Bing Yun. "Did I ask you to say this? Did I ask you to say this?" Yang Kai went up and punched and kicked him. While beating him he said, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll immediately tear you to pieces." Fang Minghui couldn't dodge and took a few hits. He said with a sad face, "I'll say whatever master wants me to say." Yang Kai snorted and said, "Senior Bing Yun has something to ask you. Answer honestly or you'll suffer." "Yes, yes, yes." Fang Minghui nodded repeatedly. Although he had expected the fate of the other Fang family disciples, at this moment, he didn't even have the slightest thought of revenge. Who told him to be weak? Who told them to take the initiative to get involved in the war between the two sects? Bing Yun looked at Fang Minghui and asked, "What's the matter with the Southern Gate Army?" Fang Minghui said with a bitter face, "Senior, I'm not too clear about this matter. This little one only heard from others that sect master Feng Xian. And that old fart invited a grandmaster from the Southern Gate Army to study how to break the spirit array. It will take at least half a month to break the spirit array." That brat is in trouble now. Elder Sun Ping is a second-order Emperor Realm Master. He's definitely not his opponent. Daring to behave atrociously in the Seeking Passion sect's territory, this brat should take a piss and look at himself in the mirror. Hearing everyone's discussion, Yang Kai looked at the master who had suddenly appeared. The newcomer was an old man with white hair and a white beard. His aura was as deep as the sea, giving people a great sense of pressure. His face was thin, but his eyes were as bright as the sun, piercing one's soul. "Elder Sun?" Yang Kai raised his brow. He wasn't familiar with the Emperor realm of the Seeking Passion sect, only knowing Feng Xian and Yao Zhua. This was the first time he had seen this Elder Sunday. However, the other party's cultivation was indeed at the second-order Emperor realm, so his status in the Seeking Passion sect wasn't low. Young man, you have a bad temper. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Sun Ping didn't cause trouble for Yang Kai after he appeared. Instead he spoke with a smile. Yang Kai snorted, they were too noisy. This young master just wanted to teach them a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, his attitude changed. He cupped his fists and laughed. I didn't want to disturb Elder Sunday. This is truly a sin. Acting like a master in front of the weak and acting like a grandson in front of the strong. This was how Yang Kai was acting right now. Everyone in the hall despised him, but because of his cultivation in the Emperor realm, they didn't dare to show it. It was simply too depressing. It's fine, it's fine. Sun Ping smiled and said, since you've come to my recruitment hall, are you here to receive a recruitment notice? Yang Kai nodded and said, naturally, I heard that the Seeking Passion sect is looking for talented people, so this young master came here. Elder Sun won't be unwelcome, right? Of course not. Sun Ping stroked his beard and said with a smile, this sect welcomes young talents like your excellency very much. That's good, Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. However, Sun Ping changed the topic and narrowed his eyes. I'll say this first. If you want to receive a recruitment notice, you must have a clean background. My Seeking Passion sect doesn't need people of unknown origins, especially those with your excellency's cultivation. So, I hope that your excellency can answer a few questions from this old master. If it was the Emperor realm or below, it wouldn't matter even if one's origin was a little vague, but if it was the Emperor realm, one must have a clean background. This was to avoid being a spy from Ice Heart Valley. This was also a rule. I understand this. Yang Kai smiled slightly without the slightest panic and said, I just don't know what Elder Sun wants to ask. Sun Ping said, where is your excellency from? What is your excellency's name? Who is your excellency's master? Yang Kai said frankly, my name is Xiao Bai from the Southern Territory's Azure Sun Temple. My master is Elder Gao Shuating. Although he said so, Yang Kai thought in his heart, Xiao Bai, I'm just borrowing your identity. Don't come looking for me in the future. He had thought about this identity a long time ago, so he didn't hesitate to answer now. Azure Sun Temple. Sun Ping was shocked when he heard this. Although the Southern Territory was far from the Northern Territory, he had heard of Azure Sun Temple. After all, Azure Sun Temple's status in the Southern Territory was the same as Seeking Passion sect's status in the Northern Territory. They were both top sects. As a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, he appeared in Ice Moon City in the Northern Territory. This was really incomprehensible. Sun Ping frowned and said, this old master has also heard of your noble sect, but why are you here? Yang Kai smiled and said, I just broke through the Emperor realm not long ago,